Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, good morning, everyone. Please rise for the national anthem of United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. We are honored today to host the annual board meeting of the International Ethics Standards Board of Accountants, known as IESBA, for the first time in the region. Held under the theme Building the Ethical Foundation for Sustainability. Today, we are meeting with more than 55 international board members here. And the event will be broadcasted on YouTube channels of ATA and IESBA. Now, I would like to turn over the mic to the chair of IESBA, Ms. Gabriela Figueiredo Dias, to speak for her speech. Please.
So, good morning, Mr. Wael Abdul Kader, dear IESBA board members, dear technical advisors to the IESBA board members, dear official observers and external observers, dear staff team, good morning to all of you. My first words today go, of course, to the ADAA and to Mr. Wael Abdul Kader, to whom I would like to express my deep gratitude for hosting this IESBA board meeting in Abu Dhabi, the first IESBA meeting ever in the Middle East, and for offering the IESBA the unique opportunity to reach new frontiers and audiences while setting up a close relationship to the ADAA and the accountancy profession in the region. The IESBA is an independent standard setter that has as its main mandate to develop ethics and independent standards to support professional accountants and other professionals navigate the ethical dilemmas and complexities faced in preparing and assuring corporate information. Our robust ethics standards are developed independently and are provided pro bono to all those professionals that may want to use them. Their development and approval by the IESBA board must follow due process and are developed in accordance to a specific public interest framework. They are subject to oversight and certification by the Independent Public Oversight Board, the PIOB, monitored by the monitoring group and aim to serve the public interests. Alongside the high quality of the IESBA ethics and independence standards, as the result of a long experience in the field and of the solid process followed, this oversight and governance structure based on independence, full transparency, non-profitable nature, due process, external oversight, and exclusive focus on the public interest makes the IESBA standards unique, reliable, and an effective and critical support to foster confidence in corporate reporting and information like no other standards do. I very much hope that this meeting in Abu Dhabi, for what it means will set an indelible mark on the IESBA's project to disseminate its ethics standards globally and on its mission to work for the public interest worldwide. The IESBA is reaching new frontiers, new stakeholders, and new areas of focus, enlarging its outreach, not only with a view to simply socializing our work, but definitely as a way to emphasize the importance and the positive impact of ethics is at the forefront of our priorities. The very kind invitation from ADAA to host the IESBA board meeting, alongside the expression of outstanding generosity, does not come as a coincidence, but as the result of a common purpose to work for the public interest. Charles Darwin, without whom civilization, as we know, would not be the same today, said once that it is not the strongest nor the most intelligent of species that survive, but rather the one that is most responsive to change. The approach between the two organizations, like IDDA and the IESBA, which have never interacted before, is a positive sign of how times are changing, how at least some of us are being responsive to change, and therefore how much we are creating the conditions to contribute to a system that works for the people and for the planet. But I cannot but highlight how much sustainability as a global and collective project and urgency is bringing together people, organizations, projects, and policymakers that have never dreamed before of working together and making them coordinating around common objectives and a common purpose. If 2023 is the year of sustainability for the United Arab Emirates, it is also the year of sustainability for the IESBA. This is a time for us to move fast in the development of ethics and independent standards for sustainability reporting and assurance, aiming at having our draft standards to be exposed by the end of this year and ready by the end of 2024. This is the time for the IESBA, just like for the UAE, of looking at today for tomorrow. COP28 is around the corner, and we are happy and proud to partner with ADAA as a UAE organization at such exciting times when the UAE is preparing itself to lead the most important event, supporting the most relevant initiatives to help the transition to a more sustainable future. So are our standards, aiming at completing the future global infrastructure of standards for sustainability reporting and assurance, formed by the IESBA standards, the IEESP standards, and the IESBA standards. But there is more in our projects that make this relationship between the ADAA and the IESBA meaningful. The IESBA's ethics and independent standards could not fit better into the ADAA's mandate to work for the integrity and transparency of business under their remit. ADAA's project to ensure fair and transparent financial reporting, operational compliance, achieve value for money, and improve the quality of audit across all entities subject to ADAA mandate has not only many commonalities with the IESBA project, but may profit immensely from using the IESBA's Code of Ethics. And important markets such as the United Arab Emirates cannot be sustainable unless it relies upon strong ethical standards, ensuring quality information being provided to the very sophisticated investors in the UAE companies and markets. Mr. Wael, dear colleagues, observers, staff, and friends, ethics is stateless and timeless, and above and beyond frontiers, countries, politics, or jurisdictional frameworks. Ethics is not only the most critical element supporting public trust in corporate reporting and assurance, and therefore in business, but can also be the driver of mutual recognition and understanding between countries and economic and political systems. Ethics is the most critical element to fight fraud, corruption, wrongdoing, and greenwashing, the ADAA's mission, the essence of IESBA's project, and a common goal for all modern nations. Therefore, we have not only an opportunity but a duty to work together to help build a more trustworthy environment for corporate information and assurance, and as a consequence for businesses and economies at the service of the welfare of the citizens. I hope that this approach between the IESBA and ADAA will soon bear fruits, and that we may soon be celebrating a significant expansion of our code of ethics in the UAE and very specifically in Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel, for your insightful speech. Next, I would like to pass the mic to the Chair of Consultative Advisory Group of IESBA, Mr. Galen Hansen, to say a few words to our members and esteemed guests.
Well, thank you, Gabriella, and thank you so much for your generous and warm invitation to your beautiful Abu Dhabi. I greet you today with Assalamu alaikum. And please forgive my pronunciation, I'm sure it's incorrect, but I understand that it means peace be upon you. About the best I can do in English is the Star Trek reply, live long and prosper and take me to your leader. I promise you, IESBA yearns daily for all these blessings. I was asked to share a bit about the background of the IESBA Consultative Advisory Group, which we affectionately refer to as the CAG. The CAG is an important component of the Ethics Board's process of consultation. It provides critical advice in a number of ways, including setting the board's agenda and priorities. But the CAG's most important role is to continually remind the board about its obligations to serve the public interest. The CAG is comprised of more than 20 representatives from IFAC member bodies interested in fostering high-quality ethics standards to protect the public interest. It is structured to achieve a balance of geographic representation along with an appropriate mix of regulators, investors, and other relevant international organizations. Here is a sampling of representation from IFAC member bodies. We have the World Bank, the OECD, which is the economic arm of the United Nations. We have the International Organization of Securities Commissions, or IESBA, the World Federation of Exchanges, the Basel Committee on Banking, the CFA Institute, a very important body of influential investors, the FEI. We also have regional regulators that you, I'm sure, know all about, such as the Islamic Financial Services Board and Gulf States regulatory authorities. There are also highly specialized groups such as the IFAC Small and Medium-Sized Entities and Practices Advisory Group, and also international associations such as those of the internal auditors, actuaries, and valuation analysis. I've chaired the CAG for the past 3 years and report its recommendations regularly to the Public Interest Oversight Board. In addition to the CAG, I attend all of the IESBA meetings, which is why I'm here today. Ultimately, on each standard the board issues, as CAG chair, I am obligated to formally report to the PIOB if due process has been complied with and the public interest appropriately considered. As a result, the advisory structure by design quite frequently ends up with the board issuing final standards that reflect significant CAG input. The CAG meets twice a year, and our meetings are open to the public. You'll find IESBA leadership and staff welcoming our involvement. If you are interested as an organization, you can easily find our meeting agendas, minutes, and background papers on the IESBA website. Today, I've briefed you very briefly on the operation of the IESBA CAG. It offers many opportunities for interested organizations like yours to participate in the development of ethics and independence standards and public protection at the global level. And afterwards, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about the K. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Galen, for your fruitful speech. And today we have a very special announcement. I am not going to make you wait any longer, and I would like to ask Mr. Wael Abdelkader, Acting Head of Monitoring and Auditing Sector at ADA, to come to the podium for the announcement and his speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, IESBA Chair and esteemed members. It is our pleasure to welcome the IESBA to Abu Dhabi for the first time in the Middle East. Your presence here is a testament to the importance of ethics through your contribution to building a comprehensive ethics framework since 1977, which has been taken as a basis for codes of conduct around the world. This is in alignment with ADA's principles of integrity, transparency, and accountability as a supreme independent body responsible for audit and accountability in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. The title of the meeting, Building the Ethics Foundation for Sustainability, is fully aligned with the UAE initiatives on sustainability. We believe that sustainability of economies is driven by the power of being able to take appropriate and timely action based on true and fair information. And what puts that into place is a structured governance framework based on ethical principles and established accountability. Since its establishment, ADA has set transparency reporting as a key pillar in its strategy to support in building an effective and sustainable ecosystem, which is dependent on the work of the preparers and auditors of the financial reports. It is therefore important that both are supported by standards that promote ethical thinking in their organization and during their engagement. Ethical thinking go beyond accounting and audit, which makes it necessity in the area of sustainability reporting, and we believe that the IESBA has set the foundation of ethical principles in the accounting profession, and will use it to build a transparent framework for sustainability reporting practice, both as reporting preparers and assurance provider. I think now we have something. I have to pause. On this occasion, we are pleased to announce our full adoption of IESBA Code 2022 of Ethics for Professional Accountants, which will become applicable to all entities subject to other mandates and their financial statements auditors. Considering our objectives of promoting transparency, accountability, and enforcing regulatory requirements that will enhance the quality of the audit across the Emirate. We are considered as one of the earliest adopters of the code's amendments that have become effective at a later dates. This reflects the ADA's continuous efforts in increasing the public confidence in Abu Dhabi financial ecosystem and balancing accountability across involved stakeholders. Our adoption of IESBA code will establish mutual accountability amongst these parties, the preparers of financial information and auditors. To create a system based on ethical thinking and in our capacity as the Abu Dhabi Government Supreme Independent Authority, we are introducing and monitoring the application of the IESBA Code of Ethics. We have introduced additional requirements to the IESBA ethic code that are specific to our ecosystem. These requirements mainly include expanding the definition of public interest entities, including Abu Dhabi critical assets, and involving those charged with governance in the provision of services other than audit, regardless of whether the entity is a PI, and elaborating in the form of disclosures in terms of fees and public interest entities. Any type, any type of reporting is a result of building accountability culture around ethical grounds, whether financial or sustainability reporting. They should be governed with clarity, support, and challenge, elements which the IESBA embed and we support in our mandate. We are looking forward to collaborating with the IESBA to share our experience in the realm of monitoring, of financial reporting and assurance, and how the ethical framework in place has been shaped around the dynamic nature of the global financial and economic ecosystem. Again, we would like to take this opportunity to extend our warmest welcome to all the members of IESBA and hope you to have a productive and successful meeting. We thank you again for your presence and your continuous commitment toward upholding ethics in the field of reporting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wael, for your announcement and speech. The adoption of this code of ethics by ADA subject entities and their auditor is one of the many steps ADA is taking to continuously promote sound practices. For the meantime, I would like to ask Ms. Gabriella and Mr. Gayden to join us to the stage for a group photo, please. Please. وائل صورة شخصية مع كل واحد روح صورة شخصية مع كل واحد بعد مع جابرييلا صورة All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Once again, I would like to inform you that the event will be broadcasted live on YouTube channels of ADA and IESBA. Now, I want to ask the board members to move to the other boardroom to kick off today's main event, the annual board meeting of IESBA. As for the observers, you can stay in this room to connect, to network with each other, or you can follow the meeting through the live feed broadcasted screens. Thank you.
So, good morning to all of you. Welcome to the IESBA March board meeting in Abu Dhabi. Good morning to all the board members those sitting in this wonderful room, but also those, Yaoshu, concretely attending virtually.
Good morning.
Good morning to all
all
the
of you.
technical advisors, to the board members.
welcome
Good morning to
the
the observers, very in
March board
particular our
meeting in Abu
official
Dhabi.
observers.
Good morning
Robert Buchanan,
to all the
PIOB
board
observer,
members,
Junpei Kato
those sitting
from the
in this
Japan
wonderful room, but
FCA,
also
FSA, sorry,
those,
and
Yaoshu
Galen
concretely,
Hansen, the
attending
CAG chair
virtually.
of the
To all the
IESBA.
technical
Good
advisors,
morning,
to the board members.
dear
Good morning
observers.
to
I'm
observers, very
delighted
in
to
particular
welcome
our
all of
official
you to our
observers,
first board meeting
Robert
in Abu
Buchanan,
Dhabi in the
PIOB
Middle East,
observer, Junpei
UAE.
Kato, from the
As I
Japan
had the opportunity to say
FSA,
earlier
sorry,
this morning,
and Galen Hansen,
we are very
the
grateful to the
CAG
Abu Dhabi
chair,
Accountability
of the
Authority for
IESBA.
hosting the board
Good morning,
meeting in the Middle East.
dear observers.
It is
The first
I'm delighted
IESBA
to welcome
meeting
all of you
in
this
to our first
region,
board
and
meeting
this,
in Abu
this should
Dhabi,
be
in the
and
Middle
will be
East,
for sure a landmark
UAE.
for the
As I
IESBA
had the
project.
opportunity to say
I look
earlier
forward
this morning,
to a very productive
we are
week
very grateful to the
that
Abu
we have
Dhabi
ahead of us,
Accountability
and
Authority
the
for
opportunity
hosting
to
the board
engage
meeting
further
in the
with
Middle East.
ADAA
It is
this
the
week.
first IESBA
I'm sure that
meeting
there will be
in this region, and
other
this should
opportunities
be
for us
and
to
will be for
engage,
sure a
and
landmark
I'm sure that this is
for
the
the
start of a
IESBA
very
project.
fruitful and
I look
exciting
forward
collaboration
to a
with the
very
ADAA
productive
and
week
with the Abu Dhabi
that we have ahead
authorities.
of us. And the
We have an
opportunity
important
to engage
agenda
further
ahead
with
of us this week,
ADAA,
with a special focus
this
on
week.
sustainability,
I'm
as
sure
you
that
know,
there will
but not
be
only. We also have the
and
strategy
other
and work plan,
opportunities for us to engage.
the final
and I'm sure
or the
that
last
this
version
is
to,
the
to
start
be
of a
discussed.
very fruitful and
On
exciting
the
collaboration
specific project
with
of the
the
use of
ADAA
experts,
and
it is
with the Abu
focused on
Dhabi
sustainability,
authorities.
but not only, as
We have an important
you also
agenda
know,
ahead of us
and
this week.
we will have
With
very
a special focus on
insightful
sustainability,
sessions
as you know, but not only. We also
from
have
the
the strategy and work
EIOC
plan,
on some
the
emerging
final or
issues,
the last
on
version
our
to
own
to be discussed.
communications, and
On
the PI
the
rollout.
specific
So
project
it's a
of the use
full
of
agenda.
experts, it is focused
As
on
I said, mainly
sustainability,
focused on
not
sustainability,
only,
but
as
with other
you
topics that
also
we will
know.
address
And we will have very
over this week, which
insightful
are
sessions
equally important for us as a
from
board.
the EIOC.
It's a pleasure to have you all here this week in person. Rich Husken, our colleague, Rich Husken, will attend virtually today, and he will supposedly be here for the rest of the week. Jens Paul will not be able to join us on Friday due to a long-standing prior commitment that will require him to be in Germany. Virtually, we will have David Madden, the IFAC Director, Sustainability Policy and Regulatory Affairs, for the update that is going to be provided to the IESBA by IFAC on its State of Play research, the third edition of the State of Play research into sustainability assurance. David will join us shortly, I think. And I have to thank David for joining us at such unsocial hours in New York, where he is based. Thank you, David, in case you are listening to us already. Willy Botta from the technical and senior director, the technical program and technical director of the IEESB will also join us to present on the IEESB sustainability project and update us on that project this afternoon. Willy will be joined by Claire Greystone, IEESB principal, and by Dan Montgomery, IEESB consultant. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the almost 60 international observers who have registered to follow today's meeting and today's discussions on the IESBA YouTube channel, including, and I'd like to highlight this, the former IESBA Deputy Chair Caroline Lee, who I hope is listening to us, and who I would like to greet very warmly, the former IESBA member Elisabeth Austerman, and the former IESBA Technical Advisor Ton Maren Saxhau, meaning that people move away, but they do not really leave us, and they stay with us and interested in what we are doing. Of course, I'd like also to greet all those who are following our meeting on the IEEE YouTube channel. Welcome all of you to this meeting, and
we are very grateful for the interest in our discussions and in what we are doing here this week. Some highlights on the agenda, I have already mentioned some of them. The agenda is focused on sustainability mainly, in addition to the updates to David Maiden that I have mentioned and Willy Botter. We will have an update on the preparations for our sustainability roundtables and discuss issues on the 2 sustainability work streams and our project on the use of experts. I will, at this stage, I'd like to remind everybody that the IESBA is organizing 4 global roundtables, late March, early April in Paris, Singapore, Sydney, and New York to discuss our sustainability projects and get the maximum input from global stakeholders from different backgrounds, regions, and with different interests. We really want to listen to everybody. It's important for us, so we very much incentive these roundtables. We walk the talk when we say that we want to listen to everybody. We do as much as we can to really get the necessary input and insights at a stage of our projects where it is absolutely critical to have all the information and all the inputs that we need to make sure that we will develop these standards in an appropriate way. On Wednesday, Jens Paul and I will also take part in an ADAA IESBA panel session where we will discuss the role of ethics and the accountancy profession in enhancing ethical culture within organizations, the roles of the profession and other key players in the global fight against economic crime, and how putting ethics at the top of the business, public policy and regulatory agenda advances sustainability goals and protects the public interests. We will also consider the second read today, draft of the consultation paper for the Strategy and Work Plan 2024 and 2027. And we will listen, hear from the EIOC and the PI Rollout Working Group, as well as consider an update on the IESBA IESB coordination activities which are critical at this stage. Lastly, we will consider an update on the IESBA communications from David Johnson, IFAC's Senior Manager. And let me take this opportunity to thank all the task forces, the working groups and the staff for their hard work in preparing the agenda materials. It has been an impressive work done by task forces, working groups and staff to allow us to be here today discussing all these issues and to have been able to advance in our work since the last board meeting in the way we did. On January and February, they prepared for this board meeting as well as for the March CAG meeting, the Consultative Advisory Group meeting. The staff worked on finalizing the basis of conclusions for the engagement team group audits independence project and issuing the final pronouncement on February 28, following the PIOB certification of the standard. Finalizing the explanatory memorandum for the tax planning exposure draft, which has been issued. The exposure draft has been issued on February 17. Finalizing the basis for conclusions in the due process package for the technology final pronouncement, which will be submitted shortly to PIOB for certification at its upcoming meeting in early April. Holding 3 global webinars on the tax planning exposure draft last February, finalizing the Q&A publication for the revisions to the code relation to the PI definition for issuance last Friday, organizing and preparing the 4 in-person global roundtables that I mentioned on sustainability, and this has entailed and is still entailing an incredible amount of work, and the preparations are still ongoing. Organizing this board meeting in Abu Dhabi also entailed a very significant amount of work in terms of liaison with ADAA and all that it takes holding a board meeting outside New York and the IESBA offices. All of this, of course, in addition to many other assignments, has added up to a very heavy workload for the entire staff team, and therefore I appreciate the board members' understanding and forbearance for the late posting of some few agenda papers, which is due to this severe, heavy amount of work that the staff has been dealing with on the last 2 or 3 months. We operate, as you know, a very lean staff team, but we are making progress to increase our staff bench pursuant to the monitoring group's recommendations to reinforce the staff. This will hopefully help alleviate the heavy workload on the current staff. And I will ask Ken a bit late to update the board on the recruitment efforts we are doing. I want to thank the participants who have provided advanced comments on the agenda material to the relevant task forces and working groups, and a special thank you for those joining virtually via Zoom and YouTube at unsocial hours in your time zones. I know it's challenging. I truly appreciate your commitment. A special word to Yao Shu, our board member, who is attending from China and is always, attending at very difficult hours for her. Thank you, Yao Shu. On outreach and related activities, the schedule of our outreach and related activities can be found under agenda item 1B. I, of course, continue encouraging all board members and TAs to be ambassadors for IESBA in our respective jurisdictions and within your networks and circles. At this point, I'd like to thank all the board members who engaged in outreach activities over the last months. If you have participated in any outreach activity that has not been recorded, please report it to us, to the staff, so that we can take note of that. Just a brief update on the Planning Committee activities. The Planning Committee met virtually in January and in February. The topics discussed included the sustainability project, of course, including the preparations for the global sustainability roundtables, discussions with ISO, the standard setters, the review of the draft IOSCO report on international work to develop assurance standards over sustainability-related corporate reporting, which is expected to be released later this month. The Planning Committee also had the opportunity to discuss a draft IESBA update to alert jurisdictions and firms about the upcoming expiry of the jurisdictional provision of the long association, for long association. This provision will no longer be effective for audits for financial statements for periods beginning on or after December 15, 2023. We also had a CAG meeting in March last week. We had our first post-COVID hybrid CAG meeting last week. It was especially productive, with many of the CAG members attending in person. And in addition to the discussion of the draft strategy and work plan consultation paper, we had sessions on the sustainability work streams, the use of expert work stream, and EIOC. The task force or the working group chairs and staff will report back on the feedback from the CAG during their respective sessions. I'd like to invite Galen to say, to share any remarks or observations from the CAG meeting, if Galen wants to share something. Galen, please.
Thank you, Chair. We had just an absolutely wonderful meeting last week. No more fist bumps or elbow bumps. It was shaking hands and a few hugs that were going on. It was great to be able to engage personally for a long period of time, almost 3 years. And we had a lot of engagement in terms of feedback on all of the topics that Gabriela had mentioned. There was a lot of really interaction and some I think a lot of input, and I think we'll hear about that during the meeting today. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Galen. So in 2023, the National Standard Setters meeting with IESBA has been scheduled for June 7, 2023. This meeting will be held virtually, and staff will be in contact with relevant task forces and working group chairs as the agenda will be developed. I'm very glad to inform that Linda de Beer, the PIOB chair, will join us in our next NSS meeting with the national standard setters to share some remarks on behalf of the PIOB and to report on the PIOB activities and approach, namely in a transition context. I still have a few other matters. We had an orientation session for our two new board members, Rania Mardini and Paul Mutara, that I take the opportunity to greet and welcome very warmly to their first in-person meeting with IESBA. Thanks to the staff team for organizing this important session, and I hope that both Rania and Paul found the session useful and informative. It is very important for us that the new board members are on board appropriately so that they can start contributing strongly and effectively since the very first day. Thank you all who attended also the LinkedIn workshop on February 23 that Dave Johnson has kindly organized. I learned quite a few interesting and helpful points from this session, and I hope that you find it useful. Those who had not the opportunity to attend can, I encourage you to watch the recording. It is important to know and understand how we can individually and collectively use our voices to share and amplify the IESBA's work and outreach. So at this point, I'd like to invite Ken to highlight some other administrative matters and also to update the board on a few staffing matters.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Maybe I'll start first with an update on staffing. As Gabriela mentioned earlier, it is a top priority for the management team to work on reinforcing the staff bench as we proceed towards full implementation of the monitoring group recommendations. First of all, I'd like to inform the board that Sylvia Shramko has been promoted principal as of 1st of January 2023. Congratulations, Sylvia. In relation to recruitment, I'd like to warmly welcome Jeanne Viljon, who's sitting next to Carla on the other side on my left. Welcome, Jeanne, to your first in-person board meeting for IESBA. Jeanne is joining us as a senior manager. In relation to the recruitment of the IESBA director role, I'm pleased to inform the board that we have filled that position now. It was a strong shortlist, a strong slate of shortlisted candidates. And we have essentially chosen to appoint somebody coming from Hong Kong, but originally from the US. She's Linda Bieck. She is currently head of investigations and compliance at the Accounting and Financial Reporting Council in Hong Kong. She's expected to join us early June. Previously, Linda was a director of compliance at the Hong Kong Institute of CPAs. And prior to that, she was director of governmental, international, and professional relations at IESBA in the US. So she will be joining us early June. And finally, I'd like to also inform the board, to my pleasure as well, that we have recruited John Reed as a principal, joining us also early June. John is currently a senior technical manager at the Accounting and Professional Ethical Standards Board in Australia. She's well known by China. And John will be joining us also as permanent member of staff, so very much looking forward to his part on the team. Prior to his time with IESBA, John was a senior financial investigator and senior analyst at ASIC, the Australian Securities and Investment Commission. So that rounds up the staffing update. We are continuing our recruitment efforts, and we're hoping to be able to fill in an additional position on the team by the end of this year, and then we have another round of recruitment early next year as we continue to reinforce the staff bench and transition into the staff-led model post-monitoring group. Administrative updates in terms of administrative matters. I've mentioned to some of you, the lunch will be served in the buffet area where we had breakfast this morning. We've been kindly asked not to bring the food into the meeting room, so if you can just have your lunch in the buffet area, that would be greatly appreciated. On Wednesday, you will have received information about the social activity for the board on Wednesday. It is very kindly hosted by Ada. Very much appreciated. It promises to be an exciting afternoon at the Jubail Mangrove Park. In keeping with the UAE's Year of Sustainability and IESBA's focus on sustainability, we will be planting mangroves and painting a mangrove mural as part of a collective art session. So I'm looking forward to all of you to bring out your best creative talents to making a beautiful painting on the mural. This will be followed by dinner at the Pura Resort. On behalf, again, of all of us here at IESBA, I'd like to thank Ada for really hosting our social activity and really making the board feel so very welcome in Abu Dhabi. We will be joined by some representatives from EDA during the afternoon social activity, and I'd encourage all of you to take the opportunity to engage with our hosts here and really convey our deepest appreciation. So we're looking forward to this unique experience, and if you have any questions about the activity in terms of transportation, etc., just be in touch with Astu or Diana in the margins of the meeting. And finally, in terms of administrative update, I'd just like to remind the board that there will be a board photograph session tomorrow. It will take place when we break for lunch, so be appropriately dressed for the session. So that should also be good. So that completes the update, Gabriela, so I'll pass it back to you to complete this session.
Thank you very much, Ken. So I look forward to all these activities, not only to for the discussions that we will hold, but also to these special moments that help us getting together and bond us as a board. So just a final word to raise your attention to the PIOB report that has been submitted as part of the agenda point 1. The PIOB report, the quarterly report, includes a very, I'd say, strong support to everything that we are doing. There are some recommendations that we will see across the report, namely with respect to the coordination with IEESB, still the need to enlarge a little bit the diversity of stakeholders with respect to our technology efforts and outreach, very special support, but some recommendations or some highlights with respect to the use of experts project, namely, again, with respect to the coordination that is needed between IESBA and IEESB. So, yeah, I encourage you, if you haven't done so, to read the PIOB report. And finally, we have the minutes, the draft minutes of the November, December, and February IESBA public sessions. They have been distributed to the board for review. If you have any comments, any suggestions, please email them to ASTU by Wednesday, March 15, close of business, so that they can be incorporated in the final versions. The board will be asked to approve the minutes on Friday, March 17. So thank you in advance for any comments or any suggestions that we may have. And with this, unless there is anything that anyone wants to raise or add to these initial remarks, I think that we can move to the next topic in the agenda, which is the first substantial, I would say, topic. And very substantial, by the way, because what we aim to do now is to consider with a view to approving for issuance. So it's what we are trying to do is to reach an agreement around the table to approve the draft consultation paper for the strategy and work plan for issuance for public consultation after this session. So I will not take much time here, just highlight the importance of this document, of this work, which has been prepared over a considerable number of months and with a lot of efforts. It's what will guide our activity on the next few years. So it is a critical document. Your attention and your comments on top of all the contributions and inputs that the board has been providing over the last months is today very important and very critical. Once again, and since I've been highlighting this since the first time that we discussed the first draft, this is of course the basis for our work, but we will have to remain agile, flexible in times of uncertainty and change. So let's not go rigid. Let's take this document and this strategy and work plan as something that we should stick to, because it's what the product of a careful identification of the issues that we should address on the next few years. But let's also keep open to the possibility that we may have to shift our direction and allocate resources and efforts to specific issues that we have not considered as being a priority, or that we have not considered at all. So this is important, and this is something that we will have to do moving forward, considering the speed of change in the context, things that happen. We had a pandemic, we had a war, we have political trends, geographic trends, etc. So we don't know what will happen, and this word of agility and flexibility, I think it's something important. So what we will consider is what has been submitted as being the final, or the almost final draft consultation paper for the strategy and work plan. Please take into consideration that this is not, what is in this document is not yet written on the stone, because we still have to discuss it here, and it's for consultation. So we will receive the input from our stakeholders, and the final document will be released hopefully by later this year. Okay, I'm sorry, we already have David. I hadn't seen you, David, so before we move forward, I would like to hand over to David Madden and thank him again for joining us at these very unsocial hours in New York and providing us with important, very important input on the third edition of the IFAC State of Play on Sustainability Assurance. David, welcome.
Yes, we can hear you, David.
Follow-up meeting to the session that we had in November, when IFAC first presented some research on independence requirements of ISAE 3000 revised. That was a targeted review, in fact, a bit of a proof of concept that we have since significantly expanded in scope. So while some of the data that I plan to review with you now is not solely independence focused, I hope it is still relevant to your work, given the connected nature of the relationship and the work streams between the IESBA and the IESB, and between sustainability assurance engagements that are conducted under both ISAE and IESBA standards. From IFAC's perspective, the research we've done is also very relevant to our advocacy and policy work related to sustainability assurance. For example, especially with respect to the mandatory assurance requirements that you all know are coming into effect under the CSRD in the European Union. Just a couple of weeks ago, we presented some summary findings of this research. to IFAC's chief executives, the chief executives of our member bodies. We had some robust discussions, I have to say, about the roles of consultants or other service providers of sustainability assurance. But you all are the first full presentation of all the data that we have. So if I could have the next slide, please. So last month, IFAC and AICPA SEMA published the third in a series of reports that look at the state of play with respect to how much sustainability assurance is happening, who is performing the engagements, and using what standards. And I think it's helpful to open our examination of ISA E3000 with some context from this new 2021 State of Play report. I think this will provide a good transition to our new Project 3000 research. I guess we are still searching for the right name for this new work. And at the end of my presentation, I'll leave you with some of the questions and key conclusions that IFAC has identified so far. And we should have plenty of time for questions. I look forward to your reactions and your perspectives as we at IFAC determine how best to make use of the findings that we have. Next slide, please. So last November, I started the presentation with our global scorecard. So here it is updated for 2021 fiscal year sustainability disclosures. Recall the scope of our research includes the largest 1,400 companies in the G20 countries, plus Singapore and Hong Kong SAR. In 2022, our ability to access information from the largest 50 companies in Russia was limited, so we had to exclude Russia from our 2021 data. So 21 jurisdictions, not 22, and 1,350 companies in this report. In 2021, we saw another increase to 95% of companies reporting some sustainability information. In fact, only 6 jurisdictions, Argentina, China, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Turkey, fell below the 95% mark. The incidence of assurance of this information still significantly lagged reporting, but there's a clear upward trend. From 51% in 2019, 64% of companies we reviewed now obtained assurance over some portion of what they reported in 2021. Assurance is limited in nature, as you know, consistently around 80% over the past 3 years. Audit firms still conduct the majority of ESG assurance engagements globally, 57%, but the trend has not been the profession's friend. In 2021, 43% of assurance engagements we found in our sample were done outside the accountancy profession. The biggest increases in assurance in 2021 were in Hong Kong SAR, Japan, and the UK. Hong Kong SAR also experienced one of the largest 3-year increases from 2019 to 2021, along with Singapore, Japan, Turkey, the UK, and Italy. And we found that as companies obtain assurance for the first time, it's often greenhouse gas focused, and they are turning to consultants for verification. When accounting firms are engaged, they are still overwhelmingly using IAASB standards 95% of the time. And that's actually 99% when you include engagements using AICPA attestation standards, which are much aligned with ISA E3000. But in contrast, 38% of consultants or other service providers, I often refer to them as OSPs today, use ISA E3000. 3000 remains the dominant standard 70% of the time. It's been hovering around that level for the last 3 years, but there is this 95% versus 38% usage gap between firms versus OSPs. Next slide, please. So as a result, there's also a continued divergence in the level of assurance provided, firms versus OSPs. For the second year in a row, in 2021, when firms did assurance, 97% of those engagements resulted in limited opinions. When consultants are engaged, 58% of engagements result in limited opinions, 22% are moderate, 15% are reasonable, and 5% are something else. Those results are more or less similar to what we found in 2020. Next slide. So here we examine jurisdiction by jurisdiction, who is providing assurance. Other service providers, consultants did 43% of engagements we found in 2021, the gray bars in the graph. So among the 913 assurance reports that we reviewed, there were big differences between jurisdictions. For example, among the EU countries in our study, virtually 100% of the companies we examined relied on accountancy firms for assurance. Australia is pretty close, 95%. But in South Korea, where there is a very high level of assurance, the market is dominated by other providers. Looking at the evolution of assurance practitioners over the past 3 years, firms lost meaningful market share in 4 jurisdictions: UK, India, South Africa, and Japan. And while consultants are doing ESG assurance in virtually every jurisdiction we studied, there were 7 cases in 2021 where more than 50% of assurance is provided by OSPs. That's happening in the US, UK, Hong Kong SAR, India, Japan, South Africa, and South Korea. In November last year, I noted 6 jurisdictions. This time I'm noting 7. Japan and South Africa are new in 2021, and Indonesia is no longer on that list. But Indonesia is hovering right around 50%, and so is China. Next slide, please. I wanted to include one more slide from the state of play, given IESBA's focus on the integrity of ESG information companies provide. When you look at the various standards and frameworks that companies use for preparing ESG, societally focused impact reporting, according to, back that up, when you look at how companies are reporting societal impact focused reporting according to GRI standards or the SDGs are by far the most common. 74% of companies use GRI in their 2021 reporting. 79% of companies made reference to the SDGs. However, when you look at what companies had assured in 2021, the most frequent standard or framework is GRI. 40% of the assurance reports we found were related to information reported according to GRI standards. 1% of assurance was related to the SDGs. So personally, I think it says something about the importance of standards versus framework for assurance, as well as perhaps the relevance of SDG-related reporting by companies. I have to include, as one Japanese investor was quoted in a recent PwC investor survey from last November, I wonder whether companies are just drawing pictures about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals to make it look good, or are they sincerely taking actions toward them? All right. Next slide, please. So now we're turning to our ISAE 3000 specific results. From an IFAC point of view, in a political, regulatory, and standard setting landscape that is decidedly profession or practitioner agnostic, we wanted to examine how practitioners, both audit firms and consultancy organizations, are operating in a predominantly voluntary ESG assurance world using ISAE 3000. This is as a proxy for engagements under the new ISSA 5000 that we all hope becomes the norm. The starting point is that the IAASB intends for 3,000 engagements and intends for 5,000 engagements to be conducted in accordance with, not based on, or some other loose reference to the standard. Then we want to determine if proper application of ISAE 3000 is being used by competent practitioners who are subject to the IESBA code or equally demanding regulatory requirements, and the IAASB's ISQC 1 of or equally demanding requirements, soon to be ISQM going forward. We also examine the experience or preparedness of other service providers to conduct broad scope ESG assurance engagements. The idea is that the scope of engagement and familiarity with standards used today in a voluntary insurance environment is one proxy, perhaps, for the capacity of a practitioner to properly apply ISSA 5000 as it is adopted for mandatory assurance. All right, next slide, please. So the graphic on the left shows you what 57% versus 43% market share looks like. Of the 913 insurance reports we examined from the full 2021 state of play data set across 21 jurisdictions, 1,315 companies, we found 516 assurance engagements were provided by accountants. 395 were from a range of other service providers that we evaluated in 5 categories. First, organizations that describe themselves as certifying or verifying information systems or processes were the most common, followed by general consulting organizations. These 2 categories of other service providers, the vast majority of engagements in our 2021 sample. On the right-hand side, we see the number of ISAE 3000 engagements in 2021 totaling 638. That's the 70% from the global scorecard. Just under 500 engagements were performed by firms using 3000. 149 engagements were done by consultants using 3000. That's a 77, 20%, 23% split of ISAE 3000 engagements. Next slide. So now we want to take a look at how these 638 engagements were conducted in 2021, according to each of these 3 criteria. And we'll start with in accordance with. Next slide. When firms use 3000, the assurance reports we examined demonstrated they were performing in accordance with virtually 100% of the time. Only half of the reports for other service providers said in accordance with, 53% of the time. The other half were a mix of based on or some other reference to ISAE 3000. Remember that the sample size here for other service provider engagements using 3000 is 149. So we took the time to look backwards to find a total of 365 engagements using ISAE 3000 done by other service providers for the entire 3-year period, 2019 to 2021, from our state of play data sets. Overall, a similar number, 48% of other service provider engagements were conducted in accordance with over this 3-year period. Final point on this slide, note that we have a hypothesis that those assurance engagements that cited an engagement was conducted in accordance with 3000 may be more likely to have an appropriate independence or quality control reference in the assurance report. We'll say more about that later. All right, next slide. So taking a jurisdictional look, looking across jurisdictions, we see a lot of variability. On this slide, blue means in accordance with, green means something else. The 6 highlighted jurisdictions with the highest number of other service provider engagements are the most interesting to examine. So reading the graph from left to right. In the US, there were 38 engagements, about evenly split in accordance with versus not. In the UK, 27 engagements, most were in accordance with. In Hong Kong SAR, 14 engagements, most not in accordance with. Same for India. 18 engagements in Japan, most were in accordance with. But finally, engagements in South Korea were not majorly in accordance with. Next slide, please. So now turning to independence. Whether or not the IESBA code or an equivalent code or standard was referenced in assurance reports. First, as I said in November, I presented targeted research. We observed a lack of uniformity amongst the independence statements we found. We found 3 different ethics codes: the IESBA code, the International Federation of Inspection Agencies, is now the TIC Council, and ISO 14065, which is the ISO standard for independence. Next, we observed 4 types of statements asserting a level of independence, but not citing compliance with a particular ethics code or standard. So these statements range from affirming a consulting firm is free of business relationships and other consultancy contracts. That was the strongest of the four independence references, to the weakest statements which say something general or non-specific about independence. And finally, we also found instances of language citing a potential conflict, as well as no disclosure reference regarding independence conflicts. So in total, we used 8 different categories to capture what we found. Of 149 engagements conducted by other service providers using ISA E3000, 64% of assurance reports included one of the alternative types of independent statements with no reference to a code or standard of ethics. 16% referenced the IESBA code, 14% referenced IFIA or ISO, so that's combined a total of just under a third that referenced the code or standard of ethics. 8% made no statement regarding independence. Again, this is with respect to 2021. In contrast, of the 498 firm engagements we examined, 94% referenced the IESBA code. Looking backward, over the 3 years, 2019 to 2021, reference to the IESBA code was 10%, which reflects the fact that reference to the code was well below 10% in both 2019 and 2020, so an uptick in 2021. All right, next slide, please. So similar to our jurisdictional review in accordance with, here we again see a lot of variability. Dark blue means code, light blue means ISO. Green means something else. Red means no independence disclosure. So a couple highlights. Again, looking at those 6 jurisdictions with the highest number of OSP engagements from left to right. In the US and Hong Kong SAR, 85 to 90% of assurance reports had an independent statement with no reference to a code or ethics standard. In the UK, split decision, but over half had no reference to a code or standard. In Korea, over a third had no disclosure on independence. Japan was the outlier here, with 13 of 18 engagements referencing either the IESBA code or ISO. Next slide, please. All right, so perhaps saving best or worst for last, let's look at quality controls. Of 149 OSP engagements using 3000 in 2021, 62% of those assurance reports had no reference to quality controls. 7% referenced ISQC1. The other 30% referenced ISO. The 3-year average, 2019 to 2021, 63% of OSP engagements did not reference quality controls, so similar to our 62% for 2021. Of 489 firm engagements, 91% referenced ISQC1, but 9% of the time we found no quality disclosure. Next slide, taking a look quickly at the jurisdictional breakdown, I only want to note that we found the most evidence of ISQC1 in the UK, India, and South Korea, but the ISO quality control standard was more prevalent as well in these 3 jurisdictions. All right, next slide, please. So our engagements specifically conducted in accordance with ISA E3000 more likely to also have better compliance with independence and quality control requirements. So the data seems to suggest yes for 2021. For independence, 3 times as many in accordance with engagements also cite the IESBA code or ISO IFIA. For quality controls, over twice as many engagements cite ISQC1 or ISO. Next slide. So the final step in analysis of how practitioners comply with the requirements of 3000 was to take a detailed look at how the largest consultancy organizations scored on the engagements in our sample from 2021. Of 149 engagements, we observed a very fragmented market, 27 different other service providers, the assurance engagements. 80% of these engagements were conducted by 8 OSPs. The top 3 organizations we observe conducting engagements on an international basis are DNV, Bureau Veritas, and Lloyd's Register. Apex is in 3rd place as they dominate engagements in the US. Hong Kong Quality Assurance is number 5, doing work in Hong Kong SAR. And ERM and corporate citizenship we find in the US and the UK. 4 of the 8 conducted 67% or more of their engagements in accordance with. 3 of the 8 referenced an ethical code or standard in 70% or more of their engagements. 4 of the 8 referenced quality controls in 60% or more of their engagements. None of these organizations scored above 90%, as firms do across all 3 criteria. All right, next slide, please. So now switch our attention to preparedness or experience. What types of engagements using what standards are being conducted by other service providers? So here we are broadening our focus beyond the 149 ISAE 3000 engagements, but looking at all 397 engagements done by other service providers in 2021, regardless of the assurance standard used. So first, let's look at standards. Next slide, please. If I could have the next slide, please. And one more. There we go. When we look at the use of assurance standards, we see the dominance of ISA 3000 in firm engagements on the left. But on the right-hand side, we see a different picture. And this is where standard fragmentation is happening with consultants using a mix of standards for different types of engagements in different parts of the world. ISO 14064 for greenhouse gas metrics is most common and is on the rise. 3000 is in 2nd place, signaling broader scope engagements being done by consultants. Accountability 1000 has a meaningful market share also for broader scope engagements, but it's not growing as much. And we have to take note of jurisdictional differences. We observe the increase in ISO being driven by Canada, Japan, South Africa, South Korea, and the UK. AA 1000 is most commonly used in South Korea, but also China and India. And 3000 has grown in frequency among other service providers in Hong Kong SAR, India, Japan, UK, and the US. Next slide, please. Here we'll look at the 3-year trend, 2019 to 2021. And we see that the raw numbers are increasing as the number of companies obtaining assurance is increasing, but the market structure of what standards are used by firms versus other service providers is relatively constant. Having looked at the standards used in engagements, we'll now turn our attention to the scope of engagements that are conducted by firms versus other service providers. Next slide, please. So this is from the state of play. We break ESG into 4 categories: greenhouse gas numbers, other environmental, social, and governance factors. The numbers at the bottom of this slide show that 96% of all companies are reporting some information in each of these categories. That's a meaningful 7% increase globally from 2021. But assurance is being obtained primarily on greenhouse gas data, and we see significant drop-off in assurance on information in the other 3 categories, the other E, the S, and the G. And note at the bottom of the graphic, there was a 10% increase in 2021 from 43% to 53%. in companies who obtained assurance on information disclosed in all 4 categories. But we're still a long way away from broad scope assurance of ESG information that companies disclose. Note again that this is all engagements we reviewed in 2021, auditor and other service providers. Next slide, please. So here we take a much deeper dive into the scope of engagements performed in 2021 by other service providers compared to firms. The broadest scope engagements cover information in all 4 categories. That's the darkest green shading in the graph. Next are broad engagements, assuring information in 3 of the 4 categories, the next brightest shade of green. Then narrow for 2 categories, and then the lightest shade of green in the graph is 1 category, which we're observing ISO 14064 for greenhouse gas verification. 80% of firm engagements cover 3 or 4 categories of information. Half that amount, 40% of other service provider engagements are that broad. 58% were single topic engagements, which means greenhouse gas, which means ISO engagements conducted by consultants. Next slide, please. So here we examine what standards were used in 2021 by consultants for broader scope engagements. ISO is dominant for narrow scope. Here we're looking for broader scope engagements. Focusing on the same 6 jurisdictions, US, UK, China, Hong Kong SAR, India, South Korea. We see a lot of purple in China and South Korea, but also in the US and India. That's AA 1000. Light blue, which denotes SAE 3000, is dominant in the UK and Hong Kong SAR, but again, a lot in the US and India. Across all jurisdictions, it's a 53% 1000 versus 47% 3000 split for other service provider broad scope engagements. So AA 1000 is the competing standard to 3000, and we understand it to be the standard which leads to moderate assurance. Next slide, please. So finally, as we did with respect to compliance with 3000, the compliance requirements of 3000, here we're taking an entity-specific look at the dominant consultancy firms to understand the experience of OSPs with IESB standards and broad scope engagements. Note that the numbers here reflect all OSP engagements in 2021, regardless of the standard used, 3000, 1000, or ISO, and that's why our list is now 8 organizations long. We found 80 other service providers in our state of play 2021 sample, so a very fragmented market. But 11 organizations performed 70% of engagements. 4 of these 11 conducted primarily broad scope engagements. 4 of the 11, another 4, conducted narrower scope engagements, the narrowest. And 3 of the 11 were more evenly split in the type of engagements we observed. Blue shading in the chart highlights where DNV, Bureau Veritas, TUV, and ERM are 4 other service providers who operate internationally that used ISE 3000 for a significant portion of their work. That's what the percentages in the chart show. Hong Kong Quality Assurance is a market leader in Hong Kong, and they are also using 3000. 4 of these 11 other service providers are jurisdiction specific. Apex in the US and the other 3 in Hong Kong and South Korea, identified by the names of the organizations. Of these 11 organizations, 1 did better than all the rest in our 3-point assessment of compliance with the requirements of 3000, whether the engagement was conducted in accordance with, according to a code or ethical standard, and reference quality controls. From an IFAC perspective, this information asks us, or prompts us to ask ourselves, how prepared is a consultant skilled in doing greenhouse gas assurance under ISO or AA1000 and broader scope engagements, to then go on and conduct broad scope engagements under ISSA 5000. And should regulators be focused on both a capacity and a capability gap as they navigate the transition from voluntary to mandatory sustainability assurance? Next slide, please. So I presented a lot of new data, and we think there are 5 key takeaways. First, are the majority users of ISA E3000 revised. Second, our data suggests significant divergence in practice between 3000 engagements conducted by firms versus other service providers. Third, there's some evidence to suggest that engagements that state they were conducted in accordance with lead to better compliance with other requirements of 3000 for independence and quality controls. Next slide, please. Fourth conclusion is that current practice by other service providers is introducing standard fragmentation into the sustainability assurance ecosystem. And finally, firms are conducting broader scope engagements than are other service providers. So one more slide. Finally, here are a few issues that IFAC thinks are most relevant. But with that, I will say thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm eager to hear what your reactions and perspectives are. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for this excellent presentation and for the fantastic work behind the presentation. I want to thank you again for joining us at such unsocial hours and nevertheless being able to make such a wonderful presentation. This is the kind of information that the IESBA needs very much to make sure that when developing our standards, we are appropriately informed about what's the reality, what is being done, what are we dealing with, what are we responding to. So this collaboration and coordinated efforts are critical for the success of our work. And I couldn't thank more David for this very extremely important work and the quality of the analysis that has been done. I will not add anything to what David mentioned with respect to the conclusions that we can take from this study, from this the third edition of the State of Play. There are some conclusions which are very evident and very clear. Some of them confirm our intuitions and our perceptions. Others sometimes challenge these perceptions. All in all, it's a lot of very important information, and I think that the board must have a lot of considerations and comments. So I would open the floor for comments, questions, suggestions, and thank David again for being available for this discussion. Starting with Mark. Mark, please.
Thank you, and good to see you again twice in a week, David. David was presenting last week in Stockholm on this subject, and I've had some chance to consider the insights he's given us at some length. And I think one of the things that comes very clearly from this presentation is that voluntary adoption on its own is not going to drive a consistent form of market practice. And therefore, as we continue with the development of our standards and we think about how to best serve the public interest and meet the needs of users of this type of information, it is going to require some sustained engagement with the regulatory community as well, because I think that is absolutely key to driving the sort of consistency that David's analysis points out. And I think, you know, what strikes me an awful lot is that when he shows the variability between jurisdictions about what's being provided, users of that information are not necessarily going to understand the difference between what is being reported and the sort of level of assurance and the type of sort of ethical and independence arrangements that sit around these engagements. So I think, David, you give us a lot of food for thought, but I think it does show the need for very close coordination with regulators in lots of jurisdictions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Andy Minter, please.
Yes, thank you so much. There's so much wonderful information I've been wanting to learn for a long time, so I am taking this all on board. Maybe to follow up, too, with what Mark just said, I believe you had indicated that the assurance engagements are largely voluntary. What percentage are not voluntary? I didn't think it was a very big percentage at all.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I don't have the exact percentage, but my understanding and intuition, if I can marry those two things together, is that the only jurisdictions that we're looking at were mandatory is France, Italy, and Spain in broader play, maybe Germany as well. Under the NFRD, the predecessor to the CSRD in the European Union, the country by country decision as to whether or not reporting and assurance would be mandatory. And I think those are the 4 jurisdictions in our sample where it's for sure mandatory in France, Italy, and Spain. I'm a little uncertain about Germany.
And, well, at this hour, you can use whatever words you like, and I'll be quite grateful for you. But it was France, Italy, Spain, and Germany? Okay.
Germany being the one I'm less sure about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy and Dave, for the response. I'm now going to give the floor to Jens, although I know that Sungnam was first, but I think that there is something about Germany that Jens may want to add.
Just to clarify, it's not yet mandatory in Germany, the assurance obligation, but it will become mandatory 2026 with the implementation in all of Europe of the CSRD.
Thank you, Jens. Sungnam?
Thank you, David, for your presentation. It was excellent. I agree with Mark, and my question is, what efforts has IPAC made in terms of reaching out to policymakers or regulators in individual jurisdictions? I believe we need to have a more uniform market to diverse situation. We need to change it. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So I think that, first I have to highlight that, this information, this research is brand new. Again, we had a sense of it in November when we did the 6 jurisdiction targeted review. And I guess it was early February when we started to see these numbers coming in. So based on our analysis, based on our conversations, and based on the reactions that we had from IFAC's chief executives 2 weeks ago, I would say 2 things. One is that I think that our state of play dialogue, around the world in various webinars and other in-person engagements, I think needs to be expanded, and it needs to focus on the importance of adopting a global baseline for overarching broad scope assurance engagements, and that's really advocating for ISSA 5000. So that's a new part as that standard is becoming closer and closer to fruition in the exposure draft later this year. That's a new part of our advocacy. And we've been talking to Tom about a specific type of advocacy program that we could conduct in various jurisdictions around the world. And second, more specific to this analysis of 3,000 as a proxy for 5,000. Since we presented this with our CEs, as Mark said, I was in Stockholm for an ICGN conference. I had an opportunity to meet with the PAOs and regional bodies there, and as well as other conversations. We're getting strong reaction to this, and I think that this is data so far we don't think we will publish. We plan to create a shorter version of this slide deck and have that professionally drafted, and have that PDF document be available to IFAC's member bodies and to former firms. I'll be in Paris at the end of March presenting to the former firms. And we think this conversation is a regulatory conversation and policymaker conversation, as you said, but we think that conversation really needs to be had by or in conjunction with our local member bodies and the firms around the world. So it's a conversation better had a bit more locally than had on the global stage. But I'm curious what people think about that.
Thank you, David. Vania.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, David, for the presentation. Excellent, as always. Just a comment on question of mandatory. In Brazil, the assurance is already mandatory when linked to an integrated reporting by a listed company. So, and they are using ISA 3000. I thought I have already asked you for that. Please confirm. It would be very interesting if you were able to cross-reference this use of ISO 3000 with integrated reporting, because I understand that when linked to the financial statements, there is a trend to use ISO 3000, and that will make sense in my opinion. And I would also like to ask you, when do you think you have the data for 2022? Because ISO 3000 was quite recent in 2021. Maybe over the time, the use of ISO 3000 has increased.
No, thank you for all of that. So I'll take the 3000 versus integrated reporting under consideration. On one of the slides from the state of play in my presentation, I didn't reference the data, but it's at the bottom of the slide. We do see that more information is assured looking at 2020, and 2021, that ESG information is provided in an integrated report versus an annual report or a standalone sustainability report. We also are seeing a migration from the state of play in where information is reporting, and that's away from standalone sustainability reports and in favor of annual reports and integrated reports. And Brazil is one of the jurisdictions where we have noticed a decided increase in the use of integrated reports. So looking at the cross between 3000 and integrated reports is interesting, but I think the assurance there, and you can correct me on this, will be of not the entire integrated report, but of components of what's in the integrated report. Second, with respect to the question of when will 2022 be available. So, given the lag in not just financial disclosure, but especially sustainability disclosure, that work hasn't yet begun. So the scope and structure of what the state of play research will be for 2022 still is in the planning phases, with the view that at this time next year, we would have 2022 state of play information, including this type of 3000 specific information to review. So last point, I'll do a little bit of a commercial that we have completed the research, we have completed the data gathering, we are currently doing the analysis for lack of a better term, the state of play, the next 20. So we've expanded the state of play research from the 22 jurisdictions that I presented today to an additional 20 jurisdictions. And that was done as part of IFAC's recognition of what the IESBA has said, that their standards are intended to be global, not just standards for the Northern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere. So we're going to have 20 more jurisdictions that we look at that will include 3 from the Latin America region, 7 additional from broader European region, 6 from Middle East and Africa, and additional 4 jurisdictions across Southeast Asia Pacific. And part of that analysis, entire state of play metrics set, plus this 3000 analysis will be included. So I hope to have results of that in May that I feel confident about, and that we could start talking to stakeholders about with the publication of an official report sometime in May, June, or early July.
Thank you very much, David. Looking forward to having that additional information. I don't know if anyone else wants to make any comment. I'd like to raise your attention to the issues that IFAC is putting forward for consideration, which are actually the issues that we will have to reflect upon. I'm not sure that I'm sure that we are not going to respond to these questions here, but it's really these are really matters for consideration and reflection. And before I give the floor to Ken, let me mention, picking up on what has been said by Mark and also by David about the need to some interaction with the regulators about this being something that we can't deal with alone, that we are not going to get where we think it's necessary to get without the action from regulators. This information that we are being provided here for reflection and to inform our own work as standard setters is, I think, critical also for regulators. They need to have the information to help them build their own policy-making approach to the topic and make their options and decisions on what is necessary and on the basis of which frameworks and standards can they help driving this movement into the right direction. But we should not just passively wait for regulators to take action. This is really also a matter for us as standard setters and for IFAC to provide them with the necessary information and even considerations, not only the raw information, but some thought leadership, but some considerations on our side to help regulators understand better where we all together have to go. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I just had a couple of questions, I suppose, and maybe one observation. And I just wondered if, Diana, you could flip to slide 12. The information you've presented, David, I would say certainly is very informative, but at the same time, the slides as we see them are almost kind of inviting us to dig deep into the data. And as I look at slide 12, for example, and as you lay out the summary, one item that I think, at least from my perspective, I'd find very helpful to better understand is where assurance providers, whether they are from the accounting profession or outside the accounting profession, are using ISA 3000 as the assurance standard. To what extent are the providers referring to the IESBA code in their assurance report? So it's not entirely clear when the standard, the assurance standard that's being used is ISA 3000, that at the same time the IESBA code is also being referred to as essentially the ethics and independence standards that have been applied or complied with, as I say, both for the audit firms and for the OSP. So in understanding that, or maybe peeling the sort of layer off and going one level deeper would be useful. The data, I think, also paints a picture that I think we all appreciate, that this is a very much an evolving landscape, that you know, it's a trend. It's a trend where the level of the spread of assurance is increasing as we go forward, and as we look to other standard setters in this area, not just IWSP but also ISO, GRI, and so forth, as they also look to responding to the market developments and making other standards available, that we can very well expect that their standards also will expand and potentially broaden in terms of scope. And now you mentioned one of your data points was about the scope of the engagements, whether they're broad scope engagements or whether narrow scope engagements. And as we're engaging with ISO, for example, we understand that they are looking to broaden their standards to have wider coverage, let's say, of subject matter and subject matter information. So we can expect, again, that landscape to evolve and the standards to be quite critical in that area. And finally, maybe my encouragement, really, it's rather than an observation, is to your question. Would it be better for the information that you've compiled be shared at a jurisdictional level relative to engagement with the regulatory community? And I would really encourage IFAC to make that information more widely available at the international level, because for one thing, what I know is that IESCO has turned to the most recent state of play research that IFAC has published in really developing its own thinking and its own policy making, and certainly its discussions at an international level. And if that information, your most updated research, can be made available as well, I'm very sure it's going to be very, very well used in their context. So just a few points and a few thoughts for thought that I'd leave you with. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you, Ken. I don't know if, Dave, on your side, any reaction or response?
No, thank you, Dave. To be clear, as long as slide 12 is up there, because it's, I think, the most interesting for the people around the table. You know, these statistics are just ISAE 3000 engagements in 2021. So on the left-hand side of the graph, it's just the 149 assurance reports that we reviewed that were from other service providers who were using 3000 for their engagement. So that 16% reference to IESBA is directly linked to the use of 3000 as the standard for the assurance engagement. You know, I think that to one of your points about how widely available this information becomes, I think that having this opportunity to present to IESBA, and in 2 weeks' time, I think on a Tuesday, I will be presenting in New York to the IEESB. I think from IFAC's perspective, it was important to have the two standard setting boards to have an opportunity to have this information presented to them. And then that, you know, given your perspectives and observations, you know, that was a first step. We've presented it to our CEs, as I said. Then I think we can, you know, be a bit more assertive in terms of making it more widely available and do it in a shorter and as highly a professional way as we possibly can. With respect to your point about IOSCO, I think that, you know, we understand the importance of IOSCO in this, and we are having as open a dialogue and as frequent a dialogue as we can with IOSCO on the assurance of sustainability information topic. So I, you know, again, encourage you to reach out to us, reach out to Kevin. We need to figure out, you know, how best to make this kind of information available to IOSCO.
Thank you, David. We certainly will take that advice on board in our outreach to IOSCO and other regulators as well. Luigi, I think that...
And thank you for the very comprehensive and interesting presentation. I will not repeat the comments of others that I agree with completely. I have 2 points. I wonder whether in your presentation it would be possible to include some future trends that are pretty certain at the moment. The voluntary assurance and disclosure would probably be reduced in future, while mandatory disclosure and assurance will increase. If we consider Europe, for example, a CSRD directive have already been approved, and now it is a matter for local jurisdiction to implement it. And another trend would be the convergence between firms and other service providers, because this is written into, well, in the example of the Europe in the CSRD, but these would probably increase in future. Of course, we don't know where convergence would go, frankly, but this is something that we can probably start considering, because this could also provide us direction in our work. And a second consideration is considering the status of the assurance now, where there are at least few standards that are applied, IESBA, ISO, and a few others. I wonder whether it is the time to, well, if not yet done, if it is the time to start engaging these organizations and to try to have discussion on the future trends and how to coordinate the related efforts.
Thank you, Luigi. David, I don't know if you want to respond or if I can move to the next question.
Luigi, I hope that you enjoyed all the detail on who the assurance providers were, the other service providers, because you asked me in November who these people were. Access to a couple of slides that provide even more information about some of the other service providers than was included in this slide deck. I think that from an IFAC perspective, what's going on in Europe right now and the jurisdiction by jurisdiction decisions about how to implement the mandatory assurance under the CSRD is extremely important, as is the adoption of 5,000, as is the board as well. All of that has to come together in a way because the rest of the world, I think, will look to what Europe is doing as a very important example as mandatory assurance, as that switch happens around the world, with Europe really leading the way on this. And then, I think with respect to the engagement with ISO and accountability with those standard setting bodies, I think the boards are already engaged in that. Kevin has some very firm views on how he hopes all of this works out. And I, would just say that our advocacy going forward for 5,000 and whatever IESBA comes out with is really a way of saying that we, that is the consistency that we think needs to happen with respect to standards for assurance and ethics going forward. And somehow these other standards need to be a part of that ecosystem, not be a competition in that ecosystem.
Thank you, David. Rania, please.
Yes, thank you, David, for really a great presentation and great research effort. So I have lots of questions, actually, but I will limit myself just to a few points. So I may have missed this at the beginning of your presentation, but I noted that the sample comprised basically the larger companies. So may we assume that they were all publicly listed? And all this, the assurance reports were submitted to the stock market authorities. My question really is about whether or not your research provides insights as to the choice of assurance provider. Does the primary beneficiary of the information impact the choice of assurance provider? So that's number one. And my second question is, may we assume that all the reports or opinions were clean opinions? Were there any that were, did not actually substantiate the sustainability information provided? Thank you.
So thank you for those two questions. Quickly in reverse order, we are not capturing whether they're clean, qualified, or of any other sort of information in them. In some of the conversations we've had, I think it's interesting to note whether or not the market should be conditioned for mandatory sustainability assurance reports that might not be clean, and be, given the evolutionary nature of reporting and assurance in this space, it's not where we are with the respect to financial reporting, and maybe the market should be conditioned to expect opinions or assurance reports that are less than perfect. To answer your first question, so in the broader state of play, I'm very confident saying this. I'm a little cautious about applying it to this 3,000 research, but everything that we've done, our sample set is, as you rightly picked up, on listed companies, the largest by market cap listed companies in the 21 jurisdictions. So the top 100 companies in 6 jurisdictions, I can't tell you which 6 those were off the top of my head right now, I only get 4 of them right, and 50 from everywhere else. So in the broader state of play, we really feel that there is a bias in our data, that the information we present is as good as it gets. And that as you migrate below the top 100 or the top 50, companies by market cap, the numbers are likely to go down. Can't tell you how much, but we feel pretty comfortable that it will go down, as you get away from the largest companies. In a voluntary world, market pressure or market incentives seem to be driving a 95% reporting rate, which is different than the 64% assurance rate. With respect to what's driving the decision, I think that is a very jurisdiction specific question, and it's really important to have that conversation locally. I'll give you one example. So in the United States, when we did this research for the first time on 2019, we partner in this with AICPA-CIMA, and the Center for Audit Quality, which is also affiliated with AICPA-CIMA, was conducting similar research, almost exactly the same study. It's on their website. I encourage everyone to go look at it. Looking at a slightly different year than we were looking at. They were on 2020, we were on 2019, but they were looking just at the top 100 firms, the S&P 100 firms. And we were comparing notes with them, and I think, roughly speaking, came to the conclusion that 25% of US companies got assurance. And the Center for Audit Quality said to us, there's something wrong with your data and your methodology. What we figured out was wrong was that CDP, the database that companies submit their information to in order to get some sort of ESG score or valuation, was not included in IFAC's methodology, and it was included in the CAQ methodology. When we went to the CDP database, we searched for sustainability information and whether there was evidence of any kind of verification on their database. And the answer was yes. And when we took that into account, the number went from 25% of US companies having assurance to more like 75% of companies having assurance. So there was clearly a commercial, in my view, there was clearly a commercial motivation for US companies to get verification on their greenhouse gas numbers from other service providers and provide that to CDP, which advantaged the credit that they got from CDP in providing that greenhouse gas information. We didn't find that verification statement in any other public domain. So in the 2019 data, it was not available to investors or other people in the public domain. It was only on the CDP website. Now, I have to say that has migrated, that has changed, and we are seeing more of this information that's made available to CDP by US companies, also on company websites. So that's a change. But I think when you look at the listing requirements in Hong Kong SAR, as another example, you need to sort of understand jurisdiction by jurisdiction what the commercial motivation is and objective of companies are. I think that's driving sustainability assurance practice on a country-by-country basis.
Thank you very much, David, for this very substantial additional information and considerations. And we have one question from Jeff, and I think this is the, sorry? Oh, Rich, sorry, I didn't see you. Rich, please.
Well, thank you, Gabrielle. And David, thank you so much for this excellent research and excellent presentation. I appreciate the expansion you described for next year, adding more countries. This isn't maybe so much a question, but more of an observation reflecting on the thoughtful comments about more outreach, and maybe even at the jurisdictional level as well as at IOSCO level. As I look at slide 12, I wonder if it might be helpful in that outreach to be prepared to understand what these other frameworks, to the extent they were identified or listed, provide for. And secondly, perhaps a little bit about the process of how those standards or frameworks get developed. And because I think that might be informative as to, comparing that with the robustness of the due process that the board and the IAASB follow, and allow those groups to think about that relative to what's in the best public interest. So that's just an observation, no need to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. And finally, Jeff.
Thank you. Thanks, David. That's certainly a very helpful report and presentation. As we understand that the report, of course, is focused on compliance with ISAE 3000 and assurance reporting. But just want to see, particularly you have a slide, I think slide 21, there's some high-level information on reporting. So we just want to see if the research that you've done so far, whether there's any more sort of insight into the reporting side of things by organizations and companies. As you would appreciate that we're also looking at ethics standards for reporting. And I guess a follow-on question is whether going forward, whether you might expand the scope of your research into more reporting. For instance, from our perspective, who are doing these reports by organizations, in-house or by external experts, including, for instance, who signs off these reports. Thanks, David.
No, thanks, Jeff. So I don't know that if we can capture who's providing the metric, for example, right? Is that an in-house metric or is that an external body that's providing an in-house an external body that's providing that metric for the use of the company that's reporting it? In the preliminary conversations about the next state of play, on Friday, I was having a conversation about whether we need to get more granular in terms of what social, what governance, or what other environmental factors of information is being reported, because we've kind of maxed out. This graphic is showing that everybody's reporting at least something in each of these categories. So I don't know that that exactly gets to sort of the ethical question that you're asking about, what information is being provided by whom and for what purpose. My GRI slide was a little bit trying to poke at, the motivation perhaps of companies in the information they provide by whether or not they get assurance. So I'm a little hesitant, and I wouldn't want to get in front of our IESB colleagues to say that assurance is the sterilization against greenwashing. But I do think that what companies do choose to pay money for to get assured is important information. And in the state of play, there are more numbers than just that GRI number. But it's GRI standards and it's greenhouse gas protocol standards, and then it's existing European requirements in certain countries like France that are what's getting assured. So I think as we move from voluntary to mandatory reporting, I think that's going to have a big impact on what is or isn't assured, even if there isn't mandatory assurance, if that makes any sense. I was at an International Bar Association presentation 2 weeks ago, and it really struck me that inside of companies, legal counsel and external legal counsel advising companies are now very focused on sustainability disclosure as it's making that switch from voluntary to mandatory. I'm not going to be naive and suggest that legal counsels aren't involved in the voluntary disclosures companies are making. But I think that there is a change afoot in all jurisdictions that move from voluntary to mandatory reporting. And I think that's going to, as much as anything else, with the legal profession's help, address some of the concerns about what information is calculated and reported, what companies for what reason.
Thank you very much, David, for this terrific presentation and information. I think that it will be very interesting to see how things will change as assurance, sustainability assurance will become mandatory. And I suspect that a few things will change very significantly. But for the time being, our role as standard setters is making sure that we keep on working to provide what is necessary. To respond to your first question on the last slide, which was what can we do to make sure that we elevate the quality of ESG assurance. This is the first step. The second step, knowing that a considerable part of the sustainability assurance market is already taken by the other service providers, is make sure that these standards can be used by everybody. And so specifically with respect to the IESBA, where we saw that slide showing that it's not that much being referred to, that we elevate or enhance the use of the IESBA standards, being them standards which are, as I mentioned this morning, developed according to a due process, an independent process, subject to oversight, monitoring by the monitoring group, non-profit and focused on the public interest. So I think this is an impressive number of characteristics that speak by themselves and should lead everybody to take a look on them and the importance of having these standards applied. Of course, this takes a lot of coordinating initiatives. What has been mentioned here today about need to keep on working with regulators in an appropriate way is fundamental. But again, it is my conviction that we should not just wait for the call and for being given the direction, but also help them or contribute, give input to regulators so that we have a common approach to what the direction should be. We are running out of time. It's late, but I think we could keep on discussing this impressive and very important presentation for the rest of the morning. Unfortunately, or fortunately also, we have other topics that we have to cover. So I'd again thank David for this work, and thank anticipatedly for the work that is being promised to be done. We will need it. We'll need this material, this food for thought, this very robust basis for our work. Thank you very much, and thank you to the board members who provided comments and inputs. And we will break now. We are almost 20 minutes late. I would say that we should reconvene by 11:30, please, sharp. Thank you, Dave. Sleep well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome back to the IESBA board meeting. Before we go back to our agenda, Ken Seong would like to make a small administrative announcement. Ken?
Thank you, Gabriela. And David Clark is not here, but I wanted to acknowledge David's very kind thought as he left all of us a box of wonderful assorted dates. So that's compliments of David Clark. Thank you.
So thank you very much, David Clark. He's not here, but it will be recorded, so he can listen to our gratefulness expression. David.
Oh.
Thank you for the wonderful gift of dates, David.
Thank you very much. We need them because our brains need sugar for these very intense days. Thank you very much. So we are a bit late, so without any further comments, we would now move to the strategy and work plan. I'm sorry and I apologize for moving very fast earlier this morning, but I didn't notice that David Madden was already with us, so I was jumping to the next topic. The considerations that I've made this morning, of course, apply with respect to the strategy and work plan, so I will not add anything else and will immediately give the floor to Jeff Kwan, thanking him and the staff more generally for the wonderful work done in this for this document. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just want to make sure this works. Nope. Might take us a couple of seconds whilst you enjoy your dates. Sorry, it is on. Green means on, I would imagine. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Astrid. So this morning, just before lunch this session, we will walk through the second read of the draft consultation paper to our strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027 with you. I'll first give you a very brief report back of the CAG session we had on the consultation paper last week. And then we will walk through some of the changes we made since our last meeting in November and December. The board has provided some very helpful input when we met last on this topic. And so the planning committee considered all of those comments, and we've made some suggested revisions. So we're mainly focusing on the refinements. So we'll first look at the strategy, the proposed strategy, and then the work plan, and we'll see also towards the end if the board has any comments to the proposed questions. And then, of course, later this week, we'll look to get the board to approve the consultation paper for release and exposure. And I will guide the presentation, but of course, I will give opportunity for Ken and Gabriella to jump in as they deem necessary. So first, just want to give you a brief update of the feedback we received from the CAC representatives last week. When the CAC met last time, it was in September last year, so they got a chance to hear the full analysis of the strategy, of the responses to the strategy survey. And so last week was the first opportunity to really review the consultation paper. Generally, we've received quite general, good support for the proposed strategy and work plan set out in the draft consultation paper. A lot of the, I think, comments are really refinement comments relating to the proposed strategy. There were, a couple of questions again about the enforcement side of things and monitoring in terms of compliance as we look to expanding, the applicability of the strategy standards to those who are not from the accountancy profession and how we get the buy-ins. And of course, those are not really going to be addressed in the SWP. It will be continually being looked at and addressed under the sustainability project. As I mentioned in the proposed strategy, most of the comments really relates to the proposed vision, and I'll walk you through with some of those. But just to let you know, the planning committee hasn't had a chance to review those comments yet, and we will look at them in addition to the comments that we received in this session at lunchtime. So we will look at how we'll respond to those a bit later, but I'll walk you through with some of the key comments anyway. And there were some comments about making sure we highlight in the strategy and work plan the impact of technology. In terms of the proposed work plan, you would note that there are tables A, B, and C. There were generally support for the post-implementation reviews that are one that is starting towards the latter part of this year, and the other ones that has been factored in for the next strategy and work plan as pre-commitment. There's, of course, strong support for our sustainability project. There were some comments about the need and acknowledge the importance of coordination, a close coordination with IESBA. And there was one comment about whether our proposed new work streams might be a bit too embarrassed. No, that's not the word. Ambitious. And that's something that we will, of course, go out to our stakeholders for feedback, so that we'll be looking at whether there's not enough or too many, or whether there's any other work streams that we might need to consider. There was also a comment about whether we would be looking at updating a benchmarking report. Of course, the report was released last year, comparing the independence framework between our standards and the US SEC independence rules framework. And Ken has responded and essentially, confirmed that we will continue to update that as we make changes to our standards along the way. But before I move any further, I just want to ask if Galen has any additional feedback.
No, Jeff, I think you pretty much covered it. Again, this was a very active session, and I think even though these are very constructive comments, that overall there was a lot of CAG support.
Okay, thank you, Galen. So the first part of our discussion, we're going to walk through the different components of the proposed strategy 2024-2027. In our agenda papers, you would have received the actual draft consultation paper, but also the PC's responses to the feedback that we've received from you back in November, December last year. And Gabriella will include her forward in the final version, but that's not included in the draft that you have. So the first part, we want to walk through with you the strategic vision for IESBA. You would recall that at the last meeting, we have received some feedback on essentially refinements. There is whether linchpin is clear enough, and including a few more words, key terms like sustainability and leadership and public. We've also received a sort of a draft revisions of the vision from Mark that was very helpful. So the PC had looked at all of those, and essentially they need to, there's a sense they need to strike the balance about referencing all our key outcomes and key concepts with making sure the vision stays succinct and concise and high level. So we felt, the PC felt that, we should still keep to this particular vision, but makes a number of refinements. The first one is to replace linchpin with cornerstone. We agree that perhaps that is an easier word for those who, are not from the English-speaking jurisdictions to understand and translate. We have also added ethical behaviors alongside public trust. The PC felt that the role of the code is important in ensuring and establishing a high level of ethical behaviors from users, particularly those from the accountancy profession, and having a high level ethical behavior is important in terms of the proper functioning and sustainability of financial markets and economies worldwide. And the last refinement that the PC is suggesting is to add the word sustainability, recognizing that is a big part of what we are doing going forward. In terms of the CAC inputs, I'll just give some high-level comments, noting again the PC hadn't really has a chance to discuss these. In terms of from the CAG, there was one comment about whether we need to highlight the board's mission in serving the public interest in this vision statement. Another comment, more a refinement comment, is whether including independence should be changed to an independent standards, just to make it a bit clearer that sometimes in terms of assurance we might be looking at more focusing on independence in some circumstances. And also, there's one suggestion after public trust, also add confidence. But there are a few other comments that, CAG comments that the PC will look at this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to pause here and want to see if any IESBA members have comment to the revised vision. Gabriella, pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We will now take comments from the board members. Christelle.
Thank you. I thought it was a very much improved version of the vision. Trying to read it with new eyes, I was wondering if at the end of the vision expression, we should stop with financial markets and economies worldwide, or if we should expand that everything we do is also towards the sustainability for society at large. And I make a reference to what you said this morning also, Gabriella, so that of course sustainability information is
focused on some priorities which are led by environmental information that we want to compare between the actors, and the markets, etc. But there are more and more other type of information and other type of stakeholders that will rely on the information produced and assured. And I wonder if we could finish saying, for example, and sustainability of financial markets, economies worldwide, and society at large, or something like that.
Thank you, Christelle. So your suggestion is mostly about including the society together with yeah. Let's see if we have other comments, and then Jeff and we can provide some reactions. Andy, please.
Thank you. So I've been trying to come up with a proposed suggestion, but I don't have one, so I apologize. But sustainability as being used in this sentence is the sustainability of the day that we're talking about, as opposed to the continuation because sustainability is a term that's often used to describe whether or not a particular economy can generate enough financial capital to keep going, to sustain itself, as opposed to, which I think is different than the sustainability that we've been talking about with regard to the environmental. And I was struggling if that was what was being considered here. But since I'm just a person, if no one else has that difficulty, then I'm willing to shut myself down. But I tried to come up with another way, and other than adding 3 more sentences, I couldn't.
Thank you, Andy. Mark.
Thank you. I was having a similar sort of mull over to Andy, and I wondered whether the way of doing it, Jeff, would be in your piece of the vision that says public trust in the production, reporting and assurance of financial and non-financial information, including sustainability information, that is fundamental to the proper functioning of financial markets and economies worldwide and responds to stakeholder needs in the public interest.
Thank you, Mark. I know that we have also Vania, but if I may, at this stage, I think, well, some of comments were provided also at the CAG meeting around this. So what is being suggested here is what we came up with after many discussions on the words, the significance of the words, and etc. This aims at including sustainability in a much wider possible sense, not only as being a subject of attention for the IESBA, like Mark is suggesting, and Andy question, but also as being our contribution, our input for the financial markets and economies to be sustainable, and sustainable in the sense of long-term, resilient, etc. And in the wide sense of covering not only environmental issues, but also social issues. And Christelle, this is for you, because we try to, as much as possible, put everything together without going into many details in the definition of our vision, because otherwise our readers can get lost in the weeds of the many words and many concepts. So, of course, this is for discussion, but just wanted to explain a little bit that these considerations and comments and doubts were addressed also upon the very good contributions of the CAG. And what we felt is that, of course, we felt that it was needed to have the sustainability included, but in the wider sense possible. So I don't know if it's achieved, and it's open for comments. Jeff, sorry, but I just wanted to clarify a little bit. Back to you. Sorry, Vania.
Yes, thank you. It's a good comment, Andy, and I think that the problem is that we've been using the term sustainability as equivalent to environmental, social, and governance. But actually, the foundation of the term sustainability is exactly the possibility of going on. And the concept behind that is that if we do not solve what is needed, because we already have standards and ways to grant or pursue financial performance, but we are lacking in environmental, social, and governance. So that this job is what is needed for us to reach sustainability. And people wrongly think that we are just dealing with environmental, social, and governance. The real sustainability is when we have the four factors there: the financial, the environmental, the social, and the governance. So it is not lacking. I think it is right time that we try to educate others about that. That's my opinion, at least. But my suggestion here is, I don't like ethical behaviors in the plural, Jeff. I would use it in the singular, ethical behavior. That would be my suggestion, okay?
Thank you very much, Vanya. Ken.
Yes, absolutely, Vanya. Behaviors is a typo. It is meant to be singular. So, Jeff, the markup actually, the S was struck out. So maybe that wasn't quite visible. But I would say thank you all for your editorial suggestions and your additional thoughts. We will take all of that on board. I'm not going to suggest that we try to redraft this now on the fly with 38 people around the table. We will make a nice spaghetti meal out of it. But what I was going to suggest is I will suggest to the planning committee when it reconvenes to consider all the suggestions we have received, both from the CAG and the board, to apply some of the qualitative characteristics already in the public interest framework to this vision statement. And as I think about the public interest framework, a number of those characteristics resonate with me. So first of all, is the vision statement comprehensive? That's one characteristic. Is it scalable? Is it concise? Is it clear? And is it understandable? So all of these characteristics, I think, would be good benchmarks, let's say, for us to test out the vision statement to make sure that actually it is something that will be understandable, it's comprehensive, it's impactful, etc. So thank you all for your input.
Thank you, Ken. James, please.
I think Vanya was in the right direction. She took out a letter. So that's the positive. So I'd keep it very brief and simple. It's not a technical articulation, and I think it has to resonate and be read and understood by the reader. Otherwise, we're going to miss the opportunity here. So if we can continue to keep it simple, this should resonate and be able to be re-expressed quickly, and again, non-technical. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Jeff.
Okay, thank you everyone for your input. So the PC will consider all of those at the lunchtime session. So we don't have any comments. We're going to move to the strategic drivers and the strategic themes and actions. The board was quite supportive of the strategic drivers and the themes and actions in the first read of the draft consultation paper. So we made a number of minor refinements. First, we have this table in the consultation paper, really just trying to connect the themes with the strategic drivers a little bit more based on a comment that we received at the last board meeting. We have also included reference to the effective enforcement regimes and also reference to greenwashing in the paper as well. And that's in the strategic drivers. And in the strategic themes, we've also made a number of minor refinements, including where it's highlighting the complementary nature of the IESBA standards with other reporting and assurance standards. So it's not just limited to necessarily IESBA standards, while it's a very important standard that we work alongside, but I think the board has commented that we should make a bit more clarity that our standards should be, in terms of how we work with other standards, should be standards neutral. So we've included that as well. So there's really not a lot of changes we've made to the strategic drivers, the strategic themes or actions based on the support that we had received from the board at the last meeting. So with that, I just want to see if any board members have comments about this part of the strategic the proposed strategy. Gabriella, back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Comments from the board? Sunam, please.
Yes, thank you. I have two comments here. On the second box, relating to strategic driver and strengthening the code, there are 4 bullets of them. I believe the second one is a little bit different from the others. So my suggestion is we move the trust crisis issue to the bottom, and the next 3, the remaining 3 put together, because the 3 have the similar themes or topics. That's my comment. And the next one is, in terms of the expanding role of PAIBs, we have singled out PAIB's expanding roles as one of the strategic drivers. On the other hand, the relevant paragraphs 31 to 33, just describing the strategic themes, appear to put PAPP's work rather than PAIB's work. So my suggestion is we need to put more focus on PAIB's role in paragraphs 31 to 33. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. Sanjeev, please.
Thank you. Just one small comment. The trust crisis, I think, looks, it should be trust deficit or trust crisis. I mean, right now we are going through a crisis as to what is happening, but in the West, in the financial markets. But I think crisis is a much stronger word. Deficit, I think, would probably be a better word if you can consider that.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Felicia.
Your mic is not on.
Is it on? Okay. I also have the same comment as Sanjeev. I think crisis is a bit of a too strong word. I don't think we have reached a level of crisis. I was thinking we could use something like trust erosion, because there's an erosion of trust, but not a crisis. So maybe if you could look at that and improve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Sunam, do you want to add anything? Okay, no problem. So I don't see anyone else. We have here some suggestions. Jeff, do you want to respond to these suggestions?
Yep. Well, I guess the PC will look at that in a little bit later, including, I just want to be clear, Sunam, your first comment is in terms of strengthening the code. Can you just repeat what you were thinking of changing? I missed some of it.
The trust crisis issue is a little bit different from the remaining 3 topics. So move the second bullet to the end, and the remaining 3 putting together.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Sunam. I don't have any additional comments, but Ken, did you want to say something?
Well, we can certainly consider that your suggestions, Sungnam, because off the cuff, as I'm looking at the how the strategic drive of the trust crisis connects into the theme of strengthening the code, I can see that connection. Whereas if we move it to the last theme, which is widening the influence of the standards, you know, it loses a bit of that connectivity. So we'll take that on board and we'll think about it. Yeah.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you for your feedback on the proposed strategy. So we're going to move to the next part here, which is the work plan. As you would know that the proposed work plan is divided, has three sections, key sections. First one is, there's three key tables. Table A consists of all the ongoing projects and work streams that would have started when we enter into the next strategy period, and then Table B are the pre-committed work streams, and Table C are the proposed new work streams. With this table, I don't think there'll be a lot of issues in terms of the projects that we are starting. I'll have a couple of quick comments there. We have removed the targeted completion column that was based on the board's input at the last meeting that, we don't really want to lock ourselves in. There's a lot of moving parts still. And as you would recall, of course, the board was very supportive of having a review of our work stream status towards the end of 2024. So we felt that that might be a little bit better not to kind of lock ourselves in as we've worked, as we have gone through this process, have expressed at every opportunity the need for us to be agile. Just another comment in terms of the CIVs, pension funds, and the post-implementation review for NOCLA. As you would appreciate, the sustainability projects and the use of expert projects, they will be going out on we're looking at approving the exposure drafts at December this year, which means that the EDs will go out maybe the first, maybe January next year. Which means that in a March meeting, we need to continue to move some of these work streams along that we have committed in doing. So with new staff coming in as well at a mid-year point, we felt that we will at least start some of these staff research probably at Q3 or second half of the year on CIVs and post-implementation review of NOCLA, and then we're looking at perhaps presenting some research and information and perhaps proposals to the board later part of this year or certainly Q1 next year. So with that in mind, maybe I'll just go through Table B as well before we move to. Table B is the post-implementation reviews of the four different projects. And there were again some concerns at the last board meeting whether we should, in terms of the indicative timeline, because we still have a lot of, there's a lot of things going on, so maybe there's not a need to do that, and again give perhaps a wrong impression of the resource that we might have or not have. And we have, the PC would notice that in the draft consultation paper has included a table that briefly outlined its rationale in assessing the anticipated demand on resource. So that's based on the board's feedback at the last meeting, and the PC felt that it would be appropriate to give some sort of high-level understanding of how we derive to this demand on resources. And as I've mentioned, the board has agreed to conduct a review of the status of its work streams in Q4 2024. So these, so the first two tables really, in terms of the topics, we're not expecting we're going to change any of that. So I'll just quickly go through Table C as well, and then we will invite you for feedback. Table C, of course, the proposed new work streams. The first four were in the first read of the draft consultation paper, so role of CFOs, business relationships and definitions and descriptions of terms and audit firm-client relationship. For this second read, we have added the custody of data and communication with those charged with governance based on the discussion we had last year on the TWG's phase 2 report, their recommendations, and also the work of the technology task force revisions. And the board was supportive of adding these two as potential new work streams into Table C. We have also removed the other possible work streams, which was in the first read. We had documentation and a couple of other topics in there. And the comments from the board was that, you know, there seemed to be already quite a lot of topics in Table C already. And so perhaps it'll be okay to leave them out. But of course, we will continue to remain agile. And if anything that urgent that requires the board's attention, we will look at those. I think with that, I will pass it to you, Gabriella, to see if we have any feedback from the board on any of those tables.
Thank you very much, Jeff. What you have seen here in these three tables is basically, some of them do not bring news, namely the ones on the ongoing projects. What I would like to highlight here, because sometimes it's, I think it's clear in this board, but since we have external observers, I'd like to highlight that we have made a commitment to have the sustainability standards ready by the end of 2024. And I'd like to reiterate that commitment and that we are going to stick to that deadline. So no doubts, unless something very strange happens along the way, that whatever it takes, by the end of 2024, our standards should be ready. And we will stick to the commitment of providing these standards so that they can match or complete the infrastructure together with IESB and ISSB standards. This is something that, and I would invite our board members to pass this message as clear as possible wherever you are and wherever you go. With respect to this last table, as Jeff said, we took on some of the comments of the last board meeting on board and streamlined a little bit the number of projects and our ambition for the future. But comments welcome at this stage. Mark Babington.
Thank you, Jeff. I really welcome the ambition that this shows, you know, and as Gabriella's already commented, some of the things that we are strongly committed to have significant resource implications and require a lot to get over. I'm very supportive of the post-implementation reviews, although I do recognise that those are a significant commitment as well on resources, and they do stretch across the full period of the of what we're proposing. I look again at Table C for proposed new work streams. I think one of the things we have an obligation to consider is the level of work we create for users of the code through the volume of changes we potentially put through. And after a time of, let's say, high change and high tempo, is it time to sort of scale that back a little bit? And I'm not saying that I don't see the merits in any of the proposals in Table C, but I actually think a better proposal for this document would be to say the board will continue to monitor developments that may require further changes or further projects to enhance the code, rather than committing to specifics, because I think people could look at that and they could get sort of, you could set hairs running where people say, actually, you're going to propose a bigger series of changes and that's even more to deal with. So very happy with A and B. I wonder whether Table C could be replaced by a more general statement saying we will continue to monitor what is, let's face it, a fast developing environment, and we will propose, further changes to the code as and when those may arise. But I think that's better than committing to a series and quite a long list of projects that would be difficult to deliver in between all of the other things we're already committed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We will probably get back to your comment, but my immediate reaction is that I fully understand your concerns, and of course I couldn't be more aware of the need of resources and how much it takes, not only on our side, but also on the side of those who will have to implement. But we also have to be responsive to what we have been getting, the inputs and the requests that we have been subject to, and namely in the consultation and the initial survey that we made. So I think that's something in between. I would not say that we should remove this, but well, let's see how discussion goes. But we can mitigate the level of commitment or something like that. Sadia.
Coincidentally, my comment is very similar to Mark, and I think it's on that wording, anticipated demands of resources. We've measured the resources to the board, but I think that equally stakeholders need to measure the resources that this takes on their part. I was just counting the number of implementation issues that national standard setters will be thinking about at the current point, things like PI, engagement team, tax, as well as how this is getting implemented by practitioners and professional accountants. So I think that appreciation that this demands on the resources is not just on the board, but actually our stakeholders would be appreciated. And then when I went through it and I wondered whether it would have a similar medium impact on resources at a national standard setter, I think it's the same. So an exposure draft or a big issue would have a high demand on resources, while a post-implementation review might have a medium. I like the fact that we have a section called flexibility and agility. It's a 2 paragraphs in the strategy, but I think that we can expand on that to say that while we might say things might come on, we might really have to reprioritize and things might have to be pushed out. And then acknowledgement that we're not going to keep on adding will be appreciated by our stakeholders.
Thank you, Sadia. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I have basically 2 comments. One, it is in line with what was commented so far. So we need to consider the impact of all these commitments on jurisdictions that need to implement all such rules, and also professional accountants that need to change continuously year by year their internal rules. So I basically I'm pretty worried about the volume of these changes in future, considering that the sustainability experts and so on will have a very significant impact on everyone, considering the changes of the rules and the changes of what we are proposing so far. So probably it is a matter of finding the right balance on I would not say that we should stop our project, but probably there is a right balance and a level of priority which are top for sustainability matters, and all the other should be assessed on, let's say, time after time in order to make sure that we are not pushing too much and let's say the effort we are doing are well received from by any stakeholders, basically, and there are no future pushback on areas, jurisdiction, and so on, because the rate of change is too high. The second matter, in my view, is whether it is time to focus on, about the first point, the role of CFO and senior professional accountant in business, whether it is time to focus on those that are preparer or will be preparer and are not professional accountant, which would be a very big issue in my view, especially in future, because we are assuming that everyone involved in this process is a professional accountant, which the reality is not. Or let's say there is an increased rate of those that are not professional accountants involved in these processes, and maybe this is something we need to start considering.
Thank you very much, Luigi, and thank you for raising that topic, because this is really an important topic, and the start of a discussion that we will have to keep alive on the next few times, irrespective of having a specific project or not. This is really important, and at this point, I'd like to raise your attention to what happened this morning with the adoption of the Code of Ethics by the Abu Dhabi authority. Well, it has a lot of implications. I have not digested them all, and that's why I did not yet stop to speak about it. Namely, in terms of the how much it raises the number of entities and users of the code, which will be, I suspect, impressive. But with respect to your comment, Luigi, the fact that the Abu Dhabi authority decided not only to adopt the code, but to make it applicable to all those charged of governance, is very closely connected to your concern, which is a concern that I fully share, of thinking how people who are involved in the same activity should probably have to abide by the same standards. So this is a forward-looking point and discussion, and thank you for raising it. We still have some comments, but then I would like to provide some comments also on this approach, that we should not stop but calibrate the level of commitment for the future. But I'll listen to Chana, who wants to speak.
Thanks, Gabriela. Just reflecting on Table C and some of the feedback we have got, I wonder whether it's a presentation issue, and another option is not to really have a Table C, but say potential future projects are likely to be, and then bullet point listed, and then that could take away some of the heat in the sense that whether these are really committed projects, because we are talking, I think for 2023 and 2024, we are going to be quite busy. And by the end of 2024, the world could be different. So it gives a bit more flexibility. While I think we dropped documentation, I feel documentation is something that's going to come back before the end of 2027. That's going to be something we need to have some flexibility over. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana. Felicia?
Thank you, Chair. Much as I understand the concerns of Mark and Sadia and my other colleagues, I believe that the strategy work plan should be forward-looking. We have 4 years ahead of us. I think it's removing some of these new work streams would not be a good thing, though I believe that we can shorten it. Instead of having maybe 6, we could choose among the 6 those that we consider that are very key. For instance, the role of CFOs and other senior PIBs, business relationships, and definitions and descriptions of terms. And then the other 3, in my view, could be maybe mentioned as potential work streams in future. But the first 3, I think, could be given priority for this strategy work plan for 2024-2027. By the mere fact that if you look at the role of CFOs and other senior PIBs and what they do to contribute to the public interest and whatever is happening in the world, it's very important that we focus on this. So in my view, we could shorten the list so that people don't see that we are covering too much, but also we cannot remove all of them. So maybe we could see how we can make them 3 out of 6, and then we see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Sunam.
Thank you. Yeah, I have an observation rather than a question. Can you go to slide 11? Yes, our board will approve the final pronouncement of the sustainability-related standards next year, Q4. During the following 3 years, the board will work mostly on the related rollout activities plus PIRs, right? And then from this slide, I think our stakeholders might think that the board work will just appear to be light or slow, in particular, given that we'll have more qualified staff members by the time. So, but that's my observation from this slide.
Thank you, Songnam. Slightly different approach. Vanya, please.
Thank you, Gabriel. I would just like to echo Shana's preoccupations. I agree that we need to prioritize because we have many things on board right now, but I remember Jens specifically mentioned the importance of documentation for the tax planning job, and I understand that sustainability requires something very, very close to that because the essential narrative information will require huge efforts in terms of documentation. I'm not saying that we should include that right now, but keep it in mind that we might be compelled to do so in the very near future.
Thank you, Vanya. Okay. Galen, please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments that are made, and I agree with a great many of them. Mark, Sidious, Luigi, and Shana. Maybe if we go back to Table C, I do agree that there's a presentation issue, and it would be helped by perhaps not calling it what it's called, proposed new work streams, but maybe a different title. But then drilling down in this and looking at it a little bit further, I mean, to some extent, and I'm looking at the third item on definition of terms, definition and description of terms. If you pull that out, I mean, is there a deferred maintenance issue here that if you're not doing something with that, it's just prolonging some problems that we have in the existing definitions? And I know that has been that item has been around for quite a while. So I hate to see that being deferred. And then on the audit firm and the audit client relationship, I think that one has also been on the docket for a long time. So maybe you leave it in this table, the audit relationship issue, but in my opinion, it's probably long overdue, and it goes back to that business model, and maybe it's related to the business relationships. I don't know, but I would be careful about throwing these all in the same bucket. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. So again, different perspective, but I think we can make the best out of these different opinions. But Ken, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, maybe just a quick reaction, Gabriel. I think we have received some good feedback on both sides, I would say. As you mentioned, I think it is going to be a matter of balance, striking the right balance. We have to be careful that we also, I think maybe to Vanya's point, or maybe it was Songnam's point rather, that we don't project an impression that this board is going to take a sabbatical from 2024, a rather long one. And importantly that this board has essentially moved away from its primary remit to set standards, and essentially will be just working on rollout activities for 3 years or more. So it is going to be a matter of balance. We can certainly look at the presentation of Table C, and maybe the first thing I'd do is maybe drop the right-hand column that signals already commitment of resources, and maybe we don't have to be so specific. In terms of the specific topics, so the first one is, to my mind, it could be very strategic, because I could see connection to the very strategic issue that's going to be on workstream 2 on sustainability, and that is the applicability of the code to preparers outside the accounting profession. So that's where I would see the connection coming in, and that could be quite important. I would also remind the board that at least a couple of the projects or topics in Table C come from the work of the technology working group and the recommendations that came out of this very important work, which took the better part of 18 months. Very intense work, and the board had extensive discussions about those recommendations. So I think it would be, well, I'd hate to see those recommendations drop off the radar screen as it was. So let's be careful about this. But I think overall I would say we have a sense from the board that let's not be so definitive in terms of what we present in Table C, and let's find a way to be a little bit more balanced and a bit more nuanced in terms of how we're going to move forward on this topic. So all good food for thought for the planning committee to reflect on and see what we will come back to the board with on Friday.
Right, Ken, thank you for this very good wrap-up. Mark, do you still want to add something?
Just one very quick comment, Gabriella, and really responding to what Ken says. I wonder whether the way of doing that is Table C becomes other areas of interest. So rather than, definitively committing to a project, it's saying these are areas that the board continues to have an interest in, but we will see how we develop that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that it should be something like that, not deleting or dropping these possible projects because they are there for a reason, and the reason is that they came from somewhere. We are responding to specific requests that we addressed and consider to be important. So just dropping them, unless there was any strong feeling about any of them, I would not feel very comfortable. I agree that still continuing focusing on our agile and adaptive approach, that we can take these projects possibly as possibilities, showing that we identify them, that we have them identified for possible future projects, but not committing that in that very strict way to developing them on during this cycle. But we'll see. As Ken said, the planning committee will take these comments on board and discuss them and see if we can come up with something around which this board can agree, considering the different and very rich perspectives. Thank you very much. Jeff, back to you.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for your feedback. We will certainly take those on board a little later today. I think we've got some sort of clear guidance from the board. I'm not sure we need to go through this because I think based on the discussions later, this will probably get all changed. So just want to quickly, I guess, give you an opportunity to see if you have any feedback on the proposed questions. We had at least the proposed draft questions in the first read as well. The board didn't really get a chance to discuss those. With this version, I just want to draw your attention to particularly to questions 5 and 6. These two questions were added to this second read. And these two questions were based on the IESBA's consultation paper. There are two similar questions. So from a coordination perspective, we felt that it's right to ask these two questions as well. So with that, just want to see if the board has any sort of feedback to these questions. Gabriella?
Yes, Mark, please.
I think both questions are helpful, Jeff. I just think in accordance with the discussion that we just had around Table C in question 5, do we say, are there other topics the IESBA should consider as new projects, not necessarily standard setting projects, but reflect the flexibility there?
Thank you. And again, this is for consultation. So even if we include Table C as proposed projects, there may be comments according to which we may change our mind later on. So don't take it as written on the stone. Laurie?
Thank you, Gabriella. Yeah, just a brief comment on point 6. I'm not sure I've thought about exactly how that link between IESBA and the IEESB could be enhanced. But I do note that in the context of the sustainability work we've got going on and all the work streams going on, I just think this is a super, super important point for us to actually think about as a board and figure this out, because we're going to have a lot of very important touch points going forward that'll be important both to the IAASB as well as to IESBA and ultimately to our stakeholders in terms of how we connect.
Very good point, Laurie. Thank you very much for that. And we should not, we should really keep in mind the importance of this coordination at all times. Anyone else? If not, Jeff, back to you.
Okay, thank you again for your feedback. Before I think we give Robert the opportunity to respond, just very quickly, in terms of the next steps, we are of course looking at asking the board to approve the consultation paper on Friday. And then we are looking at issuing the consultation paper in the first week of April, and we will come back with a full review of the responses in September. And at this stage, we are looking at the possibility of having a joint plenary with IESBA to discuss our respective SWP and the points of mutual interest. And both boards are looking at approving the SWP in December 2023, and hoping then to get the PLB's approval in March, April next year. So the next steps, immediate next steps for us is, of course, as I mentioned, the PC will discuss your feedback and also those from the CAG just now coming up at our lunchtime, and we'll come back to you a little later in the week with some more proposed changes based on the comments we've received today, and then hoping to then get your approval at that point.
Thank you, Jeff. And now it's time for me to ask Robert if Robert wants to provide the PIOB comments on this discussion.
Gabriela? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Rob. Sorry, Rob. Yeah.
May I?
But let's listen to Robert,
Sure.
and then if you don't mind, Rania, we can come back to you. Robert.
Thank you, Chair, and hello to everyone. As I've been saying to a number of you, it's a great privilege to be here in person this time after having observed a number of previous board meetings virtually, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and also to Ada for having the board, and congratulations, I think, to both to Ada and to the board for the adoption of the code here. It's a wonderful first step for the Middle East. So just some comments on, if I may, on this discussion. A lot of work's gone into the consultation paper since the last meeting. I think Begonia was the observer in December when it was first discussed, and so it's great to see it at this final point. The strategic drivers and themes emphasise the importance of trust, not only in financial reports, but also, of course, in the emerging area of sustainability reporting and assurance. And this is very much in line with the PIOB's views. I can convey that, and responding in particular to our recommendation to the IESBA to take a leadership role in sustainability reporting topics from an ethical perspective. And the timing of this this consultation paper is very fortuitous, as coming as it does with the global architecture of sustainability reporting ecosystem being put in place, with the IESBA and the code a key part of that architecture. So that was a very useful discussion about the need for clarity about the use of the term sustainability in the vision statement. I certainly picked up the potential ambiguity around that, but Chair, I did think your comment was appropriate, that you're endeavouring to use the word in its broadest sense. And so that's picking up, I guess, double materiality, in the sense that it's not only the sustainability of the entity we're talking about, but it's also the sustainability of its impacts. And if the wording and the place of the wording within the statement, keeping it simple, as James said, can reflect both of those elements, then I think that will be a very important signal of the IESBA's intentions in this respect. just on the Table C discussion, yes, very important to acknowledge that discussion. It's very important to be careful in this area about, particularly when seeking consultation comments in relation to potential projects. There's a set of priority topics which the paper is very clear about, and some of those the IESBA has already committed to start work on, including the sustainability reporting and the use of experts and the CIVs and pension funds even before the start of the strategy period. Again, this is responsive to POB and regulator recommendations, so that's very positive. And the addition of new projects is also helpful. The elimination of the other possible work streams from the previous version seemed to be a good response because the potential list of projects is quite long. And there is the resourcing point as well, of course, as has been acknowledged in the discussion today. But it's coming back to the point about consultation. It's important to recognise that this is a consultation stage, and so in the eventual prioritisation and the allocation of resources, this needs to be transparent. And so there's some risk in stepping back from that list of potential projects which you're wanting to seek views on. And just a comment on that. There's a, and Galen, this might be picking up on what you said. There's a risk with those projects. Some of them have been around for a while, and without there being a clear message that there is an escalator, you don't just want them sitting in Table C forever, in sequence after sequence of the consultation plan. So it's important to get the feedback. How important are these, and then have a pathway that's apparent for them. Maybe not in this SWP cycle, but possibly in the next one for them to be taken up. I'll just make a number of just more specific comments, if I may, conscious of the time. It was helpful to see the new text on enforcement. Noting that that's based on some board comments that the strategic drivers do need to reflect the enforcement point. So that's very good to see. That's important in relation to financial reporting, but as it's been acknowledged earlier this morning, it's also a key underlying issue on sustainability reporting, going to the purpose of the new disclosure and assurance regimes that we're all focused on developing at the moment. I had a comment about the non-authoritative material issue, Ken, and the presentation of that. It's important to be clear that there's a logic, some intervention logic around the use of non-authoritative material as opposed to within the code. I know there's been discussion at the board and meetings that I've observed before about this, so perhaps just some more visibility of that might be helpful in the document. There was just a comment as well on the proposed CFO project. There was a reference to consulting with the profession, but just can you note that the regulator community is important to consult on that as well. Just coming back to the Table C, the business relationships and the audit client relationship projects, they seem to be separated by the definition and descriptions of terms, but those two projects are actually linked to each other, it seems to me. And it's useful perhaps to note that the business relationships project is seen as high. I think that comes out of some of the technology work where there was some strong focus on business relationships in the technology context, and a wider look at that would be helpful. But then, of course, that then flows into the audit firm, audit client relationship, which perhaps rightly has a medium focus at this point, but perhaps some linkage, some recognition of the linkage between those might be useful. And I picked up in the narrative around the audit firm, audit client relationship potential project, just a lack of clarity. Is that just about the terminology, or is it actually intended to be a more fundamental look at the client model, which of course has been talked about for a long time, so perhaps just can we pick up on that. And my final comment is that the appendix containing the more detailed information is a very positive addition to the document. And so as many cross-references as you can have in the document to the additional information would be very helpful. So I hope these comments are useful, Chair, as the Planning Committee finalises the document, and once again, full support from the PIOB for both the process and a very useful discussion today.
Thank you very much, Robert, for these very rich contributions from your side, from the PIOB. And of course, we are happy to have the PIOB support to not only to the process and to the document. I'm mindful that we still have Rania. Sorry, Rania, but...
Thank you. Sorry, I thought we were going to open the floor for question number 7, and things that have been perhaps left out of the strategy. So I would like to raise an issue that I had brought up before in an informal discussion, Gabriela, concerning coordination with IESBA and on public sector sustainability reporting and perhaps even audit. So today IESBA is getting started in the sustainability area, and I think it's very important for IESBA, since we clearly cover the public sector accounting role under professional accountants and business, to consider, at least over the next couple of years, to consider coordinating with IESBA. We are taking a leadership role in developing ethical standards for sustainability reporting and assurance across the board, accountants and otherwise. I don't see why we should leave out the public sector accountants. And another very important point from a public interest point of view, public sector entities are going to be competing, they are already competing for green finance or sustainable finance in the same financial markets as private sector entities. So I think if we don't make sure that they are all subject to the same standards, then I think that would adversely impact the issue of the leveling the playing field, as it was mentioned in the IFAC presentation earlier this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. We know this is a concern that you have raised before in our onboarding session. I don't know if, Ken, you want to provide any additional clarification to this board along the lines that you did 1 week before, 2 weeks before. I think it's probably important. But from my side, just to say that, of course, we will coordinate with everyone as necessary, not leaving anyone behind. Of course, the coordination with IESBA is more has to be more intense, because we are aiming at building a common infrastructure, which doesn't mean that the others, including the IESBA, is going to be left out, namely in the light of initiatives or approaches like blended finance and these kind of things. But Ken, do you want to add something?
Yeah, no, all I would say, Gabriela, is Rania has made an excellent point, which is about recognizing the importance in the public sector, and in particular the reporting angle. And that is something that we can be a bit more explicit in recognizing the strategy consultation paper. So that's a very useful suggestion, I would say.
Thank you, Ken. And that's still Vanya?
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. I would like to reinforce this comment by Rainy. Of course, the public in sustainability, not the public sector or the private sector will be able to solve the problems in a standalone basis. So private sector and public sector should come together. And the public sector is specifically, you will be a user of the information that you will be providing in order to develop public policies in order to solve the sustainability problems. So I think it's a very good point that Rainier made, that we should involve, because they will be one of the great users of the information that the IESBA will be providing in this sense.
Thank you very much, Rania and Vanya. We will for sure take these very good comments on board for consideration by the planning committee, and of course mentioning something that will help our respondents have these considerations also on board when they respond to our document. Jeff, any final words?
Nope, except I think we are holding you back from lunch, so we will, the PC will get together and discuss all the great comments we received today. In addition to the CAT comments, we'll come back to you for our suggested refinements to this consultation paper later in the week. Thank you so much, everyone, for your comments and feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to ask Ashley if she has a meeting room for the planning committee over lunch. Okay, so lunch hopefully is ready. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We will reconvene at 1:45. Okay? Thank you. So, welcome back to the meeting. I hope that you had a good lunch and that you are prepared for this very substantial and important part of our discussion and agenda. So the next topic is sustainability, and it will keep us busy over this week. Today, what we are aiming to discuss, to have some updates and discuss, is the so-called common common issues on sustainability. And just a very brief recap, also for those who may be listening to us and are not that much familiar with what happened before. In December, this board decided to move forward with a sustainability ethics standards project on ethics and independence, and both for the reporting and assurance side. We also made a decision to split this project into two work streams, work stream 1 and work stream 2. Work stream 1 is supposed to work and develop ethics, independence standards for assurance, and the work stream 2, ethics standards for reporting and assurance. So they are working, of course, very closely, very coordinatedly. This is the same project, even if split in two different work streams. And what we are planning to do today is to address some common issues, because, of course, these two work streams address common issues and concepts and etc., and have to agree upon a few things before moving forward with their own specific tasks. So this is the subject of our discussion. Before that, well, this morning we had an update by David Mandan that I'm sure that we will inform this discussion very much at some of these moments. But before we go into the presentation, I'll ask Ken to drive us a little bit through the agenda of this afternoon. Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and we'll move to the agenda. Sylvia, if you could flip over. Yep, so that is the outline of the items we'll cover during the next 2 hours or so, starting first with a follow-on from David Maiden's presentation this morning. And I'll invite Keith Billing to provide the board with a brief overview of the limited research that has been undertaken by the Sustainability Task Force in relation to the involvement of assurance providers outside the accounting profession in sustainability assurance. Then we'll move on to a brief update on our engagement with some of the organizations that set assurance standards for sustainability assurance providers outside the accounting profession. Then I'll turn the floor over to Christelle to brief the board on our planning and our preparations for the Global Sustainability Roundtables that are coming up in about 2 to 3 weeks' time. The first one being in Paris, as we all know. And then we'll move on to Mark with a presentation of the the issues regarding how we're approaching the development of professional agnostic standards for sustainability assurance. Then moving on to Jeff to brief the board on how we are planning to approach the notion of setting up an IESBA reference group that will advise our task force relative to obtaining input from the non-professional accountant sustainability assurance providers. So it's a packed session that we have for the next 2 hours. We'll see whether we can cover everything within the next 2 hours. If not, then we might have to pick up 1 or 2 items the following day, which hopefully we'll be able to do if we need to do that. So without further ado, maybe I'll pass the floor to Keith to just brief the board on the limited research we have undertaken. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Ken. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. So we've heard from David and about the IFAC research, which is very helpful and much appreciated. We thought it was important that since we're developing standards now for non-professional accountants, that we actually have some understanding of the nature of those other organisations that are providing these services to help us make sure we produce standards that they can actually work with. So we did some limited research, and thank you very much to the technical advisors that have been helping the work streams on this. They give them their time into helping us do this. It's much appreciated. And what we found is, as shown on this slide, is that very similar to the accountancy profession, these consultancies, I'll call them consultancies as a generic term, range in size from relatively small single country operations, maybe providing quite a limited range of services, maybe focusing on greenhouse gas emission certification, that type of thing, up to very large multi-billion US dollar global operations. I imagine many of them could actually challenge the largest professional firms in terms of size and revenues type thing. So it is quite a broad range that we're dealing with. However, they are generally corporate in structure rather than being partnerships, so that's something to be aware of when we're developing these standards. So thinking about how we use terms such as partner, for example, and networks and so on and things like that, because they're not necessarily talking about those sorts of statuses in the same terms. What we find is the largest operators, again, they provide a very, very wide range of other consultancy services. When you look at their websites, you see huge lists on there. And I think for many of those, the actual assurance part of it is probably a relatively small part of their operation for those ones. And generally, they're not of an accountancy nature, those services. They cover all sorts of other things, but typically not accountancy. But there are some areas where there is overlap. So some of those big consultancies are doing due diligence work. They're doing financial valuations, for example, of landfill costs and so on. They undertake verifications of business transactions, tax-related services and so on. One of the consultancies described itself as the largest independent tax advisor in the UK. So there is some overlap in the services there. So we couldn't, for example, just say, oh, well, the non-assurance services section in the code is irrelevant to them. For a number of them, it may well be quite relevant when we're developing the standards. We need to be thinking about that. Another thing to think about are some of their services they will call audit services. But of course, they're talking about audit in the sense of the general meaning of examining or verifying something. They're not talking about financial statement audit. So again, it's those sorts of terminology type considerations we need to be wary about. For example, using audit, assuming everybody thinks we're talking about financial statement audit, when a lot of people reading that would think about possibly thinking of a service that's actually very different and not financial statement audit. If we move on to the next slide, please. Right. Sorry, move on myself. The first few bullets on here, that very much repeats what we heard from David this morning, so I won't go into them in great detail. There's a range of certifications, ISA 3000 through 3410 being used, variations in assurance levels, and so on. When it came to the sort of references to ethics, though, one of the things we wanted to look at was just how are they describing their sort of ethics and independence in particular, and the sorts of statements seen in the report that were being prepared were things like, the team was independent, full stop, or the team was not involved in the preparation or collation of data. The consultancy has not undertaken other commissions for the client, or no member of the team has a business reason for bias. processes are designed to ensure freedom from bias. Those sorts of very general, that's it. That's the sorts of statements you get in the report, and that's basically their statement of independence. So what we clearly see here is that very many of them are not using an ethics code even remotely close to what we're going to be asking them to follow, or I say we're going to be asking them to follow, what we're going to be designing for them, and hopefully regulators will be asking them to follow at some stage down the line. So there will be a big sea change for some of these guys that they will need to get familiar and understanding with it. We did do some other research, which I'm not going to go into great detail now because it overlapped with what David was talking about this morning. We also looked at the regulatory developments in a number of countries that the TAs are involved in. We looked at like the UK, Japan, Middle East and Africa regions, France, and so on. But basically what we found was what we heard this morning is in a limited number of areas there is currently mandatory assurance, France, for example, where there's verification requirements. But in most areas it's very much voluntary at the moment, although there does seem to be like moves towards mandatory assurance coming down the line. The EU in particular is the biggest example of that, but other regions are seemingly adopting a bit of a wait-and-see approach. But hopefully we will find, as this develops and picks up ahead of steam, other people will follow the EU and other regions, and we'll start to see more mandatory assurance. So that's what we need to be bearing in mind. And as Gabriella and others have said this morning, we need to make sure that if regulators are thinking about developing these requirements, and we need to make sure we've given them the tools to say, hey, here's a ready-made package, we can use this and ask people to comply with this. So we need to make it work for them. But that's all I really wanted to say on that limited research. It was just a limited research, and I say our primary objective was to make sure we had some understanding of the nature of these consultancies, so we could bear that in mind when we're writing the text and just trying to make sure it's user-friendly to them, if I put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. So, Sylvia, if you could move to the next slide. And we have a brief update on recent meetings we've had with, first of all, the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. Then we had a meeting in January with the IEEE, that's International Electrical and Electronic Engineers Association. Then finally meeting with accountability, in fact, just last week before Gabriel and I traveled to Abu Dhabi. So without further ado, Gabriel, if I might ask you, first of all, to provide a brief update to the board, and James is also going to share some takeaways from our interactions with ISO. Thank you.
Sure, Ken, with pleasure. Thank you very much, Keith, for the presentation and for this work. We are firmly determined to keep our eyes wide open and to practice an active listening to our stakeholders. And so this is the reason why we are all making these efforts to reach out to people, to do this kind of research that Keith has kindly undertaken. All of that helps us a lot. So like Ken mentioned, we had some meetings with some external stakeholders, and namely with some of those entities who are already providing services as other service providers in the assurance space. It's important to take them on board and to listen to them. And last week, Tom Sadenstein, me and James, we had a meeting with the Chair and Secretary General of ISO, and this meeting has been, before we had this meeting, a few meetings were organized between at the technical level with Ken and Vili and also James already interacting with them. The purpose of these connections that we are establishing is exactly to listen to them and make sure that we keep coordinated whatever may be result from this coordination, which is not yet completely clear, but that we don't want to not to bring forward and try to make something out of it. So James can add something to what I'm going to say, but this meeting at the chairs level was like a high-level meeting, just more for ourselves to introduce us and establish an open channel of communication. We explored also at a very high level what kind of collaboration we could institutionalize a little bit. How are we going to make sure that this coordination really happens? And so as a next step, an immediate step, it was decided to make like a mapping exercise of a mapping of the standards of ISO and of the IESBA, because we have to at least to have clear what we have as standard setters, what we do, and make each other understand the reality of our standards. Of course, we have seen from David Mannon's presentation this morning, but also from Keith's presentation, that ISO is an important stakeholder. ISO is being adopted by a relevant number of other service providers. So this means that these other service providers already have some familiarity with their standards, also because, as you know, they provide standards in very many areas, so it's possible that some of these providers already knew ISO and are familiar to this kind of standards that they set up, which is normal, but yeah, so it's important to keep them connected. This meeting was important because it was like a landmark in terms of institutionalizing these connections between the IESBA and ISO. James, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Gabrielle. And maybe just to provide context in terms of the impetus for our liaison, and in layman's terms, ISO by and large develops entity process standards and verification standards thereon, and usually they're at a fairly specialized area. So you think about sustainability space, they have embarked in the past into greenhouse gas emissions, which would be the 3410 equivalent, yet they didn't pursue a general reporting assurance standard such as ISAE 3000. Strategically now they've decided to pursue the development of a general purpose assurance reporting standard, you know, ISO 3000 equivalent, or in the terms of sustainability, an ISAE 5000 equivalent. So they're into the space of trying to develop a general purpose reporting assurance standards for sustainability. And again, that's a space that's perhaps not their normal modus operandi, but that's their new initiative. And of course, they wanted to see where the parallels can exist between IESBA and ethics and their new initiative. So the idea of coordination makes a lot of sense at the genesis of this initiative. So as Gabriella has said, at three tiers of coordination, you know, at the leadership level, at the technical levels, and we're not here to achieve a particular outcome at this stage. It's too early for both the assurance standards and on the ISO side. So we're really just going to be monitoring and keeping ourselves aware of the developments between the two sides, and I think to avoid unintended or unnecessary differences. We're not at a convergence project, we're just trying to understand the parallel tracks. I should say that the general purpose reporting assurance regime and general purpose, I would say, ethical related standards are perhaps more dominant and predominant in our work than within the ISO work. And then at the third level is staying in touch, which is sort of the cross mapping exercise to understand whether we're continuing to work in parallel or on parallel ideas, and where do we learn from each other. So if there are points of digression, why? What's our basis? What's their basis? And what do we take from that? The idea, hopefully, is that our standards are interoperable. Again, you know, that the marketplace has an opportunity to see and not be confused by different standards, but understand that those standards, you could say, complement one each other, but at least that they are not in conflict entirely. So that's our modus operandi for our engagement with ISO, and just commenced now, and we'll proceed and keep you informed. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And just to add on what James said, it's true that ISO standards are different in nature of the IESBA standards, and this is something very clear and very evident. They are very process-based. So there is kind of an assumption that if you follow a process, the result will be fine. There are a number of nuances that not only our standards are different, because if it weren't other elements, we have the public interest objective and we have the professional judgment as an element, a critical element of the application of the standards, which that do not exist that much or do not exist in their standards. I'm not saying that one are better than the others, just highlighting the differences. These differences cannot make us assume from the start that, or putting it in a different way. This coordination aims at making sure that we do not end up with many things, many different things being usable in the market, trying to make some kind of having some kind of proximity between the standards. But the future of the decisions that will be made, namely by regulators, depend a lot upon things that we don't control, a number of them, and depend a lot on this, our ability to provide something that is acceptable, interoperable with other standards, etc. The market and regulators don't want what they call an alphabet soup. Different standards, different possibilities, etc. Which doesn't mean that we will not have, depending on a lot of things. Again, one of them is our ability to produce something that is usable by the others. This applies to the other, of course, to the other entities, but ISO is actually an important player. So we are keeping attentive and of course, welcoming these coordination opportunities. Then there was a meeting with the IEEE, the IEEE. Ken, do you want to give some?
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. I'll give a brief update as well on the meeting with IEEE. The meeting was attended on our side by Brian Frederick with some members of our staff team. On the IEEE side, it was the managing director of the IEEE Standards Association, Konstantinos Karakalios, as well as John Havens, who is the IEEE Sustainability Practice Lead in relation to standard setting on their side. The meeting really was about exploring how our two organizations could collaborate as we move forward in trying to meet the market needs for standards in relation to sustainability assurance. Now, clearly, our board is in a different, let's say, space than the IEEE. We deal with the ethics and independence standards, whereas the IEEE essentially comes in more on the technical assurance relative to the very specific area of electronics and electrical systems. So it is a very different space compared with us. That said, the meeting was really about exploring how we could find the appropriate points of intersection, if I can put it that way. And what we tried to do really was to provide the context as to why there would be, let's say, justification or rationale for our organizations to even begin to have conversations. And we were able to provide a bit of context in terms of the regulatory developments and the context as to what's happening in relation to sustainability assurance. There was recognition on their side that, yes, they could see the regulation playing a significant role in relation to sustainability assurance, and how then they could see avenues for potential collaboration with us, insofar as ethics and independence are concerned. Now, that said, it doesn't mean to say that when they develop their own standards for assurance, they don't have ethics or independence requirements. They do have a code of conduct, but it is very high-level code of conduct, and it is nowhere near as let's say, comprehensive as the IESBA Code of Ethics. So they understand that difference, and yes, they would be open to then engaging with us as we proceed, again, for purposes of really trying to collaborate, partner, and trying to achieve the same objectives.
Thank you, Ken. So last week, Ken and I also met with accountability. As you could see, even if it's not an organization which was not that so familiar to us as ISO, they are taking an important space and playing an important role in providing sustainability assurance as other service providers. Accountability, so we met with the chair of accountability and with a relevant number of staff there, like 7 people or something like that, from different areas covering different aspects. And this is really something different from the IEEE and from the ISO. So we are dealing with very different organizations with different purposes, different objectives, different subjects, etc. Accountability is very different from ISO because they really cover everything. They provide they are focused on sustainability, on ESG specifically, and they provide consultancy services, advisory services to their clients. They have education and training. They certify the people that provide assurance as assurance providers in the area of sustainability, and they set standards. So they cover everything as a whole. They have their own standards on sustainability assurance already developed. They have something on ethics, which is also different from ISO, because ISO so far does not at all cover the ethics, even if they are willing to do something in that respect. Accountability already has something. They have a specific standard, A1000, and they have quite important organizations and corporations as their clients in this space. So they are taking they are playing a relevant role here. We had this was again a very initial conversation that we had with them, although very insightful and very informative about what they do, how they approach the work and the clients, and etc. The standard setting is part of their consultancy service because they provide advice, and by the way, they give their professionals the standards to assure the information provided or developed or prepared by their clients. So it's all-in-one approach from their side. We met with the chair, as I said. This was a very initial approach to make sure that the doors are open and that we keep the dialogue and connection moving forward. They were very open to keeping this dialogue alive and exchanging information, insights, etc. By the way, they will also participate, or they were at least invited, but I think that they have already accepted in our roundtables, so they will be there listening to and participating, although they also offered for other kind of other opportunities and other kind of interaction, namely with our clients, if necessary. So these 3 entities are important other service providers of sustainability assurance, and the conclusions that we may take is that they are relevant. They really play already an important role in the market. They are completely different. If we compare them, they are not one and the same. We are speaking about totally different organizations. Of course, none of them has nothing that is similar to what we do in terms of, namely, the oversight, due process, independence, non-for-profit, which is an important part, because this is not, at least for ISO and accountability, it's not a non-for-profit activity. So, but we are very much willing to keep them on board and to keep ourselves close to them, and we not put aside any kind of collaboration initiative or even product. We'll see as we go. As James was saying, this is very early days for them and for us. We are still considering what we can do. we are very aware of the need to avoid this fragmentation in the market with different standards and different levels of the exigency and quality and etc. But where we will land, that is something that we'll have to think about very carefully. And of course, the regulatory developments in the policy views on these arrangements or these ecosystem of standard setters can be of importance, of relevance for us as well as we decide, as we define a strategic direction about how to deal with the existence of these other standard setters on the same space. So, Ken, your mic.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. And if I might just add in relation to accountability, as you mentioned, Gabriela, I think it's useful for the board to understand the approach that accountability takes relative to its standard setting process. It is a bit of a loop, a closed loop in some way, in the sense that they develop their standards, they put their standards to work, as it were, having the services, and then getting the feedback from that process to feed back into their standard setting process. They have an in-house research function that then also contributes to their standard setting process. But the important issue that was highlighted very, very explicit to us is that on the accountability side, they are very, very focused on developing standards that are simple and clear for the users of the standards, as simple and as clear as possible. So the concept of simplicity, clarity, very much central to their modus operandi, as it were. Now, in relation to the roundtable, Gabriel, thank you for mentioning this. Yes, they have accepted to participate in our New York roundtable. That's accountability, so they will let us know who will be their representative. But also in relation to the two other organizations as well, they have also accepted to participate in our roundtable. For ISO, they have designated one representative to attend our Sydney roundtable. They will send an expert there. And for IEEE, they will have 2 individuals. In fact, the managing director of IEEE Standards Association will be in Paris, accompanied by somebody from IEEE as well. And they will also be represented in our New York roundtable. So that gives us a good coverage in terms of those organizations that are setting the standards and have a lot of experience in terms of how their standards are being used in the marketplace. So with that, I think it's a good segue to then maybe pass the floor to Christelle to pick up the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Christelle.
Thank you, Ken. So a little bit of an update on our global roundtable. We are now stabilized in terms of dates, places, and even and also on virtual roundtables, time zones. The 4 in-person roundtables will be held in Paris, Sydney, Singapore, New York. The 2 virtual will happen a little bit after the in-person roundtables, and we expect, in fact, that each roundtable will help improve the next one. Yeah. But of course, as Gabriela's and Ken's speaking demonstrates, roundtables are not the only way to get to the information we need. And so the outreach activities is intense and will remain. Of course, we will do some, I would say, look back on who participated and who couldn't, and to reach specifically to some targeted organizations that would not have contributed and we think are important. So it is a huge work
of preparation to get the right people, and to be sure that we have a full scope of stakeholders that we want to reach out to. The in-person roundtables will be full-day event. We spoke a little about shorter format, etc. But given the matters that we want to discuss and the fact that we have people coming sometimes with quite a travel to join, it was making the most to have almost a full-day event. We will have breakout sessions where the participants will be split into smaller groups to allow for more participation and more in-depth discussion. But every group will discuss all topics. So it won't be we have 3 themes and we have 3 subgroups, each one is specialized. No, all the subject. So ethics, independence, and use of experts will be discussed in person. Okay. Then, of course, there will be a report back from those breakout sessions, and during each roundtable. And we have also shared a time slot with IESBA, which is important, and it was one of the CAG's recommendation. Make sure that you go together to your stakeholders. And so the IESB will update their project. I understand that they have accelerated, or they are hoping to go a bit quicker. I don't know if it's...
Christelle, we'll speak about that later, okay?
Okay, perfect. So virtual roundtable will allow for a broader range of interested parties to share their views. As we have a limited number of participation capacities during the in-person roundtables, and finally because some stakeholders also have difficulties in traveling to those destinations. In terms of targeted participants, we target a very comprehensive typology of participants. As far as I know, the first roundtable in Paris is already showing a very high interest from all these targeted participants, and particularly on international and European organizations. But I will give the floor to Carla for some additional insights on where we are with the participant registration and typology.
Thank you, Christelle. First of all, thank you. We'd like to thank the efforts of members and TAs for reaching out to various stakeholder groups to ensure we have representation from a diverse group of PAs as well as non-PAs, notably to Christelle, Chana, Kristen, and David for contacting us with the non-PA groups. As of this morning, we have the following statistics for the confirmed attendees. For Paris, we have a total of 40 attendees, that's without the staff members, and we're expecting a few more confirmation this week. Notably, we have 33% representation from the regulatory group, 23 of the firms, and 20 of the professional bodies. The representation also include representatives from World Federation Exchanges, North Bank Investment, and MSCI. Obviously, it's a global provider of equity, multi-asset portfolio analyst too, and ESG and climate products. We also have a representative from the International Association for Sustainability Economy International Certification at the Paris Roundtable. For Sydney, at current, we have 30 participants, major representation of standard setters, which is at 33%, and equal distribution between regulators, standard setters, professional bodies, firms, and academics. And as Ken mentioned, we have a representative from ISO attending the Sydney Roundtable. For Singapore, again, we have 30 participants, 35% representation from the regulators and public authorities, and equal spread of firms, professional bodies, and preparers or those charged with governance. For New York, we're still working on the invitation list, and at the moment we have 18 confirmed participants, 33% from the professional bodies, 22% from firms, and 17% of non-PAs, which makes up of IEEE and organizations involved in providing ESG assurance. We do have a representative from Council of Institutional Investors and Center for Audit Quality for the New York Roundtable. Across all roundtables, we also have representation from the IESBA. And that's, in summary, where we're at in terms of confirmed attendees as of today.
Thank you, Carla. So I think this is very high interest of targeted participants is very encouraging, and we are confident that we will be able to integrate high inputs on the key strategic issues that we have developed in a briefing note that we shared with the board. It's so-called Supplement 3.1 on those three aspects. So first, what would be the most relevant and efficient way to present professional agnostic ethics and independence standards for the sustainability assurance? The second, is there an urgent need or multi-stakeholders pressure and support to develop profession agnostic ethics standards for sustainability reporting? And we will discuss this further tomorrow. And third, some other main issues on sustainability reporting and assurance that we want to have some insights on, and they were listed in this supplement. The CAG had very relevant input to this presentation last week. They recognized the roundtable as a useful opportunity to gather input from our different stakeholders, and also made suggestions for IESBA to coordinate and also hold common roundtables potentially with IESB, and also for some participants they recommended to be close with IESB. So I know that IESB will attend in-person roundtables. I heard, but I'm not sure it's confirmed, if Sue Lloyd from the IESB would participate to the Paris roundtable, or it's not confirmed? No?
I think since Mark's email to Sue, we haven't had any response yet, but we'll chase her up. Yeah.
Okay, wow. Okay. So if there are some questions or comments, particularly on the document we shared about the content of our roundtable questionnaire, I would welcome.
Thank you, Christelle. I think that Paul wants to say something. Paul, please.
Thank you so much for that. I think maybe just unpacking the issue. When you look at the approach to the roundtables, it has a lot of focus on the jurisdictions that are driving mitigation solutions, but given the realities we're likely to see with the ramp up in adaptation activities, what is the approach to building a bit more clarity and giving a bit more, if anything, guidance and direction to how adaptation-related activities can be better measured and reported? Because I think one of the reasons why we've seen the mitigation focus is it's easier. But because adaptation is much more complex and it's much more relevant to, if anything, the jurisdictions that have low emissions already, they're able to now build new and differentiated approaches, how do we seek to kind of tap that and support that? Thank you.
I think Paul raises an extremely important point, and one of the challenges in the whole ecosystem, not just about the work that we're doing in terms of ethics and independence, is that the focus on reporting is very much about reporting impact at the moment rather than reporting steps to mitigate through adaptation, as you say, where you have something where you have a structurally low level of emissions, but what do you do to, in effect, protect the environment from the impacts of almost like imported climate? And certainly one of the conversations that I've been having with stakeholders, and I sort of declare an interest because I am a representative on the Sustainability Standards Advisory Forum for the IESBA as well, is that whilst the climate standard gives an excellent opportunity to encourage entities to report the impact that their business has on climate, in a sense there is a sort of second step and a further priority that certainly I'll be asking the board to consider about the adaptation question, because it's almost sort of like the poor relation in terms of climate reporting, and something that needs to be moved forward, because in a sense over time the focus and the assets that are employed on just the reporting question will need to move from directly reporting the impact of climate on a business to one that looks at how a business chooses to mitigate itself. Now, the other thing is, of course, in a number of jurisdictions we're talking about regulatory developments that will see net zero reporting and the development of transition plans, and those transition plans will be in a business that's declared that it's moving to net zero. What are the measurable steps that it's taken to do that? And in a sense, you need to almost build from that transition plan on an entity by entity basis to say, well, how can you track the impact that that has on the environment in a particular jurisdiction, again, when, as you say, Paul, adaptation is perhaps a more material factor than just purely sort of measuring the impact of climate on a business. So I think it is something that will be a subsequent step, and I think one of the things that I'm very aware of is that the scope of this project is already very broad and quite sort of difficult to parcel up in a way that allows us to deliver what we need to deliver for the exposure draft by Christmas. But it does almost get sequentially followed by a series of other demands that we have to address. And I suppose, you know, that's one of the points that I think we touched on in the discussion about the SWP at the moment, because there are other priorities that we have to address. But something like adaptation will be something I think that begins to take on much higher profile, particularly for jurisdictions that are not seen as being, you know, significant climate polluters, but those that seek to protect the environment in their particular context. But, you know, very happy to sort of pick up that as an offline conversation, if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Paul, for raising the issue. I would just add to this very interesting conversation, and a lot of food for thought and considerations that we'll have to take on board in the future. But the approach that we are taking to these standards is a neutral one. I mean, whatever is in each jurisdiction or region or whatever is the framework or the approach, or if irrespective of whether it's a single materiality or double materiality, whether it is adaptation or mitigation, our standards, at least it's how we are seeing the project to develop, should be framework neutral, which means that they should be drafted in a way that they could be applicable and to all and every contexts and frameworks. Also because we are on the side of ethics, and in a way that makes our life easier, because we are, and we should not be that much impacted or influenced by the concrete discussions about the approach being taken to sustainability. What we want to make sure is that every time that there is someone or an entity reporting on sustainability, be the standards and the rules for this reporting in terms of technical approach, what they are, that the ethical approach is there and is the same in principle, irrespective of the underlying framework or regime or approach. This may help overcome that problem that you well identified, I hope. Rania?
Thank you. So, just concerning the targeted participants for the roundtables, I'm not sure if the following are somehow, included in the categories that were presented, but I would recommend that you consider also targeting, for example, credit rating agencies like Moody's. Moody's has a lot of work on sustainability. Multilateral agencies such as, for example, the UNDP, the Sustainable Finance Hub has developed the impact standards that are very targeted to sustainability. Also, they have one set of standards developed together with the OECD. They also have their Istanbul arm that is very focused on private sector development for also smaller companies and larger ones. Also, I suggest to consider addressing the civil sector. For example, Transparency International, civil sector is very active on climate issues very specifically and other such issues, and they are looking, to push and to cooperate with, other stakeholders in order to push for greater transparency and ethical behavior when it comes to ESG, factors and areas. So I strongly recommend to think of including those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. We'll see. For some, I think that for Paris we are pretty much closed already, and we have too many potential interest participants for the place that we have. But for the others, we can still consider other participants. So we will see, with your help, perhaps if we can identify one or two of those stakeholders that could be interesting to have in our roundtable. So thank you very much for that suggestion. Felicia?
Thank you, Chair. Just mine goes to, again, the roundtables. Of course, there are 4 roundtables that are planned for this year, of course, until around April. But I was wondering if there's one at least that could be planned for the African region, so that, like what Paul is mentioning, the adaptation aspect is also captured into the discussion. Of course, when you look at what is planned now, is more to mitigation than adaptation. If you could have one roundtable maybe for Africa, that I would also bring in the context of the African continent, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. I think that we have for sure addressed that possibility, and we have spoken about it. As you can imagine, it is not possible for us to undertake in-person roundtables everywhere. That's why also we decided to organize these 2 virtual roundtables to, as much as possible, cover those regions which are not directly, where we could not organize in-person roundtables. That doesn't mean that in the future we will not start with other possible initiatives at a later stage. We cannot start with those regions that have not been not considered. Of course, they are considered, but where we could not organize the roundtables. I don't know if, Geoff, did you want to add something here?
Just simply to say that we have been in contact with PAFA, and they're coming back with a list of stakeholders that we could certainly include or invite them to the virtual roundtable. But in terms of face-to-face, as what Gabriela was saying, that there'll be other opportunities you know, hopefully in the future for more face-to-face kind of discussions with those in other regions. If you look at the Singapore one, for instance, really, it's a lot of other Asian countries won't be able to attend it, and we're hoping similarly we can capture some of them, include some of them in the virtual roundtables. But as what Christelle has mentioned earlier, is once we've had the roundtables, we know who's been there, the comments we've received, then we'll look at perhaps further outreaches and you know, whether virtual or physically, you know, depending on time and resource, and to get some of those other inputs, because not every stakeholders we want to get to attend the roundtable are going to be able to make it to the roundtable. So we'll work on, you know, what's next, you know, the next steps in terms of outreach.
Thank you, Geoff. And I think that Sylvia also wanted to add something. No?
Thank you, Gabriela. I wanted to add the same that Jeff has just mentioned, that the virtual roundtables were designed especially for those regions where we couldn't organize an in-person roundtables, and we will work together with PAFA and other organizations to help us have a full list of participants on the roundtable, similarly to the Latin American region. So the 2 virtual roundtables intend to cover these regions as well.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Ken?
All I was going to add is if maybe we could convene within the 2 work streams later this evening to just touch base in terms of how we're approaching the organization of virtual roundtables and how we are aiming to invite specific participants in those regions. I know we've reached out to PAFA, but I think we need to do some more work relative to Latin America.
Thank you, Ken. And now, finally, Junpei. Sorry.
Thank you, Gabriela. As shown in the slide, I believe that the Global Roundtable would be a valuable opportunity to gather and exchange input from various stakeholders. I think it is necessary to continue such activities or outreach in the future. I believe it is also important to conduct these activities in various jurisdictions, as the situation of sustainability reporting assurance vary in jurisdictions. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junpei. Robert, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick comment from me on this, a very constructive discussion. This obviously this outreach is critically important in terms of the launching into the due process. The report on the meetings, very valuable, and that lays a foundation for going ahead. So I was picking up a good balance of stakeholders involved in the roundtables, with regulators and the profession and other national standard setters and other stakeholders involved. That's very positive, but I do endorse the need, as Jeff says, to perhaps look at do a reality check after the first lot of roundtables and consider further outreach from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. We will, of course, take that on board, and it is our intention not to leave anyone or any region behind. So we just can't do everything in one take. With this, I think that we don't have any other comments. Christelle, I don't know if you want to add anything or wrap up. But,
no, thank you very much for your questions and recommendations. As I said, outreach and will be focused and analyzed after the roundtable's input. We lag a little bit behind the participation of non-PA assurance organizations, and so we are working on that with David also and Carla to go a little bit further and try to fish them individually.
Thank you very much, Christelle. This is indeed very important, and this is something that I'd like to stress to the board and to all of those listening to us. The fact that we are, with these roundtables, we want, of course, to follow the due process of
thorough consultation of our stakeholders. But given the very specific and special topic that we are addressing and the very specific ecosystem where we will be working, and it has been the topic today, the other professionals, other service providers, of course, we want to make sure that the output of these roundtables is balanced in terms of who is providing the output. So the percentages of participants by groups of stakeholders that Carla has kindly provided us is something that we have been monitoring very carefully to make sure that we don't have roundtables where we only have the voice of the profession or of the regulators or whatever it may happen if we don't care about it, because we really want to walk the talk, listen to everybody, and make sure that once we start drafting it, or once we draft the standards, let's say so, all this information has been incorporated. So the work that Christelle has mentioned is an additional one to the incredible amount of work that this organization means, and I will not go into the details, but I tell you that the staff, part of the board, myself, have been deeply involved in this organization, and it's not easy at all. It's like each participant is one case, more or less like this. But the work that, the efforts that Christelle mentioned in, sorry for the word, chasing, going fishing, different stakeholders is really important, because we know that they usually don't, most of them don't know us. Others know us, but they don't understand why should they attend a roundtable organized by the IESBA. So it's really a big effort to bring these people to attend our roundtables. Also, an effort, a relevant effort to identify the right speakers within those people, those participants who are available to speak and to participate in person, etc. So it's kind of a chess playing, but I think it's going to be extremely useful. We had that experience with the tax planning project, that consulting before and not leaving it for the last moment. It helps a lot being successful and timely, because once we expose, we will have incorporated most of the contributions that we would need to seek for afterwards. Ken, may I give you the floor back?
Yes, in fact, I was going to hand it straight over to Mark to take us through the a consideration of the approach to profession agnostic standards. So Mark, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And I say I've got a few slides here to really provoke some further discussions from members of the board. So we're starting off with the options around presentations of new standards. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Just a brief recap. Obviously, we've talked about the importance of the development of ethics standards and independent standards to cover sustainability assurance engagements, and that's regardless of who carries out that work. So the reference that has often been made to the importance of profession agnostic standards, and I think a further backdrop to that is the importance that we've seen with the finalisation of the European Union's CSRD proposals. You know, whoever carries out this work, the same high standards should apply. And of course, the other thing for us should be, because our standard because the code is principles based, it is flexible and therefore can be used to provide the necessary ethical and independence input regardless of the reporting and assurance framework used. And I think that's really important in terms of the diversity of preparers that are currently involved in the preparation and assurance of sustainability information. Now, I think, and not wanting to sort of jump forward to tomorrow's discussions on the individual work streams, but I think there are some important factors as well to consider about the nature of some of these engagements and the difference at its core between an assurance engagement and effectively a certification type engagement. So we need to do that. The other sort of thing to just recap on is, of course, we discussed previously the importance of recognising heightened public interest in sustainability assurance information. And obviously that again drives that consideration that sustainability assurance engagements need to be underpinned by the same high standards that apply in the audit of financial statements. And I've already mentioned CSRD, but also I'll mention as well the consultation that the US Securities and Exchange Commission did on potential changes to their framework of rules, and a similar principle applies. You know, an equivalent high level, high standard required to govern those engagements. So in a sense, what the task force has been doing, building on the earlier work of the working group, is developing independence provisions that are equivalent to Part 4A of the Code, so that high bar, what applies to an audit of financial statements engagement, and then to think about other ethics provisions that are derived from other parts of the Code, and that's driven the work of the two work streams and the close coordination between us. If we can move to the next slide, please. Obviously, one of the challenges for us, and one of the things that we've touched on before, is the presentation of those standards and how it fits. And one of the things that we've had useful discussions over, and particularly good engagement from the CAG, is how do these options line up, and indeed what gives us that sort of greatest flexibility and the highest chance of meeting our objectives. So one of the things that we started with is, are we looking at an integrated approach or a standalone approach? Well, in determining the way forward, one of the things that we've been very clear on is the need to ensure that whatever we develop will fit within the requirements of the public interest framework. So the public interest framework, of course, the criteria there set out on the slide in front of you, that are comprehensive, scalable, clear, implementable, globally operable and enforceable, and I think the enforcement one is a particularly important one, and a consideration for me coming from an enforcement regulator. We've talked about the round tables that Christelle has just outlined, but one of the things that I'm just going to set out over the next few slides are the options that we're going to seek input from the attendees at the global round tables on. In developing these proposals, we've sort of tried to set some red lines to test about what do we actually want to underpin all of these options. So you'll see those at the bottom of the slide. Firstly, use of terms that are relevant to both PAs and other sustainability assurance providers. And that's in terms of the accessibility of what we put into the code, to make sure that there's clear understanding and that what we develop is usable. And then, of course, the equivalence of ethics and independence provisions for sustainability assurance providers and for PAs performing audits of the financial statements. So again, that high bar that's linking into the CSRD and linking into the SEC consultation. Now, the final bullet on this slide is a really important one. We cannot have the same requirement applying to a PA and a non-PA articulated in different ways. That way we run the risk of regulatory arbitrage. So if you define a prohibition in the code in a certain way, you can't explain it in different terms for PAs and non-PAs, because otherwise, no doubt at some point someone will challenge and say, but hang on, if you define it in this way for this group and it means the same, why can't you define it the same for me? So in a sense, the sort of real bright red line is that we've got to have the code, and we maintain the code as a single version of the truth. There are no two ways. There is one clear definition. If we can move on to the next slide, please. What we're looking at here is option one, an integrated approach. And I say all of these will go forward for discussions by participants in the round tables. So effectively what you've got is a very familiar model there that utilises the building blocks approach of the code to incorporate sustainability engagements, where you've got a sustainability assurance provider carrying out an engagement, and effectively what we've got, I suppose, from my perspective, is the importance of adding in sustainability assurance providers within Part 1 of the code, making the necessary adjustments to Part 2 and 3, and in Parts 4A, of course, you'd have sustainability assurance engagements on a comparable basis to the audit of financial statements, and then maintain Part 4B for other assurance engagements. So what is then on the next slide is the task force's sort of high-level assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of this approach, and we'll go through them for the other two as well. So, in a sense, the advantage of being a single set of standards for PAs and other providers avoids the risk of having, or avoids the complexity of having to implement two separate but very similar codes. And it demonstrates that sort of single version of the truth, a single version of ethics, a single version of independence that are applicable to both financial statement audits and sustainability engagements. In terms of the disadvantages, obviously it brings a degree of complexity to Part 4A in particular, which some stakeholders maintain is already a complex piece of the code. There's a question over whether or not this approach would be scalable if the code were ever to be extended into other types of engagement as well. So are we, by following this approach, setting ourselves up for something that might require more structural work later on? We've got to be careful not to make changes to independent standards for audits in a way that creates unforeseen consequences. And of course, there's a perception issue that what you've done is you've taken your standard for professional accountants and you're just expecting the rest of us to use it. So there is a piece of work there. If we can move on to the integrated approach integrated approach option 2, you'll see what we've got here is our existing code with Part 5. So Part 5 would be a new section to the code, and that would contain the international ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance engagements. So that would obviously then cover all sustainability assurance providers, including professional accountants, and effectively that would then have two sections to it. 5A, an ethical standard, ethics requirements, and 5B, independent standards. And if we can just go on to the next slide, please. What we've tried to do is show a decision tree here about how that Part 5 would be would apply. So this is a sort of integrated approach version 2, and how it would apply in the context of non-PAs and where you have got a PA carrying out this work, how it would apply where you've got a PA who is also the auditor of the entity and where you've got a PA who is not the auditor of an entity. So effectively, you've got that set out on this slide, and that would also mean, of course, that you had to then if you go down the ethics standards piece on the left of that decision tree, it would also have a requirement to make updates to parts 1 through to 4A of the code to make sure that that aligned with this new section 5. So if we can just go on to the next slide, please. We've got a further option here. So now you've got in this approach, you've got effectively Part 5A applying to all practitioners providing sustainability assurance services, both PAs and non-PAs. And then in terms of independence, you've got one set of requirements applying to PAs and non-PAs as well as their firm. So you've got that network recognition within this proposal. But you also have a recognition that there's slightly different arrangements that apply where you've got a PA who is the auditor of an entity and you've got a PA who is not the auditor of an entity. So again, that comes with some additional updating of the code to ensure that the existing parts 1 to 4A keep track with what's going on. Now, in terms of the next slide, please, we've got again some advantages and disadvantages. So advantages, having a separate part could be sort of better argued that we've created something that applies to all participants in this diverse market, Does it meet their needs better through a single section addressing all of the ethics and independence consideration? Does this facilitate better take-up and adoption? And of course, that section 5 as being a sort of integrated section within the code gives us a flexible model that could be scaled later if you wanted to expand into different types of engagements beyond sustainability. Not necessarily saying that we do, but it gives us the flexibility if at some point in the future we need to. Disadvantages will mean a longer code. It will be a duplicative code because effectively you will take material that exists in the code already and you'll be duplicating that within part 5. So you will have something longer, and for auditors in particular, you will have some complexity in navigating 2 sets of requirements that exist in 2 different locations that may be largely the same but not quite the same. So there is a challenge there. And if we can move on to option 3, which we've talked about before, should there be a completely standalone approach? So you've got the familiar green book on the left and you've got a new blue book on the right with appropriate markup there. If we can go on to the next slide, please. In a sense, this standalone approach, which some people have talked about before, has the advantage of being a separate set of standards that are available to all participants in this diverse market. Could be used, of course, to facilitate easier understanding of standards and promote wider adoption. But of course, you've got to be careful about the language and the terminology that's used, and how do you maintain this single version of the truth. And then the disadvantages, and this is something that the task force has considered carefully, and certainly something that you know is something that personally I have a concern over. You've got potentially a long lead time for adoption in jurisdictions. Many jurisdictions, the national standard setter will have powers in law to adopt the code, in some jurisdictions also to enforce against the code. If we're waiting for governments to extend those powers to cover a new handbook, that could be a many-year piece of work. And certainly, as someone who's spent a significant part of their career waiting for legislation, it shouldn't be underestimated how long that process might take. Of course, the other disadvantage is there, again, as before, that complexity in navigating things that sit in 2 different locations, and we do have replication, duplication, if you take the 2 things as a package. If I can move on to the next slide, please, where I'm just going to summarise the feedback from the CAG. Certainly very strong support from the CAG for professional agnostic standards, and also for the use of 4A, so being a high bar that should apply in the audit financial statements and in sustainability assurance engagements. The CAG encouraged us that the options are a good basis for discussion with roundtable participants, and they also recognise the need to gain input from as diverse a range of different participants as we could. And obviously a recognition in terms of sort of future-proofing and the wider direction of travel. The standard should ultimately be applicable in integrated reporting and assurance engagements as a sort of ultimate goal. They gave some preliminary indications about an integrated approach, so recognising the fact that you didn't want something that would perhaps be longer in terms of being able to get people to take it, use it, and adopt it on anything other than a voluntary basis. So I think that was a very clear steer. They recognised that it was a pragmatic approach that sort of we were looking at. And also, and this was a particularly important thing, and I will sort of talk more about this tomorrow, but the CAG also stressed the importance of focusing on the most important issues first. And I think this is very much a recognition to the point that both Gabriella and Ken have touched on. We've got a really ambitious project. We can't do everything all at once. And if we're going to get out and issue that exposure draft and have it out there to engage with our stakeholders, we may have to be a little bit discriminating. What do we do first? What do we follow on later? And I think what I took away from that discussion with the CAG, and I say we will cover it more tomorrow, there was a steer that, you know, when you look at information that is going to be used by people for decision-making purposes, that's an important criteria. Is it going to be the basis of capital allocation or action on the part of our stakeholders? And secondly, where is this information going to live? If it's sitting there in an annual report or alongside the annual report, then that's probably a more important criteria to address than some of the others. So that's something we can talk about more tomorrow, but that was certainly very helpful steer from the CAG. There was a question about whether or not we could update Part 4B as an additional option. I've said we will obviously look further at that as we engage with stakeholders, but actually you would be looking at a fairly fundamental sort of rewrite of 4B, and I don't really think it aligns particularly with the consideration that either the working group or the task force or indeed the board in its earlier discussions have got to at this point. So I think I'll probably pause there and really give an opportunity for any questions or comments that I will do my best to deal with.
Thank you very much, Mark. This is a critical aspect of the project, and this is why it's being discussed now ahead of the substantial issues that we will have to discuss afterwards about what these standards will address, what will they be on, etc. We have been discussing this professional agnostic, the package and the presentation for a long time. I think that Mark's presentation clearly shows two things. One, that there is a lot of discussion and thinking and progress behind what we are being presented with today. The second is that we seem now closer to make a decision on the basis of robust information and reflection than we were before, and of course this is what the desired output. So before I open the floor for comments, and I really think that this is one of the moments where the board should bring forward their views, their convictions, their thoughts, etc., because we really need to start making decisions. Of course, we will listen to the stakeholders during the roundtables, and it's not yet the time to decide what, but we can slowly get closer to something that we think can work for us and for the public interest above all. Before we start the discussion, I would just like to it's questions that are included in Mark's presentation, but to stress that we have to confirm a few things. First thing, Mark made very clear, something that I think it's clear for this board, but I think that it's not too much to clarify that. Do we want to have the same level of exigency, the same requirements, the same high quality, if I may say so, both for professional accountants and non-professional accountants? Do we confirm this? And it's important that we know what we are talking about, and that we move forward on the basis of very clear, having our minds very clear about what we want. This is one of the questions that I'd like to get some clarity and some confirmation from the board, because I am assuming, Mark is assuming that it is so, but let's make it clear. The second question is, of course, we made the decision to develop professional agnostic standards. This is not anymore a question. We decided unanimously, so let's move forward. My point here is, what does it mean? What do we understand by profession agnostic standards? What does really have to be done according to our conviction to make sure that the final product looks like something that is not fit for the profession only, but that can be used, accessible, etc., by the others. And if this is something that we really want, because we have to be very honest here. Third question. This means if the answer to these questions is yes, We want to have the same quality. Yes, we want to have really professional agnostic standards. Then there is something that for me is clear and has been clear since the start, which is it has to be simple. You heard Ken earlier today saying that accountability has a point on the simplicity of their standards. And I don't know if I'm sure that some of you have seen accountability standards, and it's really amazing how simple they made it. That was as they told us, the output of a concrete action initiative project that they made to make these things simple. It's an objective. What does simplicity look like according to our perspective? Does it have to be simple so that everybody can use it? What does simplicity look like without lowering the level of exigency, and without lowering that level of exigency, and without going against what Mark well pointed out, which is the need to have one version of the truth and not have separated things and different things for ones and the others. So these are just some triggers for the discussion, so that we make sure that as we go, we have full clarity about what we want to come up with at the end of this project. And now we will of course listen to you, comments, questions, contributions. Andy.
Oh boy, I get to go first. No, thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering, in terms of the disadvantages listed for options 2 and option 3, respectively, it said duplication and replication, and admittedly those are accurate. But I was wondering if the implications of what those disadvantages are should be fleshed out more. For example, if something is duplicated or replicated from, well, I'll call it the before code and the after code, the maintenance issues dealing with the future state, sometime we discover changes to rolling mindset, for example, and have to make a change to one, we would then have to make a change to the other. So I think that's what was implied by the disadvantage of duplication and replication, but I'd like your reaction to that, and if in fact it needs to be made more clear to those in the roundtable that that's what that would require. That's a very, admittedly, that's not that's a rather granular question I have, as opposed to the more theological question you asked Gabriella, but I thought I'd just at least put that one out to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And you know, well, now you've asked the question, you sort of, it almost becomes two things, which is one, it becomes a challenge to this board because you have two things to update rather than one, and you have two things to ensure that you maintain your consistency of approach going forward. So therefore, do you create a larger endeavour as a result of what you do? And I think that is something that we need to consider carefully. I suppose the other thing, which is the other answer to your question, is that it would be nice to believe, and I do believe, that for the vast majority of people who use the code, they want to comply with their obligations under the code. And therefore it's important in developing the code that it is easy to use. You know, we don't want people breaching the requirements, not as a result of, you know, they endeavoured to do their best, but it was the fact that they considered something that was so complicated that it made it hard to. So one of the things that we have to do in terms of any revision of the code and dealing with this new challenge of incorporating material that supports sustainability type engagements is that we have to not end up with something that things either fall between stools and therefore raise questions from those who use it, or we end up something that because of location it's hard to actually navigate a way through. And I think one of the things that you know certainly has to drive this board's consideration as we develop the material will be what is going to lend itself best to driving high quality ethical outcomes and high quality independence outcomes, because that is going to be the sort of main consideration that we have to have.
Yeah, and I think you've adequately described as an advantage that in the advantages, disadvantages. I was just raising the question if the disadvantage needs to be elaborated more. Because I understand the advantage absolutely. So.
Yeah, and that's really helpful, and we'll make sure that's factored in within the slides for the roundtables.
Thank you, Andy and Mark. Even if I think that a need for making sure that people do not breach the code works in both sides. I mean, it's not unilateral. We can use this argument depending on who we are talking about and what difficulties we may encounter. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for that input, and Mark for the response. Luigi.
Thank you, Mark, for the comprehensive presentation. In order to respond to the assumption whether we would like to have the same level of requirements for all dealing with this type of assurance, I think that this was a basic assumption of the discussion. Of course, my preference is to have the same level, also because it is not an option in my view. Regulators are going in this direction, as you explained, Mark. Someone already wrote that into the law, and it is just a matter of implementation now. So I don't think we have an option. I think that we need to go in this direction. The point is that when we apply, when we speak about same requirement, is pretty important concept because there is independence, but there is also the system of quality control, for example, and the organization, whether there are other requirements. Some of them are under our control, like ethics and independence. Others are outside our control, like the internal system of quality control. And therefore, the stronger collaboration with others is required in order for, say, the others, like IESB, to agree or not. Thank you. And the requirements would be consistent and equivalent if the entire system is consistent and equivalent. So I urge to, well, I know that you already started that, but the cooperation with the other standard setter are pretty important. In terms of options, I see that basically the option 2C and 2B, sorry, and the last option are pretty the same, even with a different form, but in terms of content, I do not see them really very different. I tried to think about option 1, but it resulted to me very complicated to be understood and to be applied, frankly, because there are so many changes that we need to implement in the current code that at the end, I'm not sure the result would be simple enough. While the other two options, in my view, as mentioned, are pretty equivalent. It is just a matter of different form. What I think is that probably when we came to the auditor, which is also the assurance service provider, probably would not be so simple to say we only apply one, let's say, one row of the three that you presented. Maybe there are there is a need to apply both of them, the second one and the third one. So if we go to the new Part 5, probably the auditor should apply the new Part 5, but certain number of requirements in Part 4B and all other the code. It would be, in my view, very complicated to to mix everything in one single rule, and therefore probably, well, it is just a matter of writing option maybe, but maybe it would be beneficial to say which additional requirement is to be applied in case of a firm performing both roles.
Thanks, Luigi, and like in a sense, if we look at it, and of course we are writing standards for global adoption, not adoption in individual jurisdictions, but if I look at it from a European perspective, obviously there is that very close alignment between the requirements that apply in an audit engagement and the requirements that will apply in a sustainability engagement, and I think that makes it easy to reflect that. I think the point that you make in particular that does come out, and I think we'll touch on it more tomorrow, is that the ask in terms of independence is probably easier than it is in ethics. And in a sense, you know, in the CSRD and in the SEC consultation, you did see, you know, that very sort of bright line on the same high standards of independence should apply. So in a sense, there may be a scope, you know, within that to recognise that gives us a slightly short cut on the independence thing, but it doesn't underestimate the challenge on developing ethical standards that apply in those types of engagement. On your point about the second and third options, you know, I do take the point that largely you would have similar material, but I do think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of the fact that in the third option you'd have something that might require legislation in jurisdictions to adopt. So, for instance, again, from a UK perspective, the third option would be pointless to me because I wouldn't be able to adopt it and use it. And there may be other jurisdictions that have a similar challenge, that they would have to wait for the power to be able to require that. And when we talk about, you know, the importance in the public interest framework of actually looking at the sort of discharge of making sure that these requirements are used and that you can sort of enforce against them, it poses a challenge. But, you know, in terms of the overall challenge of this project, it is how do we operationalise this and make it workable in the most effective way that drives the best outcomes that stakeholders want. And, you know, the feedback so far, and we'll continue to reach out, is that the high bar that applies in an audit engagement is a suitable high bar that should apply in sustainability engagements. If we recognise that, how can we translate that into new material that works in the most effective way that will ultimately encourage broad take-up of the code more widely? So, you know, all great thoughts and things that we'll continue to dig away at in the round tables to make sure that we can come back to the board with thoughts about the best way to overcome those particular challenges.
Thank you, Mark. We have some, James, I think that, okay, a number of people wanting to intervene. I will just make here an additional point or resume what was said before, is to focus on what simplicity will look like. And this is an important topic, because if we want to develop professional agnostic standards, and I assume so, we decided so, and if assuming as well that this is actually what all of us want to do, because we came to that conclusion, this matter of simplicity, what's simpler, what's more complicated, etc., is relevant. And is relevant for professional accountants and auditors as it's relevant for the others, or I would say more relevant because the other service providers are the ones who are not at all familiar with our code, with what we have, and will have for sure a lot of difficulties in accepting what is in the code.
So this is the challenge, again, is to find the right balance between keeping the standard of quality and requirements and making sure that this is simple. On the implementation, I think that this is a topic actually for consultation at the roundtables, because for me it's not clear. It's not clear why or when can some jurisdictions adopt and cannot adopt the code if it's something separated or if it's in the same book. I think that there must be some, as a lawyer and my background, I think that there must be some substance behind this decision beyond the mere fact that it is one book or two books or whatever. So this is something about which I think should try to get some clarity in the roundtables as well. And I think that this is the objective of this discussion as well, is to identify the right questions and the topics that are not clear to us and on which we have to gather more information, not only opinions and feelings, but really information. So James, if you allow me, I'll give the floor to Sadia and then Sanjeev. Sadia.
To the working groups, the task force, this is not simple, right? I'm sure you'll mulled over this a couple of times because I'm having conversations with myself and I thought I understood the code. I like the sentence that said that the same requirements cannot be articulated differently for PAs and non-PAs. And that seems something simple to agree with, but then we had to dig deeper. Does that mean that we can have different application material? Does that mean we can have different introductory? And I like that we're playing in an area that we don't know yet, but I think the requirements need to be stated the same. I also sympathize because I've been told often the code gets longer and longer. So the current code is 298 pages. However, I can bet that every professional accountant doesn't use all 298 pages. You only go to the section that refers to you. So a long code shouldn't be something that we should avoid. Gabriella, you used the word simplicity, and the public interest framework says clear, and that's the one I think that we should bring to the front, that however we set the standards, it's clear. And then when we go to comprehensive and scalable, it will allow us to make the decisions that we are making the right decisions, in that it would be something that can be updated with time, used, and will be transparent in how people are doing things. I'm also not sure who these individuals are. Are these individuals, who are the professional accountants, are they currently playing in the 4A space or in the 4B space? Because if a professional accountant that does sustainability, do they also do audit? Because which one are they more familiar with? And will putting them from 4B to 4A be easy or hard? So then it brings me to the point where maybe a new set of standards with a clean slate will be easier to draft because we'll be drafting on new, and that's why the 5s really appeals to me. When I read this, I was not sure, just on the slides, because the conversation really helps articulate what's the difference between option 1 and option 2. But I wondered if the task force have given consideration of whether all these options are doable in the time frame we have. Are we going to be able to do either one of them, and what that would mean? The last option seems to me that we might, if you have a separate handbook, it might be perceived to be very different. And I hope that's not the case, that if we go with a separate handbook, it's going to be a duplication, but it would be something that is easily accessible. And then it brought me to the EIS, the electronic standards, which would be able to give you 2 handbooks if you used it correctly. Before I heard the CAG's feedback, I also was concerned about Part 4B. I think I was on this task group, so I feel a little bit of loyalty. And I was thinking consequential amendments, not a revision, but as we go through this year, in the end, is there consequential amendments to 4B so people understand why it's different, and it needs to be different to 4A, and possibly revisions to sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mark, you want to respond to each one of them? Yeah,
I think that was really helpful, because I think there is a difference, as you say, Sadia, between clarity and simplicity, because, you know, I sort of think company, simple ain't going to do the job. Clear is going to do the job, and that might mean it is as a result, there is more material to think carefully about than anything else. And I think the other point you make is absolutely something that weighs heavily on the task force. There are options, and we will do extensive outreach through the global roundtables and with our stakeholders more widely. But actually there will come a point at which we have to make a decision, because otherwise you will not be able to develop material to support an exposure draft if we continue to believe that there are multiple tracks. And every option will come with an advantage and a disadvantage, but we have to engage with our stakeholders to work out which gives us the optimal outcome, recognising that it will have detractions as well, and then go on and write that. We cannot kick the can down the road forever. And that's a really important thing, because otherwise we will be really challenged in meeting that timetable. But I think that they're excellent points to consider, and I think we should certainly take away your point about clarity, because that is actually really important. Simplicity sometimes undercuts what's actually needed to do a proper job.
Thank you, Sadia, for these very important and insightful comments. And now, James or Sanjeev? Rania, sorry. Rania.
Yeah. Just one comment. It seems to me like when we're looking at the different options, we're assuming, today sustainability information is being, reported or considered as a separate, body of information as compared to financial information. So you have financial and sustainability information. But this is like a continuously, developing field. And I think we should, as we make our decision as to which option to pursue, we should consider the possibility that at some point these might actually be merged. So sustainability information might actually find its way into the financial statements. And so I would, in that case, I would push more for an integrated approach.
Can I just...
Mark, I'm sorry. Let me just come in just to clarify something that I think it's been a misperception sometimes around this table and outside this table. The name, it's probably not the right designation, but we chose it for simplicity. Integrated or standalone does not really reflect the substance. This is about the present, how these standards will be developed and presented. None of these options will by any means avoid or prevent or difficult the objective of having an integrated report or of contributing for integrated reporting. First, this is on assurance. This is assurance. This is not about developing. That's what we are talking about. This is not about preparing the information. It's about assuring the information. If we go to an integrated reporting, okay, fine. This is the objective probably in some time now. But the fact that we have the standards segregated or prepared in a way that they are turnkey, so to speak, to anyone that performs sustainability assurance, does not at all prevent or has any consequence in terms of the integrated nature of the report. So we should probably change the name of the option 1, because it can create a confusion moving forward about how much it fits into the objective of having an integrated report.
Yeah, I understand that. My point was that today we look at, sustainability information is basically disclosed and it is often actually referred to as qualitative information. Correct me if I'm wrong, like qualitative information that is disclosed, perhaps separately, perhaps within the same report, whatever. My point is that moving forward, as this area of reporting and developing sustainability metrics is further fleshed out, there is the possibility that the accountants, we go back to the role of the financial accountants and auditors, who are either preparing or providing assurance on the financial statements. I mean, it's the same person, the same individual, the same firm, the same assurance provider or preparer that is having somehow to deal with the impacts of sustainability information within the financial information. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's a long shot, but what I'm saying that given the fact that if you want, I mean, one of the things that you mentioned was that this information or these standards that we are developing should be scalable. So I'm saying if we want to keep all our options open, we should consider that at some point the two roles, like we're talking about assurance on financial information and assurance on sustainability, the two roles might at some point actually be somehow merged. And so an integrated, that's what I mean, an integrated approach might be easier for accountants to actually, yeah.
That's the point, easier for accountants, but the question is that we are now working in a different space and circumstance, which is if we don't get it right, if we don't do what we have to do to prepare something that it's usable by other professional accountants, something will happen. If they cannot use what we prepare, they will use other standards. Because, as Mark said, some regulatory decisions have already been made, for instance, in Europe, where the CSRD says they are all welcome, but they have to abide by the same or equivalent ethics standards. So if not ours, then it will be others. And that is the reason. We are not speaking, I mean, at least that's what we agreed, and that's what we are being called to do. We are not speaking about preparing something which is very comfortable only for accountants. We are speaking about something that it's comfortable for all. And that forces a little bit of balance and giving up of some things and taking others, because the final product will have to be equally comfortable for accountants and non-accountants. Otherwise, what will happen is that immediately after non-accountants, and as we have seen, they are there, they will say, okay, this is the profession creating artificial barriers to the market, and then you know what follows, which is, I don't need to describe it. James.
I know other members, so I'll be very brief, but let me just maybe emphasize where Gabrielle has come in, and my own view, and maybe I can encourage when we approach the roundtables to be absolutely sure we're not trying to choose the best sort of technical solution. And I know that I'm not being pejorative, but on the face of this, we're going to be battling back and forth. But if I encourage you, and I'll tell you why I thought this, I like option 3. I also like option 2, and I also like option 1. So, and then what helped me differentiate was the question, which Gabriella has alluded to. If I had to put on a strategic lens, right? What do we lose depending on what I want, or what are we trying to achieve? There is and maybe let me describe it this way. Why do I like option 3? Least constraints and the most opportunity to innovate. And number 3 is actually the most powerful if we're trying to penetrate a new marketplace, which we are. And that's what Gabrielle is describing, different participants that are adopters. Number 2 is a more balanced regime where equal parties are trying to find a balance. And number 1 is in a very mature, stable environment. So I actually think number 3 is your entry point. Just think through that if that works, because number 3 is a space that allows an opportunity to gain access or enter into a marketplace. It's not ideal, but number 2 becomes a better solution over time. That's when the balances and the clarity arrive. Number 1 is probably where Rania is going. Ultimately, in 10 years from now, we're in a mature marketplace. There should be a single code that's very tight and very integrated, unilateral. So I encourage not a technical review, just to place your strategic lens, and each of you will have a different prioritization. If I do that, you're probably between, at least I've landed between option 2 and option 3. And so I'm not saying option 3 is the way to go. I'm making a case, or I'm rebutting number 2 in light of a strategic lens. That's nice, James. Thanks very much for that. But I encourage, when we go to the roundtables, that the stakeholders are telling us what they will be attracted to and what they will accept and what they will reject at this stage of the time. It's time and maturity. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Mark, you wanted to react as well?
Yes, I think, and again, you know, you can put whatever lens on this you like, but actually, I think Rania is absolutely spot on, because the fundamental challenge in sustainability reporting is that entities report sustainability as if it is a non-financial matter. And yet the non-financial information has a knock-on to financial information. And the big failing at the moment in reporting is that companies disclose the non-financial problem, but they then don't go on to say, and this is the impact on my bottom line and my balance sheet. So, although I take James's point that you can approach from one direction and that the best thing if you want to engage in a market is X, actually the best thing to do if you want to increase the quality and reliability of information that ultimately is relied upon is a different point. So I set great importance by the round tables not having a discussion about one point or the other. They have got to raise both. And therefore it is not just about an assurance engagement on a piece of information, which in any case would be a special purpose framework rather than the general purpose framework. It is about where does this fit into this mandate of providing and assuring high quality information that ultimately people rely upon, and it underpins confidence in that information from a public interest perspective. So I just think that's really helpful in actually looking at the context that Rania brings in a slightly different way.
Thank you, Mark. And the public interest is actually ultimately what has to guide us in our deliberations and decisions and options. And by the way, I know that I have a lot of other people wanting to speak, but at this point in time, as we are speaking about public interest, Robert, do you think that this is the time for you to come in, or do you prefer to speak after everybody?
Chair, I think it's important to hear the views of other members, and I know we seem to be running out of time, but I think that is important, and I'm very comfortable with the way the discussion is going, the robust consideration of the different options, but it's quite right that the board does need to make a call on this quickly and can't keep on kicking the can down the road. And I think this is to be discussed at the round tables, but the more views you can hear from around the board table is important. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will go around the table more or less. I don't know who was first. I think it was Vania.
Thank you. I would just like to discuss about this possibility of an integrated reporting, financial and non-financial. Mark, you are right, and Rania as well, but I think it will take some time for us to get there. We are discussing the necessity right now of having some kind of reliability in this kind of information before we are ready to go to the point where we are able to get one single thing. The current situation, Rania, do not prevent, and it would be the easiest way if right now we already had the accountancy entering to take into consideration and recording the financial impact of sustainability. But there is no easy way of doing that right now because we do not yet have consensus in terms of metrics, in terms of definitions for some things that are very difficult to measure right now. So it will take some time for us to get there. And I like the possibility that we are putting in the task force, but in consideration of simplicity and having a separate way, James is right in terms of that having a different part of the code or even a standalone, it will make it easier for us to communicate with those who are not accountants and will not be willing to face some language in the current code that is too much technical and too much accounting fitting for that. But if you want to have the same level of quality, I'm just afraid that having the possibility of something separate will bring the notion that the more easy wording will mean less requirement, less level of exigence of the level that we want to. So again, I think that the main challenge that we have right now is communicating the decision that we make. Either way, either option 1, 2, or 3, we have to make clear that we are not making it less reliable or less applicable just because the professional that will be using that, it's not an accountant. So I think that's the main challenge, in my opinion.
Thank you, Vanya. Ken, please.
Yeah, just I know there are a number of board members wishing to take the floor, but just a point of clarification that I think is important for everyone to understand, and that is Vanya's reference to potentially using simpler language, let's say, that might convey an impression to stakeholders that the sustainability focused standards would be less exigent than the standards for audits. That is not the intent. The intent is that we are going to use the same language to precisely achieve Mark's objective at the beginning, as he explained, that essentially those standards would be at the same level as standards for audit. So there is no intent at all that we would have less stringent standards for sustainability assurance.
Thank you, Ken. Sanjeev.
Thank you. I think a couple of points. I think we as PAs are quite used to reading the code. And, we've been reading this code for many years now. And for a non-PA to read and understand the code, as I think Sadia mentioned, the code is complex at times when you read it. Now, when you add more to it on the sustainability side, how do you keep it simple? We need to have clarity, as Kenny rightly mentioned. Simple is not the word. I think we need to be clear in what is required of a person who's doing assurance. Our code is almost 300 pages, is what Sadia said. I think by the time these standards come in, the code will be 350 pages or more. We'll have technology, we have tax planning, we have engagement teams. I think the challenge before us is, in case we look at part 5 and have a clear communication there as to what is expected, keeping in mind what Rani also said, that if in the years to come, this is going to be one report, because the non-financial information will have an impact on the financial information also, should we keep that in mind? I think we should, because that is what it will have in the years to come. And our standards are always future-looking. We keep the future in mind. So I think if this thing has to be also kept in mind, I think probably as an option, the option, where you have a separate chapter 5 looks, a cleaner option. Now, how do we word it? Obviously, will get decided, but I think the roundtables will help us also in taking a feedback as to what option to really, look at and come out with.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Chana.
Thanks, Chair. I agree that it should be equivalent standards. I mean, already we have the CSRD, the US SEC coming out with announcements, so it has to be the equivalent standards. To Andy's point on duplication and the maintenance, I think we currently have the example of 4A and 4B. So, so far I have not really identified any issue where 4A and 4B is out of sync. So already I think the staff team have that experience. With regard to a separate handbook, and my mind is still open, but from an Australian perspective, we would have a similar challenge to what Mark identified in the UK, because it took us quite a while with the Australian Treasury to provide legal backing for the code via auditing standard, and that specifically names APES 110 Code of Ethics of Professional Accountants, including independent standards. So we will have, if it's a separate one, then we would also have to go back and request something which may take some years. So I can sort of understand Mark's point on that. Also, I think we have to keep in mind my experience from various interaction is that even if the same firm is doing it, it's two different teams. And the skills of those teams are quite different. And while they may have accountant, some of them have engineering backgrounds. And so it's not the same team doing it. And so that also is something we need to take into account. So when I sort of look at the various options, and option one, I think we need to also take into account the work Keith did last year, where Keith showed how, if you integrate it, how it would look like. And for me, it looked that it's making it even more complex. So I think the option two or part 5 approach at the moment is appealing, but I would like to keep my mind open for the roundtables and to see what sort of feedback we get. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chana. Jens.
I have a very similar view as Chana has. I think you can conceptually argue for all 3 options, and it's a question from the perspective, whether you're coming more from the accountancy profession, from the regulatory perspective. But I think our task is to have another dimension here. It is the usability for the future assurance providers. And we have to admit that the legislators in many jurisdictions are making decisions we like or dislike, but we see that other assurance providers are there, and they should be there in the opinion of the legislator. So, and that's the reality. And so I'm very much for a pragmatic approach, seeing that the option 1 is easier for the profession, okay, even though there are some complexities. Option 3, I call, so the separate book, is easier for the non-PAs. I think the compromise where everyone has to go some steps, but it's not the final product perhaps, we easily can, if that happens, what you are saying, Rania, in some years' time there will be another revision of views of legislators to have another approach, whether it's integrated or have a joint audit or whatever model will be found, we can then adopt, because we have the core in 5, A and B, and then see whether it is still needed to be a separate or even though a standalone product. So I think that gives us the flexibility. So that's why I'm tentative for 5, but we have to see how it will look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take long. I just want to also seek some clarification, maybe a question based on what you mentioned, Gabriela, on the need for profession agnostic standards. And my question would be, since we are trying to get others who are non-accountants to adopt our standards, how do we ensure that these standards are implemented by those non-accountants, non-PAs, that are not part of the current arrangement? And is the adoption going to be optional, since probably because they're not chartered accountants, so they have a leeway of not even implementing these standards? Should they decide, is it voluntary, is it going to be is it enforceable anyway? Because we saw in the framework, there has to be some form of enforceability. If they are not part of the, they are not known, they are not accountants, how enforceable can these standards be? Now, my comment also goes to the options that are being provided here. In my view, option 2 provides a better framework, which has part 5. And in the sense that if you keep option 1, then you're limited in terms of what you can do with the code, the current code. So if for instance, you're looking at part 1, 2, 3, and part 4, A and B, so if you add in sustainability, how flexible are you going to be in future to also amend the code? I think option 1 to me is not a viable option, but that is also remains to the roundtables to decide, and also the those who are going to be following up. So option 2, which has part 5, is probably better for compared to other options, given that you could have another part 6. Should there tomorrow be another topic that, of course, this is an evolving thing. So tomorrow there could be something else that is not sustainability. So the code should be able to evolve as we go along. So the option of standalone, I think I would discourage it completely, in the sense that one, imagine if you're a PA today, so you have one code. Tomorrow you're also juggling with another standalone, I don't know, code or whatever publication. So I would strongly, let me not use the word strongly, I would discourage the standalone aspect of it, because it would be a bit confusing for PAs and non-PAs to be looking at a different document altogether. So option 2 with part 5, I think goes very well in supporting whether PAs or non-PAs. If you're non-PA, you can be able to go to the code and go to part 5. So it becomes easy. You have one document that you can refer to in every sense of the word. So my question is, are these standards going to be enforced for non-PAs? Or is it going to be voluntary? So how do you make sure that for non-PAs, they also abide by the same standards that PAs have to abide by? And again, when it goes to options, I can go for option 2, part 5. I think that will answer many of the questions that people have. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia, for providing your opinion. Thank you for raising that topic of possible other future areas or matters that will deserve a similar approach. And so we have to keep that possibility open. Responding to your question, and thank you also for giving the opportunity to clarify this, because it's also been a matter of, I think, misunderstanding. The IESBA, this board will not develop standards trying to get the others to step in this space. We are not, we are neutral with respect to something which is the reality, the facts. The facts that David Madden showed this morning, the facts that Keith brought to the table, the fact that the regulators already made a decision that there will be PAs, non-PAs, and similar requirements for all. We are completely neutral to that with respect to that those developments. What we know is that these non-professional accountants are there. They will have to abide by some standards, and there are two options: our standards or other standards. So whether they are going to be enforceable, implementable, this is also not for us to decide, because we are not deciding, Felicia, in any case, that these standards, whatever, part 1, part 2, or sorry, option 1, 2, or 3, that they will be mandatory, etc. They will be there, and then the others will do what they want to do with these standards. Regulators, policymakers, standard setters, they make the decision whether they are applicable or not, whether they are enforceable or not, how are they going to be overseen, enforceable, etc. So your question is absolutely pertinent and to the point. It's just not something that we, IESBA, may answer. We are just responding to facts and saying, okay, these are the standards, be it whatever option we make, These are the standards, and then you decide, you regulators, you whoever decide whether these other professional, not other service providers will have to follow our standards, other standards, or any standards at the option of themselves or of the regulators or whatever. I don't know if this responds to your question, but I think it's important to clarify this because this question comes many times. How do you think that you are going to enforce these standards? That decision is to be made by others, professional associations, regulators, etc., not by us. We are just providing or trying to provide what is necessary in that respect. Thank you. Ayao Shu, thank you. Sorry, I think that you are waiting for some time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the presentation. And when I heard that the other members' comments, I totally agree that the task force comment the notion that the non-PAs and the PAs who are not also the auditors, they should apply with the equivalent standards, the equivalent requirements. I think that's the core of the new standard. And I think no standards is perfect. So today we talk about not what we should do, not to do, but we how to do. So I think we should make some option, and the task force give us a very comprehensive option. And for me, I think every option has advantages and disadvantages, and but I need to choose one. I think so. That's the point. We can keep going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao Shu. Paul.
Thank you very much, and just appreciation to the whole team for the complexity of the issues being flagged. I'd want to come back to your point, Gabriela, in terms of our outlook and goal as IESBA is really to make sure what we roll out is actually neutral and able to apply irrespective of how much the state of play evolves around us. We shouldn't wake up one day and go, gosh, if we were looking at 100 jurisdictions rather than the 21 that we looked at so far, we would have done something different. And to that end, I do see value in a clear standalone so that we can have comfort and confidence that whatever we are putting in place, irrespective of who is applying that sustainability standard, is applying it to the same level of quality and clarity across the board, irrespective of whether they're PA or non-PA. So that's something I think we need to be very conscious about. And just when we think of really the public interest outlook that we're building this around, we need to be very conscious of even the simple realities of we're rolling into a space where, sorry to reference press, but we're in a situation where beginning of this year we had a huge fallout around Vera and their carbon credit certification standards that then they had to turn back and say, we're actually withdrawing that. So how are we building the right kind of implementable and long-term sustainable structures into a world we're rolling out into? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Andy.
Thanks again. I'll be quick. I think what I'm hearing a lot is the discussion of the form and substance of where we're headed towards. And I think in terms of substance, we really shouldn't have any compromise. That is, I think I've used a metaphor before that the end of the rainbow or the finish line is a world with high quality sustainability reports that are reliable because assurance has been provided on them. And I think largely the difference between these options deals with the form. And what Sadia said earlier reminded me of what discussion we've had in the past, that our electronic code does allow for the for the substance of our code to be produced perhaps in a different form. So I guess I would be alert for what people say at the roundtables, but I believe our electronic code may allow us to be more supple and nimble in manipulating the form in a way that achieves the simplicity for all users, as was being discussed, as long as we don't compromise on the substance of the high quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. And finally, Junpei.
Gabriela, thank you very much. I have a quick comment on approach. From the perspective of clarification of rules related to sustainability reporting and assurance, option 2 or standard approach would be better for the public interest. It would be beneficial for non-PAs to use the code for sustainability reporting and assurance separately from audit. However, I believe currently timeliness is very important for the public interest. I think if the development of the code was not in a timely manner with option 2 or a standard approach, it might be good to prepare the minimum version of the rules. And then in the future, we could develop a completed version. I believe that it might be important for us to have a balance between quality of the code and flexibility with considering stakeholders' needs. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, Junpei. And I don't see anyone else, board members, wanting to comment on these proposals. And so I'd invite you, Robert, to provide the PIOB comments on these proposals. Anyone want to?
Thank you, Chair. And I'll try to be brief because it's been a very long discussion. We do have I've had a briefing memorandum on this, and what's now going to happen, of course, is that our briefing memorandums will become public, so I won't repeat it because of the pressure of time, but just some observations on the discussion to date. I think it's clearly been very helpful to work through the options, and there are advantages and disadvantages to each, as has been said. You're moving now into the round tables, and I just wonder whether, Mark, whether the task force needs to think about some clearer guidance for the round tables in terms of what is the answer that is needed from them, because there's a lot of extraneous. It's very easy to get into extraneous discussion, and really you've got the three options sitting there. It's very important, I think, to explain that these are largely questions of presentation, reinforce the point that this is about a common set of standards that, as the Chair has said, there's no option now. We are looking for this profession-neutral approach and how best to apply it. So just a suggestion, which you had reference to the public interest framework in your initial presentation, and just wondering whether you might, between now and Friday in this meeting, just look at those elements of the public interest framework and perhaps do a mapping exercise of those in relation to the three options, as well as the advantages and disadvantages, just so that you can sharpen the questions that are put to the round tables. I suspect that just simply saying to the round tables which option would you prefer is going to not necessarily going to get you anywhere, because those attending won't have the depth of thinking that has been around this table for some time. So and as I said before, this is something that the board is going to need to make a decision on quickly, because there is a time constraint that we're all aware of, and so really it's ensuring that the preparation for the round tables is going to produce the clarity of feedback that you want, that will then enable a quick decision so that you can then get on with starting to write. Just from my own perspective of listening to the discussion, and this echoes the analysis of the staff as well. If we're talking about clarity, and it is clarity and not simplicity, that does tend to militate against the option 1 approach because of the accessibility issue for non-PAs in relation to the large code, as has been said, but of course with the advantage of the electronic code as well, so that factor is still there and needs to be considered. And I do like the option, the approach of thinking about option 3 as possibly a longer term solution, Jens, which may, after a post-implementation review, turn out actually not to be necessary. You may find that an option 2 approach, if you go down that route, is actually acceptable to everyone, particularly if it's electronic. So it does seem to me to sit within option 2 somewhere, but that's just a personal perspective on it. So I hope. Congratulations on the discussion. In terms of the due process and the depth of discussion, what the PIOB is always interested in is the level of engagement around the table. This is one of those issues where, as you've said, you've needed the engagement, and I think you've got it. So it's been very, very powerful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very nice words, Robert, and contribution. I don't know if, Mark, you still want to wrap up, or if you want to wrap up or add any considerations?
No, just very briefly, thank you, Robert, for that suggestion there. We've already got a briefing note to try and help participants in the round tables. And of course, we've got people to facilitate all of the breakout groups. But I think if we can produce that sort of slide, that mapping slide, it would be something really helpful to show those groups. So I think that's something taken forward. And I think the other thing as well that comes out quite strongly from the questioning and the comments from some of the members is to what extent, and it does come through sort of quite strongly, and particularly with the comment about Vera and the carbon offsetting, is have we fully articulated the difference between an assurance engagement and a certification engagement? And that sort of is also something that they're perhaps two extremes of the same product, but to what extent do we want all of that line, a part of that line, expand into more of that line? It's a really good question. I think something we should try and draw out of the round tables and our further engagement. But again, it's very good to get so much feedback and so much input. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you to all the task force and the working group in particular to have addressed all these very complicated questions and concerns. What again happened here around the table, and I'm very grateful to the whole board for the very good contributions and very thoughtful contributions that you gave. This is really helpful. I think that we are slowly, step by step, reaching some certainty about some aspects of this very complex topic. This is really new. It's about sustainability, which is completely new to all of us. This is about profession agnostic, which is completely new. So we are really going down a path which is not known for any of us, and we are learning by doing and by discovering. And that's what we have to keep on doing, and keeping our minds open and agile to adapt to this significant change. So this is not the time yet to make the decision, but I fully agree that we can't keep much longer in this indefinition. All the three options are good at the end. Some of them are better than the others, possibly, and that's what we will conclude after listening to the participants in the roundtables and reflecting again upon what we will hear. I subscribe to Robert's comment that the questions and the incentives given that will be given to the roundtable participants will be critical to get the right feedback. They have to focus on the right topics and not at all be excluding any difficult topics, the most difficult that they can be. So thank you very much. We are very late, but I think it was necessary to hold this discussion with the level of deepness and contribution around the table that we got. So I apologize for being so late, but I'm grateful for that. Thank you very much. Ken?
Thank you, Gabriel. So just in terms of next steps, first of all, I want to check with you if our colleagues on IEESB are online. Okay, so I would ask if, Vili, if you don't mind, we're also about to take a 15-minute break because we've overrun our break time. If that is okay with you, we'll come back in 15 minutes. And then there are a couple of additional items that we had on the the common issues session. One is about the reference group, and the other one is an update on the timeline on the IEESB side. And I would suggest to the board that we take those two items tomorrow morning. But I'm conscious that we have our colleagues on IEESB for the update on their project. So we'll take the update after the break, but if we can all reconvene literally in about 12 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, we have to start because we are really running late and we still have a few meetings after this meeting, so we have to restart. I think that Vili should be with us. Vili, hello. Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us in our IESBA meeting and being available to provide us with an update on the IEESB work. The need for coordination between the two boards and the two projects has been mentioned many times today, and I suspect that it will be mentioned many times over this week. So it's very important for us to know, to be updated on your work. Vili, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, and good afternoon in Abu Dhabi to the IESBA board members, technical advisors, observers, and staff. And I'm very happy to join your meeting today and to provide you with an update on the IEESB's Sustainability Assurance Project. So I think what I'm going to do today are two things. The one is I want to give you a quick recap of the approach that we are undertaking in our project to develop a global baseline for sustainability assurance engagements. And then I want to go into a little bit more detail about our progress to date and specific matters of relevance from a coordination perspective. So on the next slide, just a reminder that in accordance with our project proposal, we have decided to adopt a phased approach to developing sustainability assurance standards, which we believe recognize the urgency of the need for a global baseline for sustainability assurance engagements, but that also recognizes the reality that there's a maturity curve involved in terms of reporting frameworks, entities, information systems, internal controls, and reporting processes, as well as the needs of intended users. So as the first part of this project on the left-hand side of the slide, we are focusing on developing an overarching standard, international standard on sustainability assurance 5000. That will be an end-to-end standard, meaning that it will cover all the elements of an assurance engagement. And in developing this standard, we are leveraging our existing materials that we have in ISA 3000 revised, in ISA 3410, as well as in our EER guidance. Now, just a reminder that our EER guidance, the Extended External Reporting Guidance, was issued in 2021, and that was off the back of a project that ran from 2017 to 2021 that went through full due process and that involved extensive information gathering and outreach. So that provided a lot of input for us starting our project that we're undertaking now. We will also leverage the international standards on auditing where necessary to fill certain gaps, especially in terms of certain priority areas that I will come back to later. And then we also anticipate that as we go forward, there will be a need in future to develop further standards within a suite of ISAs, much like we have in the international standards on auditing. You have individual standards that deal with certain elements of the subject matter information or certain elements of the assurance engagement. So next slide, please. So on the next slide, just a reminder that we are designing this standard to be suitable for engagements of all sustainability information by providing principle-based requirements that can be applied for all sustainability topics and all information disclosed about sustainability topics. Now, those first two elements are very important, and as we started to put pen to paper, we soon realized that those two elements required a little bit of thinking from our board in terms of how we're going to articulate that within the standard in explaining to the practitioner how to undertake an assurance engagement. And where we landed is that an entity reports on different sustainability topics, which could be climate, biodiversity, energy, labor practices, human rights. It could be a long list of potential topics, but you also report about aspects of those topics. You can't report about a topic without saying something about an aspect of a topic. And those aspects could be about risks or opportunities. Sorry, just want to take a sip of water. Those aspects could be risk or opportunities, could be related to governance, be related to strategy, could be metrics and targets, key performance indicators, and that is what makes up subject matter information. We also are neutral in terms of the mechanisms of reporting, whether it is in a separate sustainability report that is part of or not part of the annual report, whether it's an integrated report, whether it is sustainability information reported as part of management commentary. There are various mechanisms for reporting. And also the standard is neutral in terms of the reporting standards that are being used, as well as neutral in terms of the intended users, irrespective of whether those intended users are focused on enterprise value or focused on both enterprise value and impact. This will also be a standalone standard, so it will stand alone from the ISA E series. You will not be required to comply with ISA 3000 revised. It addresses both limited assurance and reasonable assurance and is for use by all assurance practitioners, subject obviously to the requirements of the standard. On the next slide, we're just indicating our progress up to date. So next slide, please. So as you know that in September, we approved a project proposal, and at that point, we already had started with the drafting of the standard. So we were able to take to the board in December the requirements and application material for the identified priority areas. And like I said, I will talk about that just now. Excuse me. And for the March meeting, we will take to the board all the requirements and application material of the standard. So on the next slide, I actually provide you with an overview or an outline of the content of the standard. So we can go to the next slide, please. So here, as I've indicated, this is the outline of the standard from the introduction right to the appendices to the standard. And this shows what we took to the board in December and how that will now progress. We will add to that in the March meeting. And as you can see in the June column, that after the March meeting, the only items that the board would not have seen is the introduction section of the standard, which deals with the scope and applicability of the standard, as well as the appendix, which we will use to provide illustrative assurance reports. And that's why I said on the previous slide, so for the March meeting, the board will see all the requirements and application material for all the parts of the standard. So on the next slide, I think Lynn Provo, the previous task force chair, did highlight to you in November and December. So we can go to the next slide, please. That project proposal, we identified certain priority areas. So just a reminder that these are areas that through our information gathering and outreach were identified as areas that are particularly challenging in providing or in performing assurance, sustainability assurance engagement. In these areas, we may need to provide some more specificity compared to ISA 3000 revised, but still commensurate with the fact that this is an overarching standard. So on this slide, we've now just built in how have we addressed these priority areas. And this was mainly what that was taken to the board at the December meeting. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all 6 of them. The slides will be made available to the board members. I'm just going to touch on a few of them. The first one that I want to highlight is that there was a strong need to make a clear distinction between limited assurance and reasonable assurance engagements, especially from a work effort point of view, what the work effort is for these different assurance engagements. And that work effort comes through particularly in part 6 of the standard that deals with risk identification and assessment, as well as in part 7 of the standard that deals with responding to risk of material misstatement. The distinction between limited and reasonable also is addressed prominently in part 3 of the standard that deals with engagement, acceptance, and continuance, as well as in part 9 that deals with reporting. What we've also tried to do is to make sure that we clearly signpost the requirements and application material. So where you have requirements, where the requirements are different for limited or reasonable assurance, we've presented those in a table format in the standard, which then also emphasizes where you can see side by side the equivalent requirement for limited and reasonable, and that also emphasizes the difference between the two. And then in the application material, for those application material paragraphs that are explicit to either limited or reasonable, we have also demarcated them with using either an L or an R at the end of the paragraph number, which we think will also facilitate the navigation of the standard, especially in a digital format. The other one that I wanted to talk about is the scope of the engagement, which is closely related to the precondition that the engagement needs to have a rational purpose. So there are requirements for the practitioner to evaluate the appropriateness of the scope of the sustainability information, to start off with what the entity has reported. And we have application material that deals with the process, entity's process for identifying topics or aspects of topics to be reported. That then lands in the sustainability information. And then you have to evaluate the scope of the assurance engagement, which can either be all of that information or only some of that information. So that is addressed primarily in part 3 of the standard. And then the other one that I wanted to point out here is materiality. So you would see on the left-hand side of the slide in the green block, there we make mention of double materiality. So the notion of double materiality is first introduced in part 3 of the standard, because double materiality is very much related to the characteristics of the reporting framework in terms of relevance and completeness. The reporting framework has to make sure that the entity prepares the information that assists users in their decision-making and does not omit information that reasonably be expected to influence the decisions of users taken on the basis of that information. And that is where the framework then has to be set up so that the information that is reported either satisfies the dimension of enterprise value or both the dimensions of enterprise value and impact. Once that is established in the framework, then that is a given for the assurance practitioner in terms of how the assurance practitioner will view materiality. When the assurance practitioner then looks at materiality, remember materiality, the considerations for materiality is the same irrespective of whether you are limited or reasonable assurance, because it is a user-orientated concept. And in part 5 of the standard, we have provided both qualitative and quantitative factors for considering materiality, as well as a requirement for the practitioner consider the need to determine performance materiality to address aggregation risk for quantitative disclosures. So materiality comes through strongly in 2 parts of the standard, part 5 that deals with planning, and then also in part 8 that deals with the evaluation of misstatements. So we can go to the next slide, please. So very importantly, ISO 5000 is premised on 2 propositions. And the first one you find on this slide, proposed ISO 5000 is premised on relevant ethical requirements, that the members of the engagement team are subject to relevant ethical requirements. And as it currently stands, the definition of relevant ethical requirements in the standard, and obviously we know that this is obviously subject to the outcome of the ethics project as well, but currently it indicates that for professional accountants, relevant ethical requirements will ordinarily comprise the provisions of the ethics, the IESBA Code of Ethics, related to assurance engagements, together with national requirements that are more restrictive. And for other practitioners who are not professional accountants, it comprises requirements in law or regulation or professional requirements related to sustainability assurance engagement that are at least as demanding as the IESBA Code. And then the requirements for relevant ethical requirements comes out strongly in part 2 of the standard that deals with, that amongst other things deals with engagement quality management, It also comes out in Part 8 of the standard, where the practitioner is concluding and has to take responsibility for determining, where the engagement leader has to take responsibility for determining that relevant ethical requirements, including independence, have been fulfilled. And it also comes out in Part 9 in reporting, where the assurance report will include a statement regarding practitioners' compliance with relevant ethical requirements, including independence, identifying such requirements. We can go to the next slide, please. The second proposition is that ISA 5000 is premised on quality management. So we've got extensive quality management requirements at the engagement level in Part 2 of the standard, and then the standard also assumes that the practitioner is a member of a firm that applies ISQM 1 or ISQM 2, ISQM 1 and ISQM 2, or other professional requirements or requirements in law or regulation that are at least as demanding as the quality management standards. You can go to the next slide. Now, one of the key matters that comes up from a quality management perspective is who does the work. Now, this is in respect of who does the work, this is obviously very important. The definition of the engagement is very important in respect of this question of who does the work. And there's an explicit requirement in Part 2 of the standard that says that the practitioner will only accept the engagement when, amongst other matters, the practitioner is satisfied that those that are going to perform the work collectively have the appropriate competence and capabilities and sufficient time to perform the engagement, and that the engagement leader has no reason to believe that the relevant ethical requirements, including independence, will not be satisfied. So when we look at this, and we were thinking about the sustainability, the diversity of sustainability subject matter information, and probably more importantly, the diversity of the sources of information that the practitioner may need to deal with. Also take into account, for example, the entity's value chain, and information can come from various places upstream and downstream within the value chain. We had to start to dissect this a little bit. And what we said in the end, and remember, this is not discussed with the board. This is one part that the board will see for the first time next week during our board meeting. But where we settled is that what makes most sense is to think about it from the context of, can the practitioner be sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work that is being performed? Sufficient can the practitioner, and would the practitioner be expected to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work that is being performed? And therefore, and when that is the case, with two exceptions, when the practitioner can be or is supposed or can be expected to be sufficiently appropriately involved in the work, then the normal quality management requirements related to direction and supervision of the individuals performing the work and evaluating their work would apply in terms of Part 2. Those are the yellow blocks. The two exceptions to that is, as it stands today, the practitioner's external expert, because although the practitioner can be expected to be involved in the work, the practitioner's external expert is not part of the engagement team. And equally with internal audit, if you're going to use the work of internal audit, they're not part of the engagement team. In which case, then, the practitioner considers the objectivity, the competence, capabilities, and objectivity of the practitioner's external expert as well as internal audit. In all the other cases, like I said, the normal direction, supervision, and review requirements will apply to entity personnel, practitioners, internal experts, and they have to comply with relevant ethical requirements, including independence. The one that required a little bit of thinking was when using the work of another practitioner. And therefore, we came to the conclusion that there are circumstances, there are situations because of circumstance or law regulation where the practitioner cannot be involved in the work of the other practitioner, in which case then the practitioner also complies with the requirements, separate requirements in the standard of considering the practitioner's competence, capabilities, and objectivity, as well as other requirements in terms of being satisfied with the nature and scope of the practitioner's work, evaluating the adequacy of the work, communicating with the other practitioner about their findings, etc. So this is this is the construct that we are taking to our board next week. But like I said, we do expect that this will be an area where we will get a lot of input from the board next week. So when we move to the next slide, the other item that is important from a coordination perspective is the definition of sustainability information. And what you see on the slide, again, is the definition that is in the standard that the board will discuss next week. And that is that sustainability information is information that results from measuring or evaluating the underlying subject matter against the applicable criteria, and that sustainability is the equivalent of subject matter information in other IEESB standards. Now, the reason why the task force has landed on this definition is that, firstly, it was felt that we had to stay close to the foundational concepts in ISA 3000 revised, and also we needed a definition that is specific about the fact that the entity is responsible for a process, and that process produces information that is reported. And when that information is reported, the assurance practitioner looks at that information, and the assurance engagement either relates to all of that information or parts of that information. And once the scope of the engagement has been determined, the practitioner then breaks it down to the pieces of information, the specific sustainability information about aspects of topics or disclosures, where the practitioner then, and that's the level at which the practitioner then does the planning, identifies risks, responds to risks, obtains evidence, and concludes. So we needed a functional definition because we are trying to tell the practitioner how to go and to form the assurance engagement. And we had to contend with a broad range and diversity of sustainability subject matters and subject matter information, different reporting frameworks and other criteria, as well as different mechanisms and formats of reporting. Now, we know that this is different from the definition that your board is going to discuss this week, but we do believe that there's not a conflict between these two definitions, because as one would expect, the IESBA, what IESBA has done is you've approached this from a broader perspective, and you've approached it from an entity perspective, from a preparer perspective, and then also the assurance perspective. And the definition you are presenting is fine because because it captures sustainability information when one more broadly refers to the nature and extent of an entity's sustainability activities. But we may have to make it more functional at the level as I explained earlier. So like I said, I don't think there's a conflict. We explained that to CAT last week as well. But what we need to find, and that will be an item for ongoing coordination, is we need to find a bridging mechanism. And we think that that bridging mechanism, there may be different ways of doing it, but at the moment the thinking is we will have to explain what sustainability is in the introduction to the standard, and we can probably also use application material for that. But this is clearly on the list of coordination topics. Then on the next slide, I think as Gabriela has indicated in her opening remarks, well, is that ongoing coordination will be extremely important and has already been strong. There's close coordination between Gabriela and Tom, including on outreach activities, as well as joint messaging that the both boards put out in the market. Coordination at staff level is strong, including maintaining an inventory of coordination issues, fortnightly catch-up meetings and other meetings. We've also appointed a sustainability task force coordination members that will also meet regularly. So it's Isabel Truxingessen on our side, and then Richard Husken on the ethics. And we also have already and will continue to undertake joint targeted key stakeholder engagement. So there is clearly a need for strong coordination on this project. And then lastly, just the timeline of the project in the next slide. So in terms of the timeline of the project, so the timeline is indicated in the project proposal. In terms of this timeline, I think what we've learned, our board and the ethics board, is that that second half of 2024 is really now a firm deadline when we look at the work that IOSCO is doing and the statements that IOSCO has been putting out. And obviously, when we look at the developments in Europe, And although we're writing a global standard, the reality is we cannot have a global standard without adoption in Europe. So that end of 2024 is really a very fixed, firm deadline that we're working towards. Once we put the standard out for exposure, we do also plan to undertake an intensive outreach campaign when the exposure draft is out in the market. And I think that's the last slide. So if you go to the next slide, that is a slide for just some questions. So Gabriela, I think at this point, I will turn it back to you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Willy, again, for this excellent and very comprehensive presentation. Starting by the end of your presentation, and again, coordination is key, and so all this information that you're providing is not only necessary, but it also, I think, raises other thoughts that we'll have to address going forward. I would not say much more because we are really running out of time, but of course, open the floor for questions that this board may have for you with respect to the IESB project. Sungnam, please.
Thank you, Willy. Yeah, it was a nice presentation. My question is about the IESB's position regarding engagement standards for group context.
Sorry, Gabriela, I didn't fully get that question.
Your position regarding engagement assurance standards in group context.
Oh, okay, right. So engagement standards in a group context. Okay. So I think our position at the moment is, and that's reflected in the draft that is going to the board next week as well, is we are certainly, and again, because phase one of this project is about writing an overarching standard, we are certainly not contemplating that we will have in the standard requirements akin to, for example, what you see in ISO 600 revised today. However, we do need to recognize that when you look at an entity sustainability information, you do need to consider that that sustainability information could be sustainability information that is aggregated across different entities or business units and across jurisdictions. So where relevant, we have pointed that out in particularly in application materials, so as to flag where that consideration might be particularly relevant in operationalizing, in complying with a certain requirement. So yes, we will not, we can't address groups as you would expect in ISO 600, but we recognize that it is relevant and it is a reality of what practitioners will be able to deal with, and we're trying to flag where that is important throughout in terms of the application material, in terms of how information is combined, disaggregated, aggregated, what your aggregation risk may be. That's the way in which we are accommodating that.
Thank you, Willy. Mark.
Thank you, Willy. That was a really good presentation and really good to hear how the board's progressed. I was interested in your slide 3, where you talk about developing principles-based requirements that give you broad application. Although it focuses obviously on limited and reasonable assurance opinions, is there anything you can say about what consideration your task force or your board has given to other types of sustainability engagement? Because there are a lot of providers out there that don't give an assurance opinion, they give like a certification. What was your board's thinking with respect to that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mark. I think, in the first place, when we developed ISO 5000 is very much focused on describing an assurance engagement that is going to enable you to express an assurance conclusion on general purpose external reporting. So that is very much the focus that we have. It's about general purpose external reporting. In the whole mix, you are quite right that there may be different assurance services that are provided, and where the practitioner may also believe that that information may be relevant for their assurance engagement. So we believe that we have wrapped that up in that one slide that I had about using the work of another practitioner. And that is where that will be addressed. But from the purpose of, from the perspective of the standard that we are writing, the focus is very much on an assurance conclusion when you are reporting on general purpose information, with the recognition that you could have other practitioners involved. And then obviously the practitioner that performs the actual assurance engagement that ISA 5000 is written for, there we are profession agnostic, as long as the premise of the standard is satisfied, relevant ethical requirements, quality management, and obviously that you then comply with every requirement relevant to the engagement.
Thank you, Willie. Andy, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Willie, for that. That was just fantastic. I was just soaking that up. That was a lot of information you guys have developed. So the part that I was thinking that could have ethical conundrums is the evaluating this underlying subject matter against applicable criteria, and then an earlier slide indicated that criteria could be by an established framework or entity developed. So I read reports that are entity developed criteria, but I'm trying to, without blowing this up to a long discussion, does the papers have an evaluation of how the practitioner determines if an entity developed criteria is suitable for these purposes? Because that's where I see an ethical mischief could occur.
Yeah, no, that is perfectly correct. So in part 3, where we address the suitability of the criteria, there are requirements to evaluate the suitability of criteria, and then there's application material that, to your point, recognizes that the criteria there could be different sources of criteria. So they could obviously, and how we're describing in the standard is there could be framework criteria. So that will be, for example, sustainability reporting standards that are issued by a particular global body or jurisdictional body. And then you can also have entity developed criteria. Now, remember, the criteria that is going to be used will primarily, if in the case of mandatory engagements, will be driven by law regulation that requires that mandatory engagement. And then obviously in the case of voluntary engagements, that will be more of an agreement between the practitioner and the engaging party. So it recognizes both those criteria, but says irrespective, in the end, the applicable criteria, therefore the criteria for that particular engagement has to exhibit the characteristics of suitable criteria. And then there's considerable application material that deals with each one of those characteristics of suitable criteria.
And for then an entity developed criteria too, so that it wouldn't just appear the entity develops criteria in which it could achieve, that they would somehow have to be suitable based upon some sort of methodology.
Definitely, certainly. So irrespective of whether it's framework criteria or entity developed criteria, those characteristics apply equally to both. And then another thing that I can add is, remember, one of the preconditions is also that the criteria has to be available to users. And that is also the case.
Thank you very much, Willie. Mark, do you want to come in again?
Yes, thank you, Gabriella, if you don't mind. Just one question that comes to mind, Willie, just on your slide about your timetable. Obviously, you seem to have moved ahead of where you were earlier in the year, and talking about a consultation that will possibly come out relatively soon. Obviously, we're coordinating very closely with you. How do we ensure that we don't end up with things that are perhaps baked in one set or the other, that then form sort of problems in trying to align with? Like, I know you're going to do a lot of targeted stakeholder outreach during the exposure draft period, but given our recent experience of alignment of ISA 600 and ETGA, it's really quite important that we don't end up with things sort of carved in tablets of stone that are then quite difficult to unpick. How can we manage that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So in terms of the timetable, as we've been progressing our work, because things around the sustainability space almost changes on a daily basis, there is an option in terms of the timetable that we are discussing at the planning committee meeting. We actually have a planning committee meeting on Wednesday. So we haven't discussed it with the planning committee yet. We are going to discuss it with the planning committee on Wednesday. And after that, we're also going to discuss the timetable with the board in executive session next week. So based on those discussions, we will see where we land. But I think irrespective, I think the coordination, there's a clear commitment to coordination, and we will have to, whatever the outcome of those discussions is and whatever the outcome of the board decision is, we will have to stay very closely coordinated. And to your point, address some of those risks that you've articulated in terms of sort of not backing someone into a corner, that type of considerations.
Thank you, Vili. Chana, please.
So my comment goes similar to what I think concern Mark raised as well. And this is more an observation, really, so I don't expect you to respond today. When you look at definitions, I think it's important, if we are to make the standards interoperable, that the definitions are consistent. And a practice that we have adopted in Australia is that we try to match the auditing standards board's definitions, even if sometimes the international boards are different. So to make the auditing standards and the ethical code work together, so the definitions are consistent. So it's a bit concerning if the definition starts to diverge. So that's just, I think it may be a thing that you need to keep in mind as the coordination continues.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as I indicated when I discussed that slide, we're very aware of where we started and also where the ethics board has started, and that is certainly an item for further coordination.
Thank you, Vili and Chana. Robert, please.
Hello, Willie. Thank you very much for the presentation. Look, this is a most important element of ensuring public interest responsiveness of both board standards. It's wonderful to see the clarity of the presentation and identifying the need for coordination. I was going to raise exactly the point that Mark and Chana have raised around the risks of the IAASB going a bit earlier. I can certainly understand why the IAASB might want to have a longer consultation period in relation to this standard, because it's going to attract a lot of feedback and comment, and you will need time to deal with that. But there certainly are risks around interoperability, I think was the term that you used, Chana, and consistency of terminology and definitions. So I just highlight, Chair, the importance of, and we will discuss tomorrow, the sustainability information definition and other terminology in the work stream too here. But just the importance of ensuring that consistency is going to be key as you move forward, particularly if there is an earlier exposure of the IAASB standard, but helpful to note that the end point is the same with both the IESBA and the IAASB standards. So just an observation on that, but thank you very much for the presentation, and that's very clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Ken, please.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel, and I probably won't need to reiterate the caveat about the potential risks of having to deal with coordination issues, as it were, after after the exposure draft has been issued, because it does create a greater challenge for the two boards to come to a consensus on whatever common issues need to be dealt with for coordination. Just in relation to the outline of the definition of sustainability information that you spoke to on one of your slides, Vili, I would just perhaps emphasize that insofar as IESBA is concerned, we are looking at this term from both vantage points, which is the assurance and the reporting. So it is not only about the reporting and the fact that we are going to be dealing with ethics standards for sustainability reporting, but we do see this use of the same term in both contexts. And therefore, whilst you have a use for the term sustainability information in assurance context, we would focus on really using the same definition for both reporting and assurance, and not, as it were, going with the IWSB definition for sustainability information from the assurance context and coming up with something different for sustainability reporting. So it is both angles.
Okay.
Yes. Vili, I don't know if you want to respond? I'll just take note.
Yeah, no, I think Ken, you're quite right that you will use it for both those perspectives. I think, you know, at the moment when we started to write the standard, like I explained earlier, we needed a functional definition in terms of how do I explain that there's a process that leads to information, and that information can either be the full engagement or parts of that information can be the engagement. And so, like I said, I don't think we're in conflict with each other. I just think we haven't had the opportunity to spend enough time on also looking at the definition that you are discussing at your board this week, which, like I said, from my perspective, is looking at sustainability in a broader context in terms of the nature and extent of an entity's sustainability related activities, which is fine. And like there may just be a bridging that is needed, and it is certainly an item for ongoing coordination.
Thank you very much, Vili. Anyone else? So if not, thank you once again for this very clear presentation and for making your time to join us today at the IESBA for the purpose of coordination, for the purpose of keeping us informed and updated, and make sure that there are no disconnections and no gaps between the two boards. Of course, this last question raised, together with others, will certainly be subject to the attention of this board, but tomorrow, because we are really running out of time and we still have to address one other topic today. But there are a few issues, a few topics in your presentation that really matter, I think, to our work, and that will be subject to our attention tomorrow, Vili. Of course, you will be kept posted, Ken and the staff. And of course you can attend, but it's going to be early hours for you. So I don't think that you'll be able to make it, but we will keep you informed about what the output or the outcome of this discussion will be, in case there is anything that should be immediately flagged to IEESB. Thank you so much. And thank you to the board members for providing comments and contributions into the PIOB. And with this, we move to our last topic, and I'll give the floor to Ken to address one specific, more operational.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. The Sustainability Task Force is meeting this evening to consider the question of the establishment of a reference group, and it would be helpful for the task force to have some input from the board on this matter. So if the board is able to allow for about 10-15 minutes so we can collect any feedback and input that board members might have, that would be useful for the task force. And in that regard, if I may turn to Jeff. Jeff, you're going to take the board through our thinking on the reference group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I think Esther just bring back the other slide deck, which is slide 25. And it won't take too long, but we would just like to maybe spend the next 5-10 minutes just getting your input. Perhaps I'll just start whilst that's happening. The Sustainability Task Force is looking at as considering the involvement of a reference group going forward. We certainly recognize the importance of the roundtables in terms of attaining information, understanding the landscape and the views from different stakeholders. But, you know, it's a point in time, and once we get the information, there's still a lot of perhaps views that we want to get as we move forward and develop our standards. So the task force is looking at creating and establishing a reference group, and it will help us in terms of providing input for our drafting going forward. You know, before as we move to looking at proposing you know, first read or even second read as we move into approving the exposure drafts. And then, of course, afterwards, as we come back from the exposure draft again, we could engage the reference group to get their input. Particularly, you know, we're looking at a reference group that would have non-PAs, non-professional accountants, those who are providing particularly sustainability assurance services to make sure that our standards are credible, to make sure that we can allow for wide adoption, that they're operable, they make sense, they are clear, and so that's what the task force is looking at. There are a number of ways, as you can see from the screen there, in terms of establishing this reference group. Firstly, one option, whether it's available to us, of course, is to coordinate with IESB's reference groups for PAs and non-PAs. Just FYI, the IESB has established 2 reference groups. One consists of professional accountants, those from the accountancy profession, and the other one who are those who are outside the profession. So one option for us is to tap into the resource that they have, which that option would be the quickest option if it's available to us because it's already there, and we don't have to go and look for people. Another option is now for a call for interest, expression of interest, similar to what we did with technology working group. The third approach is to essentially approach sustainability assurance providers after the roundtable, invite them to join. And of course, around the tables here, you know, many, you know, board members and TAs, you know, you will have, you know, contacts that, you know, you might feel that is suitable to join part of this reference group. So we can move to the next slide. So we just got a couple of quick questions. We've got a couple of questions. Oh, I have the control here. Thank you. Okay, so we want to ask the board essentially 2 questions regarding the benefits, whether you think it's a good idea and necessary to have a reference group that consists of those who are outside the accountancy profession, the experts or the service providers. And the other question is whether the reference group should include both professional accountants and those who are not professional accountants, or whether it should just for those who are not from the profession. Something to bear in mind just before I pause here and get your input is, of course, we are looking at both from a reporting perspective and assurance perspective as well. So they're preparers that we need to be thinking about as well. And the other thing to think about is time is of the essence. We don't have a lot of time to perhaps, I mean, in saying that, you know, to have a call for expression of interest, that would take a while for us to get there. But nonetheless, it is an option. Again, as I've mentioned earlier, some of you may have contacts with those who are outside the profession, who are sustainability assurance providers or standard setters that perhaps, you know, that we can put something together very quickly And so what we're thinking of maybe in terms of how we're going to do this, how we're going to engage them, we still, the task force will have that discussion. And certainly, certainly at very least by emails, but we would think of at least, virtual calls at some point to get the input together. But with that, unless Ken and Gabrielle has any additional comments, we might pause and get the board's feedback.
Jeff, a very quick add-on to your introduction and remarks, if I may. And I would ask the board to focus more on the assurance side rather than the reporting, because the reporting, our focus on the reporting side is on professional accountants rather than non-professional accountants. And really, by the notion of a reference group is really to be able to connect into a population of users, if you will, of the standards that we don't normally hear from when we put out our formal consultations. And we will definitely hear from the accounting profession. So really, I would ask the board to focus more on the assurance, the standards for assurance engagements relative to the non-PAs as opposed to the PAs.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Jeff and Ken. Laurie.
Thank you, Gabriella. So listen, I actually think having a reference group is good because we're going to do these roundtables, but it's a point in time and we're moving with quite a bit of speed here. So I think we are going to need access to some people to run things by and be able to talk through things. Second, I think it has to be both PAs and non-PAs because everyone's going to be impacted by whatever we come up with, so it seems like both. And to your question about, if you go back a slide, I don't know if this was a question, but this is more a comment by me. I think you might have to do a combination of 2 and 3 if you want to do this quickly. I think people who are attending the roundtables appear to be active and interested, so maybe that's a good place to start. But we will definitely see people at those roundtables who are impressive in their grasp of what is going on. And I think, so it's maybe a little bit of a combination of 2 or 3, or maybe consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Could you see a combination of the 3? I mean, starting with the experts of IESBA, and if necessary, at somewhere, I don't know. I'm just thinking and trying to think pragmatically. Just like the last thing that Jeff said is we don't have time. So, well, just exploring possibilities. I don't know, Ken. I'm sorry, Sadia.
I actually like number 1. I think it will be efficient. It will speak to our coordination efforts. But I wondered if the task force were comfortable with the individuals that were on this list, and then vice versa, where we'll have to ask the individuals that are on those lists whether they're comfortable with ethical issues. And it's nice that Ken gave clarity that we're looking at assurance issues. So these are the type of individuals I would have expected to find on a reference group. However, on the non-practitioner list, I wondered if we already have individuals that we want to tap into. We spoke about 3 organizations, and I don't see them being represented on this list of the IAASB, so we might want to expand that reference group to give us a better focus.
Thank you, Sadia. Any other input in this respect? Luigi.
Thank you. I share the view of Laurie, basically. I think that we are working at a requirement that would impact PA and non-PA, so it is fair to have experts from both groups, basically, and the reference group should be composed by both of them. And in terms of how to find proper experts, I think that we can start from the one that it is already there, which is the easiest way, and then we should complement them with additional individuals that we may meet in each of the proposed actions, basically, in order to have the proper group of people helping the task forces. So I will not select just one route in order to have the reference group. We can start from one and then complement it along the way.
Thank you, Luigi. Robert?
Just to add a comment which I think we made in relation to the technology working group as well, that it's just important to run a public interest lens over the composition of the group, so that you've got a range of stakeholders and that is the necessary diversity to support it. And I'm sure if you were to take the approach which Laurie is suggesting, that gives you an opportunity to fashion the membership so that you're achieving that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I don't see anyone else. I think that we will take these considerations on board when reflecting on how to create this group. I don't see. I mean, from the interventions that we had, it seems that the members would prefer something like 2 and 3, and a mixed composition by PAs and non-PAs. So I think that we have to see in our discussion at the task force how to bring this forward. And otherwise, you have other vision?
I think we'll take the input back to the task force, unless there are other board members who would have any additional perspectives. From my perspective, I do see it as a larger challenge to have a mixed group for a number of reasons, I suppose. First of all, we will have opportunities to engage with representatives from the profession. We have regular interactions with them. For example, at the spectrum of the one end of the spectrum, the largest firms are the firm of firms. At the other end of the spectrum, for the SMPs with whom we normally meet at least twice a year, the bigger challenge is how do we connect into the non-PAs, and we also have another challenge of the size of the group. And if we have a mixed group, we're going to be limiting representation from the non-PAs, and there's only so much individuals we can have within a reference group to make it manageable. And the IESBA, just as in an illustration, has taken a separated approach, meaning one reference group comprised of non-PAs and another one comprised of PAs. That is an approach that the board could possibly take, to have 2 separate reference groups. But it's going to be a challenge to have a mixed group, especially when you get into the discussions, because you're going to have one group of stakeholders who will be very familiar with the code, and another one who will basically struggle to follow the discussion and potentially be intimidated by the rest of, let's say, the more knowledgeable members of that reference group. All I'm saying is there are some challenges to be thought through, and maybe we don't have to make a decision now.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that your thoughts are wise, as usual, but really thinking about the opportunities that we have to engage with the profession and the opportunities that we don't have to engage with the others. Maybe it would make sense to feature specifically for non-PAs. But I think this takes a little bit more reflection also on the practical side, because we really don't have time. And we have to make it simple, effective, but very simple in terms not only of establishing the group, but in a way we are going to work with them. So it all depends a little bit on how the task force sees this work and this interaction going forward. But thank you for these inputs. I don't know if anyone else wants to say something. Felicia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the number of people that are here, 22 of them. I find the number too big possibly for this. I don't know whether there's a way we can condense it, given what we saw with the technical working group. I don't know, 22. How do you coordinate? Is it something that we can do? Maybe have a reasonable number? That's just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. This is also a wise approach. I think we cannot, we'll have to think what we can do and what is achievable in terms of keeping it effective and agile, and at the same time meaningful and productive. So also a good input. So I don't see anyone else. So thank you very much for this very fruitful, intense day. At the end of this first day of the meeting, I'd like to highlight what happened this morning at the start of the day with the news that the IGAA will adopt, Abu Dhabi will adopt our code in a full mode. This is very good news. It's not only the first time that we have such a thing in the Middle East, but also the leverage that it will mean in the application, and effective application of our code. I mean, as I said, I haven't digested it yet. We have to think a little bit about it, but it's going to be a very relevant, very large expansion of our code. So this really means something, and this means something at a time where the UAE is taking the responsibilities that it's taking and taking a certain road. So very happy with this. This is the kind of good news that we need for the future, and that gives us a strong incentive to go and to keep on working hardly as we have been doing. Thank you very much for today. Sorry, I'm very sorry for us being late, but I think that these discussions were needed. Some of the topics remained undiscussed, and we'll have to go back to them tomorrow morning. But yeah, that's how it goes. Ken, any administrative?
Yeah, one final administrative matter, and it's a very important one, and that is how you get back to your hotel. There will be two shuttle services, essentially. One is the one that was scheduled for 5:15. We are 5:34 now, so if you pack your bags quickly, you might just be able to catch it. It's just waiting downstairs. The second one is at 7:30. So just watch the clock and make sure you don't miss it. Otherwise, well, you're going to find your way back. Thank you.